diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
You must always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Is my audio peaking? What's going on right now? Is my audio different? Anyway, I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs. Yeah, damn, you loud as fuck. Hot mic, gain a little high. How did this happen? Did someone while I was gone, did someone tweak my audio? Maybe. I can see that happening. Anyway, yeah, taco's over. War is continuing. He tacoed on the taco. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I'm a little tired. A lot of travel has been happening in my life, and even though travel in my conditions, I'm very fortunate to be able to travel in a way where it's like the least amount of friction possible. It's still obviously cooking my ass a little bit. Bro, they're giving you permission to dig them out of their grave and fuck them on the Majority Report today, Lamau. Wait, what? What the fuck? What are you talking about? I sound sleepy. That's because, and I'll tell you right now, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do, and that's what I'm going to do right now. I ended the broadcast yesterday. It was like 9 hours, 10 hours. I don't even know how many hours we did, but basically, I'm going to get right into the situation monitoring, because I didn't get my, yesterday. I wasn't able to do that. Yeah, I ended the broadcast. I finally got to my hotel, ordered a sandwich. First thing I ate was at like 12 yesterday. But it was an incredible day. I was just like riding high off of the events and the adrenaline, right? Like it was incredible. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I mean, you got to see how the sausage is made, behind closed doors, that type of thing. You get to have unprecedented access into how these sorts of rallies are put together, the real conversations that people have, right? Politicians, very different type of politicians than the ones that you might be used to. But yeah, March caught me trying to scratch that itch. I know. I'm gonna show you right now. Yeah, I woke up early in the morning. We got on. I woke up early in the morning. Got on a plane, and I was monitoring the freaking situation, right? And March posted this of me. I reposted it, and guess what? While I was in the process of situation monitoring, I became the situation myself. Okay, I became the situation. Sometimes you monitor the situation long enough, and the situation monitors you. Okay, because I'm not. I guess it's not on here, but I was looking for that post. But yeah, I was watching CNN, and out of nowhere, I'm watching CNN. Out of nowhere, I'm on CNN. Okay, how the hell does this happen? And the dude is sitting next to me, and he's looking at me. Okay, dude is sitting next to me. There's a guy next to me, and he's looking at the screen because he's also watching CNN. And then he turns around and he looks at me, and he's like, "Is that?" He starts smiling. He's like, "Is that you?" And while he was pointing at this screen, what's insane about it is that my quote that was chopped in half from Dana Fash is on screen, and it's like, doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th, it doesn't change the dynamic, all this stuff. And I'm just like, I'm not. I was just like, what are you gonna do? But the thing is, probably, I'll be honest, probably one of the worst situations to be in. Imagine you're on a flight, and then all of a sudden, the dude sitting next to you is on CNN, breaking news, 9/11, right? The 9/11 guy is on CNN sitting next to you. You don't understand everything that's going on, but you're like, what do you mean? You did 9/11 and you're sitting next to me? Like, what the fuck's going on right now? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it's like, guys, like, hold on. What's going on right now? You know, I have a family. I'm obviously joking that he didn't think I was the 9/11 guy, but as is the case with most people, you know, he wasn't exactly elated about CNN to begin with. So CNN, he didn't really like too much. Dana Bash, he didn't really like too much. So automatically, he had a positive opinion of me, like, which is awesome. Guy is just like sitting there watching CNN angrily, doesn't like Dana Bash. Dana Bash says this guy sucks, and automatically he had a positive approval of me by way of being negatively polarized off of CNN coverage. A defined Hassan Piker boost Michigan Senate candidate Abdul Sayed in rallies taking on Israel. Yeah. So the 9/11 guy's on my plane next to me watching news of himself. Yeah. So is this ceasefire joke? Yeah. We'll get into all of that, obviously. But lots of photos have come out. Lots of articles have been written. Lots of takes have been given on the Abdul El-Sayed stuff. The GOP is doing some really funny shit too, because like the GOP is doing some really funny shit as well, where they're like mad. They don't understand jokes at all. So when I'm like sarcastically endorsing Pills Mafia, they've been using that against the Pills Mills, which, you know, we're Janissaries, obviously. Mills Mafia, rise up, gang. Bruh. But the more they smear you, the more they'll get random people checking you and like develop a positive opinion of you. Yeah. You and the situation are mocking each other on the plane. Yeah. All right. So in any case, if you ever need a shout out, hit up Zachary Foster. Oh yeah, this was funny. This is the funniest way for someone to know who I am, by the way. Jamel Hill, I'm going to keep it real. I'd never heard of Hassan Piker until last week, and I consider myself fairly politically informed. What I miss? I only found him at the beginning of the genocide when he had Jewish historian named Zachary Foster on, and I could immediately see why he's a threat to the Dem establishment now. He's informed, entertaining, and not actually anti-Jewish, and never stop watching. Good stream to watch, by the way, if you're looking to get accurate info on the history of the issue. It's pretty funny that, like, Jamel Hill learned about who I am by way of Zach Foster, like a Zach Foster fan. Not gonna lie, all your traveling folks can't use a soundboard. I agree. So yeah, we got a big day today ahead of ourselves, obviously. Free press was there. I'll talk about that. I'll do a recap of the rallies, right? Like a brief recap. Had to do that. But you know, there's a lot of situation monitoring that'll be going on. Thank Allah for Taco Tuesday. Abdul El-Sayed rallies were major W's. Those things are always so good, man. I love seeing you guys out in the real world, you know? Abdul rallies were major W's, in parentheses, recap. And then what's Trita Parsi's at on Twitter? Let me find that real quick. Can we watch the majority clip before we get serious? Sure. T Parsi. Okay. At T Parsi. On to talk ceasefire, and where we go from here. Dems respond to Iran. W, kneecap on. What's kneecaps at? Let's find that one too. Kneecap, seal. Okay. Kneecap to talk and new album. Epstein's Fury Day 39 and more. Get in now. Yes, we're going to talk about Lebanon, obviously. Okay. Dude, it's so funny. People blast off meme. I got hella blast off memes. Don't worry. I got two in the docket here. Okay. All right. Yes, answer the allegation. Stop defiling our grandmothers, our dead grandmothers. I don't know what that means, but this is a quite unfortunate fit that they put me in, which I think they did deliberately. This has shoulder pads. Like, this isn't. I've worn this before on stream. The guy who made this sent it to me because he was like, "It's the comfiest hoodie I've ever worn." And the designer who made this hoodie actually sent it to me. It makes my head obviously look smaller. I suspect it's on purpose. There was a whole interview portion here too, but I did this ID Mag photo shoot a while back. Yeah, I know. I was in ID Mag. We'll obviously talk about that too. It's not that. I thought that was edited. No, it's literally shoulder pads. It's a padded hoodie. It's a shoulder padded hoodie. It's ironic because I also did like an interview about fashion on the ID Mag thing, and I talk about how like I'm too fat and too big to wear this kind of stuff, like stuff that's supposed to work on like handsome slender man, a waifish twink, and I don't have that frame, but I still do it regardless because I'm a chud ass loser. What are you gonna do? It's like those Chinese influencers try to fake their fridge body with the shoulder pads. Lamau, yeah. Ethan Klein shared it on his IG, and their IG page is brigaded by scumbags. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know why people... I will never understand why when someone fucking hates me, they don't just like hate me this much, okay? They don't just like give up and move on to other shit. They go crazy for the rest of their lives. Like it dramatically alters their trajectory, where every waking moment is another opportunity to just be like, oh, I can get one off on them because you respond. No, even when I don't respond, I mean, I didn't respond for fucking months, right? Like you can't say that about most of my fucking haters, right? It's just confirmation bias. No, but there are plenty of people that I never talk about, which I'm not going to bring up right now. But actually, the overwhelming majority of my psychosexual relationship, that like one-sided psychosexual relationship that like a lot of my stalker ass haters have, are never reciprocated with a response. Like there's nothing there at all, and they still do it, and I just don't understand it. I don't know why. I will never understand it. Like there's plenty of people I hate, right? There's plenty of people I hate. I mean, hate is a strong word, but there are some I would use it for, right? I hate the morally repugnant worldview of many Republicans, many reactionaries, right? And I don't think about them at all. Like there's never a moment where I'm thinking about Ben Shapiro, right? In my mind, I'm never like, oh, God, I hate Ben Shapiro. In my mind, I hate Randy Fine. I don't talk about Randy Fine all that much. I don't think about Randy Fine all that much, right? There are a lot of like repulsive, racist, white nationalists, white supremacists, neo-Nazi, ultra-Zionists. There's varying degrees of hatred that I have for all of these horrible ideals, horrible ideologies, horrible people that represent those ideologies. But like, I don't know. I feel like there's no way to live life, right? It's no way to live life. It's not a decent way to live life at all. Azan, the Aura farmer, your ass needs a haircut. Look at the back of your head. I know. I got to get a haircut. Wow. I'd much rather have them hate you if they didn't hate immigrants instead of, yeah, but that's not how that works. The reason why they hate me is because they hate immigrants, and I'm constantly defending immigrants. The reason why they hate me is because they hate, black people, brown people, Jewish people. I defend all of these people, so they hate me as a vector. It's a multifaceted approach. It's not a surprise that there are so many different ideologies out there. Where people will just like find one thing to fucking despise and hold on to it and cherish it and let it manifest, let it fester in their souls. All right, this is recap time.
There's been a lot of controversy about this event, and I'm just curious, from YouTube, what is your reaction to that controversy? Do you think it's overblown coming from Washington, or what have you been hearing from the people that you're speaking to
The
here?
President of the United States just tweeted about wanting to do a genocide in Iran. And the fact that this is the controversy to me says everything we need to know about what DC focuses on.
Oh, Jake Paul did blackface. Nice. For us.
This is so right.
You're better.
I need you guys.
That was actually. Oh yeah. Nice to see you, bro. I know.
No, I gotta.
Yeah, bro. When I said like the Jake Paul did blackface nice, like Fox News is gonna clip that and be like, Hassan Piker loves blackface. Now let's get to our blackface expert who has done blackface, who has defended Jake Paul, and also a panelist comprised of Jake Paul himself in blackface, where we will now talk about how racist Hassan is for saying Jake Paul did blackface nice. Like, that's literally what's happening. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, where I'm like, well, you're Fox News. Like, what do you mean? Right? Faz Shaker was on Fox News this morning, and they were like, well, Hassan Piker is a woman hater. And it's like, but you're Fox News. And then they were like explaining to FaZe that it's really bad. I'm a Republican panelist at the Republican News Network defending the Republican regime. And let me tell you exactly how bad it is to identify your movement with a guy like this. And it's like, I don't think you're giving us good advice. Like, I'm in enemy territory. Why would I take your fucking advice, dude? It's so dumb.
Subscribe now. Somebody in the comments asked if I was Cash Patel.
Oh my God. I'd love to take a question. Actually, what do you mean by your state?
I feel like
If you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
I'm so sorry, but if you're willing to use a child as bait, you do not belong. And not even claim reason that we pay.
This Hope Corps. Yeah. Are you going to report on Israel attacking Beirut despite ceasefire? What do you think, chatter? Ops here. Hey, do this to beat us. Trust. What? Who is this guy and why is his head so small? Okay. How loud was it in there? It was crazy loud. So yeah, first speech was, let's be real, kind of low profile and kind of mid, right? No disrespect to MSU. I didn't bring it. Luckily, everybody else did, right? Because I didn't know what the vibes were going to be like. I've done these sorts of speeches on my own, but I never know what the energy is supposed to look like, right? And what's interesting is, I got a decent understanding of it, and the second speech, I brought it. I think I brought it.
The stuff we gotta buy and you pay less for the work that we do is the reason that they misappropriate our tax dollars to go and drop bombs on other kids and their schools and their hospitals rather than building schools and hospitals for our own kids right here in Michigan.
What? When am I gaming?
When's gaming, man?
Yeah. Another Rheingold L. No, it was awesome. The Rheingold situation is awesome. Like a lot of the outwardly pro-Israel Hasbarists are they're so tarnished. You got mocked by Summer Lee. Sorry, guys, you're comparing me to a legend. Okay, I look. I don't like a lot of politicians, as you guys know. It's not a big secret, right? I'm very critical of our politicians, as that's what is supposed to happen. You're supposed to be critical of your electeds. They serve us. They're our servants. And if they stop serving us, we get mad at them and we hold them accountable and we pressure them to do the right thing. But there are some politicians who I just fucking love. Okay. Summer Lee is phenomenal. I mean, she is spectacular. She is incredible. She has a voice. She can just bring it, right? She was bringing up the energy like crazy. I mean, she was blowing up the entire room. It was unbelievable, right? And Abdul El-Sayed is another one of those guys as well. Come on, chat. That's like saying you got mocked by Ichigo Kurosaki, Naruto, or any JoJo protagonist. Yeah. I forget. Because I yap a lot and I'm very confident in my skill. I got the gift of gab. I can do this for hours. I can be entertaining for hours. However, there is a very different skill for confident orators who are capable of just like motivating people, right? And Summer has that gift for sure. Be more passionate when you speak. We want to hear your volume. Yeah. But it was incredible. I mean, I saw Rashida Tlaib, who I love, as you guys know. Dr. Jihad stealing your thunder. After getting a taste, are you now addicted to Trump speaking for candidates, or do you plan on doing Stump speaking for candidates, or doing the same for Oliver Larkin? I'll do it for whoever wants me to do it. Guys, contrary to popular opinion, I'm a homebody. I like being at home base. It's not beneficial for me to be traveling around. It fucks me up. I'm tired. It ruins my diet. I can't work out. I'm not saying woe is me, but what a lot of these people think, especially in DC and everywhere else, they think that like, oh, Hassan is doing this to boost his own profile or whatever. It's not the case. I'd be perfectly fine. My profile would be perfectly fine if I stayed my ass at home. Okay. Did I enjoy it personally? Sure. Is this something that I look forward to? I wouldn't say that. It's the same with candidate profiles, right? I don't really like doing candidate interviews and candidate profiles. I do it out of necessity. The reason why I do it is because there are candidates who I trust. There are candidates who I like. There's a vision that I have for a better future in this country. And I know a part of that goes through elections, okay? In order to build a movement, you have to have a multifaceted approach, okay? And it's obviously about organizing, direct action, tenant unions, labor unions, right? Like all of that stuff is a necessity. But a part of that, a part of this multifaceted approach is also making sure that we have 1, 2, 10, as many electeds as possible that are solid, reliable, that will keep putting the pressure at the highest levels in American office. Do you think emphasizing yourself as a socialist who only cooperates with Dems could help form a new party? Leading from some of the nervous tent framework they've laid out for you is not fitting inside could be a real opportunity to say, you're right, me and my hoes are something different and more radical. I mean, guys, there's always this inside-outside pressure. I don't care. I don't care about party names. I don't care about anything. I just care about advancing materially the interests and needs of working class people all around the world, not just in the United States of America, but everywhere else. Like I want people to live lives free of the daily pressures that they currently experience that they don't need to. I want to relieve people of the unnecessary pressures. I want to unlock the maximum potential of mankind. These are my beliefs. This is why I do everything that I do. Okay? And that's it. March's fat chud dog is here. Yeah, and he's been barking up a storm at me. Oh, thank you. Anyway, Fat Gunner's here. But clean air, clean water, clean parks, clean streets, Medicare for all. Are you on Pod Save this week? I think so. But all right. Anyway, this was one of the questions that I got from the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, JTA.
You want me to answer the Rabbi Shmuley question?
Yeah, I'm just not sure what you meant by that.
Rabbi Shmuley is pro-genocide. It's pretty simple. And what I was saying is, if you feel like there isn't enough courage within you, if you feel discouraged, then let spite be the reason why you go out and continue to fight the good fight for truth and for justice and for hopefully peace in this region. He was the first genocidaire that came to mind. I probably should have used Randy Fine instead. I feel like he's more of an annoying figure nowadays.
You're talking about a specific person.
What do you mean?
You're talking about a specific person, not a generic Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh my God! You don't know who Rabbi Shmuley is?
I know a Rabbi Shmuley. I didn't know who you were.
Oh no, that's what I was talking about. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, famous rabbi whose daughter has a kosher sex shop in Israel. That's what.
I demand you clarify a statement I don't even understand, but it's definitely problematic because I was told it was. Are you talking about the public figure who appears on television frequently when you refer to him by name? Or, yeah, that was that I couldn't tell if he was like trying to do a gotcha thing or if he was like genuinely confused and thought that I was just like doing like a anti-Semitic meme or something by being like, this rabbi, what's his name, Shmuley, right? And I was like, no, I'm talking about there's one and only, you know? That would be such a weird trope. Like, is that even a trope? What are we doing at this point? The conversation is like, when you, like, what, if I had used Randy Fine, was he going to be like, well, I guess it's because you used a Jewish congressperson, right? It's like, no, that's like a very specific guy, man, you know? There's a Jewish congressperson who I obviously deeply admire. There's plenty. But one that I have clearly not only admired, but also am out stumping for one of his hand-selected candidates. His name is Bernard Sanders, right? So these kinds of things are really funny. But there's three, actually. TrueAnon did an episode called The Three Shmuleys. Yeah, I know there's other Rabbi Shmuleys as well. That's why I clarified it. I don't think these reporters understand how different the power differential is between them and you and your ability to navigate these questions. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of there are a lot of normal like old school media figures that get like stumped by questions like that. I feel like I'm not one of those people, right? I mean, I have to deal with like bad faith smears on a regular basis. But yeah, this one banged on the timeline. Look at this 1 minute clip from ASIN, 40,000 likes, bro. Look at that. Let's take a look.
A battle brewing against not only the corrupt fascist forces of the Republican Party, but also against do-nothing Democrats that would rather sit there and collect paycheck after paycheck and fundraise from corporate donors that put your interests second to the interests of those very same corporations that poison your water as they sit idly by, that make sure that every single piece of productive output in the wealthiest nation on earth goes back to our massive military-industrial complex that only brings about death and destruction overseas. Because remember, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
Yeah, the room was crazy. The room went nutty, right? The room went nutty. Man, I just want to say I trust Abdul Sayed the same way he trusts you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool that he's chill, bro. That's off the top dome. Yes. Obviously I had some, you know, I was a little bit rate limited on what I could and couldn't say because I don't want, like, especially when I'm on the stump, it's like a little bit different than what I'm saying on my stream. You know what I mean? He's not like accountable for every goddamn thing that I say and do, but in that situation, he probably would be. So I didn't go super hard on stuff. And there's also a time limitation. There's like a vibe. I know people do the meme where they say you got mocked by Summer Lee, which I mean, duh, she's incredible, but you should know you actually did super well. I think from my own, judging by my own performance, my past performance, the second speech was pretty good. But yeah, Hassan is a true America First patriot is right. That's the other angle that I was thinking about, where the other angle that I was thinking about is like, I wonder if we should just like talk about isolationism and like putting America first. Like, these people have never put America first. They put Israel first. They put corporate interests first. They never actually put America and Americans first. Maybe they put American capital first, but we got to change that dynamic. And perhaps that could be a good way to, like, I'm thinking about different ways of communicating this as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, the president just posted some insane genocidal evil shit. Do you guys have any response?
Of course I do. Hassan Piker must be stopped. We cannot allow him.
Yeah, the president just...
That's funny. I have been noticing that I'm getting a lot more positive feedback on TikTok than ever before with all of the onslaught of attacks. Obviously, Twitter is a nightmare, right? Twitter is obviously a nightmare, and it's unbearable, but and it's not even just Twitter is not just even a nightmare for like the Republican reactionaries, but there's also obviously a lot of there are a lot of forces that are totally aligned on the supposedly, ostensibly Democratic Party side that play along with the insane smear campaign, right? You're low-key developing unk tendencies, liking and saving everything you see. No, that's for the algo, baby. You don't understand. A little too positive. What is this? He doesn't know this, but I shave my whole body just in case. That's so funny. Okay. We have to be careful about messaging not easily being corruptible into xenophobic nationalism. Yeah. I'm sorry, Hassan. Ain't no way your good Dr. A.S. Abdul Said can compete with the electricity in this McMorrow room. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand it, but like, there's these guys like Democratic Wins Media, like the centrist Democrat forces are actively pumping McMorrow. Like, they are very clearly recognizing that if they slot in a semi like faux progressive, if they slot in a faux progressive into that race, they can like really eat away at the true momentum coming from the left flank, right? It's a very interesting dynamic because I know for a fact that if this race was a matchup, Abdul El-Sayed versus McMorrow, or Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens, especially because that's what it was supposed to be initially before McMorrow got in here, it would be over. It would be a blowout, right? It would be Graham-Plattner. It would be the exact same situation as Graham-Plattner. But I think the party has basically realized that they have a better shot at bringing in more manageable, semi-progressive figures that will not only like craft their response while keeping corporate donors in mind, but will also not take risky choices. Like they won't actually defend the interests of the people over the interests of corporate donations. They won't actually rock the boat. They won't criticize the rest of the party. Like I think the Democrats are a lot more aware. The politicians, I mean, are a lot more aware of where the party is headed, and they're trying to do their very best to stop it dead in its fucking tracks in the identical ways that they did with Bernie Sanders. Because Bernie Sanders was almost like a singular figure, right? Bernie Sanders, when he was when he came out and fought back against establishment Democrats in 2016, there were not a lot of other guys like that. There wasn't like a robust caucus of Bernie-crats. There wasn't a big left flank movement. There were some, right? But it wasn't truly a force. And therefore, the population had never even experienced that option. For many Americans, that was their first interaction with a left populist candidate. They were like, wait a minute, this is how Democrats could be. I like that quite a bit. So they did everything in their power in 2016 and in 2020 to just like stack the deck against Bernie and rat fuck him, which they did, right? Successfully. But since then, more and more candidates have been able to primary bad Democrats and build a robust left flank. Now, there's obviously still a handful of them in Congress, but this time we're trying to push actively to bring even more of them, right? And when you have a lot of these left flank candidates, when you have a lot of these left flank candidates that are not beholden to the same interests, that are unafraid of shaking the party up every now and then, all of a sudden you have a block. All of a sudden you have political power. All of a sudden you can make a big fuss. You can apply legislative pressure. I mean, look at what Ro Khanna has been able to do. It's almost like a singular force, right? Criticisms of Ro Khanna aside, like, it's undeniable that he is using his position as a rep to maximum efficiency, right? He's maxing out on being a congressional representative, right? It's clear. It's clear as day. Now imagine if there were a lot more House of Representatives, a lot more people like that in the House, a lot more people like that in the Senate, and they were all aligning with one another and creating these coalitions and advocating for certain things and showing the rest of the country that you could be a force, showing the rest of the country that this is how the party could represent itself. That's what they're afraid of, right? That's precisely what they're afraid of. And I think a lot of people understand that. That's part of the reason why you're seeing more and more people come out and defend me against the vicious smear campaigns that these guys are actively putting out there. Because here's the thing. They understand. Like, Bernie understands this. FaZe understands this, right? He gets what this is about. It's not about me at all. It's not about the choice quotes that they can use from my 10 years of live streaming almost at this point. I mean, it's been 8 years, right? I've done tens of thousands of hours. It's not about any of that. It's about what we represent here in this community, right? And there are plenty of other people out there who share the same values that we do that are just not tuning into fucking twitch.tv to watch 8 hours a day, right? Like it's perfectly normal. So that's it. And also, here's the beauty of it. A lot of the worst villains are coming after Abdul, so he can just like bring the fight back to them and position himself against all these Republicans. And it gives you a taste in the Democratic primary of how he'll operate. This is a good thing, right? How much money? Rick Scott. John James MI is right. Michigan Democrats should be ashamed to be seen with a guy who called for my death, celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder, and said America deserved 9/11. Like, none of this stuff is real, by the way. I mean, I didn't celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder, even though obviously that position is almost like an Israel position as well, where it swapped spectacularly on the internet, right? It went from something that the Republicans had a very heavy hand over, where they were just like trying to highlight him as this incredible martyr, this figure for the Republican movement, and now everyone is Kirkifying him nonstop. But it's regardless, they still don't stop. They just like, it's like a game of telephone. This is you lecturing us before the curtains right before you left MSU. Actually are fighting for your rights, that are actually saying, fuck Israel, it doesn't matter. We're done with all this, okay? We're done with this. If you are constantly worried, if you're like, why are the Democrats not here for us? Why are the Democrats not fighting for us? Well, you know why. Because guys like Abdul have a harder time getting out of primaries. They are much easier that actually are fighting for your rights. A lot of this stuff doesn't even play outside of terminally online political nerds, right? Like if you ask someone if they agree that America deserved 9/11 out of context, should it be like, that sounds kind of stupid. But if you try to say, yeah, well, this Twitch streamer said it and he campaigned with Abdul, so you shouldn't vote for him, people will probably be like, what? I just want Medicare for all. Exactly. So you need to see the boomer parents again. They bug in. Anyway, listen. It's undeniable that there are a lot of us out there in this community. We're all over the fucking country. We can fill up rooms wherever we go, especially a lot younger. Rooms with a lot younger people than you would normally expect to be excited about a fucking Democratic primary. Like, you think McMorrow, I'll just say it like this. You think Mallory McMorrow could go to college campuses and fill up rooms? No, of course not. Especially at this stage in a Democratic Senate primary. It's not happening, right? It's not happening. Like, it is not real. It's not a real thing at all. There are candidates who can bring that excitement. Obviously, it's not me, and it's not all of you guys either. I mean, it's Abdul and what he represents. That is part of the reason why there's so many people that are excited. But yeah, this is disgusting. Campaigning with a figure who glorifies violence against GOP, including my friend Rick Scott in Florida, while spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric, is everything the voters need to know about. Like, they all sound like Democrats complaining about Trump. They all sound like Democrats complaining about Trump. This stuff didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work is because Trump was like, nope, fuck off. My values are my values. I stand 10 toes down on them. Okay. Now, obviously, his quote unquote values are morally repugnant, right? But all of these like different quotes, these distractions, like, it didn't work. That's what the energy the Democrats have to bring as well. And unfortunately, many Democrats who are just corporate suits, representatives of like an eclectic group of different corporate interests, are not going to be able to do that. That's why they focus test everything that they're doing, because they don't have any real opinions. They don't have any real values, so they can't do it. They can't actually stand on those principles at all, and they have to shy away. They have to back away. But that's, I think, part of the reason why Abdul is going to do quite well, and he's doing quite well in this controversy so far. He responded to Rick Sky, said, how much money did you make defrauding Medicare again? You're what? Waste, fraud, and abuse looks like in real human form. Should be ashamed. Get the fuck out of here. And that's it. Because a lot of the people that are shitting on me and claiming like, oh, this guy's really bad, this is a really bad guy, they have a laundry list of real villain behavior on the fucking timeline. They have done horrible things. They've done horrible things. As members in Congress, they've done horrible things. As people, for Rick Scott, he's done unbelievable amounts of I mean, he's stolen money from people. He's stolen money from some of the poorest Americans, right? I mean, he did Medicare fraud, Olympic level Medicare fraud. That's an actual villain. So you can always turn around and hit him with a "this you" in a way that so clearly and so expediently shows that the words of a Twitch streamer, no matter how vulgar, is nothing in comparison to the real immoral behavior that Republicans demonstrate on a regular basis, right? You can't hang out with Benjamin Netanyahu, Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. You can't hang out with Benjamin Netanyahu and defend Israel and then talk about this Twitch streamer. He's anti-Semitic, he's dangerous radical. Like, you can't. That's an infinitely more radical thing that you're doing, right? You're a bad person. You are a fucking bad person for doing that. Anyway, speaking of people who still are trying it, though, Dana Fash. We're going to be talking about Dana Fash, obviously. I mean, I often wonder, like, how much more right-wing and pro-Israel can CNN actually get, especially considering that even before CNN gets sold to David Ellison and Larry Ellison, they're going pretty hard on this pro-Israel stuff, right? So I was on the plane, and before I get to the CNN stuff, actually, hold on. I got to give a quick shout out to Summerlee as well, my goat. Oh my God.
Who don't love their neighbor. It's our moment to stand, put up, or shut up. So take it lightly. I understand what we're up against right now. Young people, especially you guys, I understand what we're up against right now. I understand what it feels like to feel like there is no people who don't.
Unk at clap, yeah. Yeah, so Olivia Reingold was there, obviously, as well. That was another good, that was a good clap back on the Free Press and Olivia Reingold, too. She posted a bunch of things. They know that we have power, Hassan Piker said on stage at the Abdul al-Sayed rally. He says a battle is brewing against do-nothing Democrats. Reporting for the Free Press. Crowd goes wild. One girl hasn't blinked in 20 seconds. Another is holding hand to heart like pledging allegiance. And it's really funny that, like, this is supposed to be silly, right? This is supposed to make us look silly and ridiculous. And because it's Olivia, she just wasn't able to do that at all. And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. But there was a couple moments in there. She's letting you aura farm. Yeah. 1 million views on yesterday's VOD, by the way. That's exactly what they're scared of. Yeah, I agree. Why is she stalking you? She's on the Hasanabi beat, I think, which is very funny. It's very funny that they got that going. Yeah, she is the same lady that followed me around election night. Yes, it's true. It's Olivia. And I think she likes me quite a bit. She watches the women of the crowd like a hawk, scoping out rivals for attention. She's obsessed with you. I mean, it's fine. I have worse ops than Olivia, I think. The woman that denied the Gaza famine, yes. So that was a good moment as well. Ted Cruz is coming after me too. Obviously, it's another one of those guys he's just like a straight up designated villain, right? He said a Democrat candidate for Senate in Michigan thinks it's politically advantageous to campaign with the Marxist Islamist who believes America deserved 9/11. This is today's Democrat Party. I said, we didn't forget what you did on 9/11, little man. Boom. Immediately, a little porn-a-rooney for me. Ted Cruz, never forget. On September 11, Ted Cruz woke up that morning, turned on Twitter, and said, ooh, a little porn-a-rooney for me today on my beautiful 9/11. Okay? Wasn't it trans porn too? No, it wasn't. It was, I think it was like cuck porn or cheating porn or something like that. Yeah, or incest porn, maybe something like that. I don't know. Stepmother porn. Bro, I was listening to Hassan Abiheads giving interviews on the line, and they were being strategic. I think Hassan has cringe takes, but I'm here for Abdul. If you give Megaphonics the best chatter of the year, this is what you get. Wait, what? don't give strategic fucking takes like that, you dipshits. No, just stand proudly. That's what they're trying to cut fucking propaganda to be like, oh, see, Hassan has no emotion. It's really stupid that they're even fucking aligning with Hassan. He doesn't actually bring a crowd at all. You guys don't have to do that. You just be like, they're attacking him because they can't attack the fucking message, so they're trying to disparage the messenger. It's that simple. Y'all are so lame, dude. Don't be ashamed to fucking support me. You got Bernie Sanders out there supporting me. You got people who are prominent fixtures of this movement out there being like, no, we know exactly why this is happening. It's totally ridiculous, right? Does this mean Hassan can joke more without much criticism now? Fox Business discussing Hassan the Hun campaigning for Abdul Say. You can find him crying for Cuba celebrating China. The far left and Democrats love this guy.
The Senate battleground in this year's midterms is a hot mess.
I mean, I don't want to like watch all of this shit, but there was Hassan the Hun. Sam Harris thinks you're an amoral, juvenile, dishonest performance artist and nutcase not worth talking to, but thinks Ben Shapiro's a serious enough person and isn't sure whether he talked to Candace Owens. Yeah, these guys are so ridiculous, dude. It's so crazy. I don't know what to say. Like, you're such a silly person if this is your assessment. It's so obvious that you're almost exclusively interested in Israel. Like, you test someone's seriousness by virtue of their Israel approach. If someone is fucking pro-Israel, then you're fine with them, even if you don't align with all the other stuff. Because, like, that's what Ben Shapiro is. That's like, what is his appeal? He is every bit the same reactionary as anybody else. And then on top of everybody else, he's also super pro-Israel, right? Why do people like Sam Harris even care so much about Israel? I mean, I don't know where his shit comes from, but I don't know where his attitude comes from, but I think, I mean, he's super Islamophobic. That's probably what it is. A lot of liberals are pro-Israel, man. A lot of like a lot of the people that came out of intelligentsia and academia, they got inundated with pro-Israel messaging and social conditioning, and that's where we're at. But yeah, we'll do the Dana Fash bit as well. Ben Shapiro just yells, "You are more pleasant." Well, no, I yell a lot too, but what was I gonna show you? There was another thing. We got to do Dana real quick as well, but this is not the full one. Do we have the full Dana Fash? What is going on? What? Wait, it's right now? I thought it was at 1. Oh shit, it's right now? Okay, hold on. I'm going on right now. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm actually going to talk to Trita Parsi right now. Okay. And we're going into situation monitoring right now. Hold on. Road Unify. Hello. No. That's not the right one. Shit. Microphone. Select the microphone. Hello. No, that's not the right one. Shit. Headset, stream input, Rodecaster. Okay, let's see. Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
How's it going? I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. 1 second, Trita. I'm obviously live. There's like 40,000 people watching right now. But I also, as a part of this broadcast, I have to obviously do a bunch of quick fixes instantly. But welcome to the broadcast. A real honor to have you here. We couldn't do this over Discord. Yeah, we couldn't do this over Discord, unfortunately. So it's just this is not my favorite, let's say. But hold on, I'm trying to. I mean, I'm like weirdly. I look weird on your screen, right? I can see myself. It looks weird.
You go in and out. You're blurry, and then it
really?
goes into focus, and then it gets blurry again. But right now, it's been focused for a couple of seconds.
Okay, hold on. Here, we'll just do it like this. I'm using Zoom Workplace for the first time. Anyway, it just looked like squeezed or something. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Trita Parsi, ladies and gentlemen, we are monitoring the situation. First time on the broadcast. Been a fan of your expertise and your takes for quite a while now, and very excited to have you here.
Thank you. Really happy to be with you.
And, you know, it's an interesting time to be having this conversation with you. I mean, this is, I would say, a lot of vindication for someone like yourself. A lot of your assessments have borne out. And, you know, it's obviously still a horrible time as well. I hope, do you have any family in Iran?
Plenty of family left in Iran.
Yeah, I hope they're doing all right. I don't know if you've been able to speak with them at all.
You know, other family members, my parents, aunts, etc., have been able to connect with some. I've tried a few, have not been able to get through. I've been able to talk to a lot of other people in Iran. It seems like it is depending on whether they have functioning VPNs and things of that at this point.
Okay, I'm still trying to, hold on one second. I'm still trying to fix this thing real quick. God damn it. What is happening? I don't know why this is so difficult. All right, you know what? We're just going to keep going with the desktop. Okay, sorry. Okay, so for those of you who might not know, would you please introduce yourself? You're at the Quincy Institute.
Yeah, so my name is Sridhar Parsi. I'm the executive vice president, one of the co-founders of the Quincy Institute, a think tank in DC that I would say is very different from other think tanks because we are favoring a U.S. foreign policy of military restraint and focus on diplomacy. We want an approach that would completely end our endless wars and dramatically reduce our militarism.
Yeah, one of the only good think tanks. Very few of them in the DC blob, but you guys are certainly there. And you're also obviously unjustly maligned with regular frequency, something I'm quite familiar with myself. Recently, Laura Loomer was demanding your deportation. There's a lot of conspiracy theories around, you know, what you represent and who you are, but it's a big part of the reason is because you happen to be Iranian and also anti-interventionist or anti-wars of choice, and have a long career of consistently advocating for such things. Which I guess before we get to the imminent situation, the ceasefire, is it happening? Is it not happening? One of the things I wanted to ask you about is, do you feel like there is a real shift in the collective conscious in the Western world, and especially in the United States of America, about our foreign entanglements? Do you feel like there's a new wave of anti-war advocates, even if they're not necessarily going out and protesting, even though they certainly did during the Gaza genocide?
So I think that's a really interesting question because in some ways we've had counter waves as well. So for instance, I mean, the reason why Quincy could have been founded was precisely because there had been the failures of Afghanistan, Iraq, all of those interventions had led to a scenario in which there was a significant degree of lack of confidence in the direction of American foreign policy, an elite consensus that also had kind of collapsed. And that, you know, opened up the window in which you could push through new ideas and new frameworks, new entire paradigms of foreign policy. So when we were founded in 2019, we were definitely riding on a wave in which it was clear that new thinking was needed. And some of it was actually because of Trump. In our view, Trump 1 was not a break with American foreign policy. Trump 1 was a caricature of what American foreign policy always had been. And in some ways, it became much clearer to a larger number of people that you're right, that actually is what our foreign policy has been. It's been shrouded in all of this beautiful language to make us think that it wasn't. But in reality, it's just naked now. And that gave us a major boost. But then you had the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, in which suddenly a lot of folks were like, well, you know, there's another bad guy on the international scene. And then they were just rushing back into militancy. And that's not to defend Russia. I think that was an illegal invasion. Things needed to be done to prevent that. But the manner that the Biden administration went about it, I think, was highly problematic. There was almost no diplomacy. Prior to the invasion, Biden had numerous conversations with Putin, but he never put NATO expansion on the table to see if that actually could have prevented the war. And in retrospect, we also now have some of his senior people from the NSC coming out and saying, yes, if we had done that either then or in April when negotiations were taking place between Russia and Ukraine, we could have prevented a war. We could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths. Back then, we were advocating for that. We were advocating for diplomacy, and we got maligned ruthlessly by a lot of folks who earlier on we thought that perhaps they also had kind of seen the light and were turning against the militarism, but they rushed straight back into it. Now I think we're in another wave in which, again, because of another failed war, another war of choice, we're seeing that folks are once again realizing we really got to change our foreign policy. This is not acceptable, particularly now when you have a candidate that actually won his election twice based on rallying around ending forever wars and maligning the rest of the Republican Party for having gone along with it. And yet he himself is now someone who not only has started this war, he's done a regime change in Venezuela. He's threatened to annex Greenland and potentially even Canada. So I think there's a reaction to that now that is coming. And part of the challenge in all of that, Hassan, is that so far, most of the waves that we are riding on in which opportunities are being created to push for a better line is coming not as a result of us proactively being able to create those opportunities, but these opportunities are being created because the other side, the primacists, the militants, are actually failing in their projects and committing more and more mistakes.
Yeah. Speaking of that, obviously, one of the major mistakes so far has been this quagmire that we found ourselves in Iran. Now, it's not a secret that both Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli foreign policy has always wanted to get the United States of America and the administration to play ball with them to finally go to war with Iran. It kind of feels like, and I want to hear your perspective on this, it kind of feels like the Israeli objectives here were somewhat at odds with the American objectives. The broader American objectives are regime change, have a pliant regime or a pliant government that will play ball with the United States of America, whereas Israel's objectives here broadly seem to me to revolve around complete destabilization, creating a failed state in Iran, regardless of what the impact might look like in the aftermath of the Balkanization, fomenting ethnic tensions and making sure that there's never a sovereign state there, or even a American puppet state there that could inevitably turn on Israel once again as it goes along with this greater Israel project. Do you agree with that assessment? Do you have any input on that?
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. Let me add perhaps a bit of detail on it. I think from the U.S. standpoint, for Trump's standpoint, he thought that this was going to be an easy victory. He would either get the collapse of the Iranian regime or there would be a capitulation, perhaps a Venezuela scenario in which someone else would emerge from within that system that would take over and would essentially be a pliant ally of the United States. That is not the Israeli objective. The Israeli objective always was to essentially establish a balance in the region that gives Israel complete maneuverability and dominance. And that means that they're less concerned about the nature of the regime and more concerned about their capabilities that Iran had. I wrote my dissertation on Israeli-Iran relations, and I remember in one of my trips to Israel, I had this conversation, this interview with an Israeli general who said, look, Iran and Israel used to be friends, and that's true from the 50s and 60s and onwards. But then Iran turned into an enemy. It is possible that Iran turns into a friend again, but after that, it can turn into an enemy once more. And as a result, Israel's focus is going to be on the capabilities and capacity of Iran rather than on the nature. So it doesn't matter if it's suddenly a pliant regime there, because the fear is that regime may fall. It will be replaced with another regime. And if the country then is in good shape, has the capabilities, has a strong military, that could be a major challenge to Israel's domination. And as a result, they've been going, and we can see that very clearly in their idea of how this war is won. It's just about degrading as much as possible, bomb them back to the Stone Age, and then if you need to, in a year or 2 years, you bomb them again. This is what they are pursuing against almost all of their immediate neighbors. In Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, we've seen it. They call it mowing the lawn. It's extremely dehumanizing.
Yeah.
But this is, from the standpoint of having either not wanting to have peace with the neighbors or given up on the idea that it's even possible, then this becomes the next best thing. You just constantly mow the lawn every couple of months or years and make sure that no one in the region or no combination of countries in the region can pose that challenge to you. Now, as this continues, it nevertheless puts Israel in a perpetual state of warfare, not just with its immediate neighbors, but increasingly with more and more states. Iran was a challenge. It is at war with Iran now, hoping to degrade it, set it back a couple of decades, not have to worry about it. And the minute it looked as if it was being successful with Iran, guess what happened? Suddenly in Israel, you had started to have more and more commentaries from senior people, former prime ministers saying that Turkey is the next target.
Yeah.
Turkey is now the most dangerous country in the region. Erdogan is the most dangerous person in the region. And the very same type of a campaign of painting Turkey as a source of instability, the most dangerous country in the region, unchecked, it's a threat to Western civilization. All of those things that you started to see in the early 1990s vis-a-vis Iran, you're now starting to see them vis-a-vis Turkey. And it shows you that there's no end to this type of policy. If you adopt this type of a security doctrine, you're constantly going to be at war. Now, if that's a choice the Israelis want to make for themselves, I guess they have the right to make that choice. But who's underwriting that choice? It is the United States, because Israel is not a country powerful enough to be able to sustain that type of a policy. The only reason why it can be sustained is because of a constant level of military, political, diplomatic, and economic support from the United States. In fact, it's written into American law. We have in the United States a law that says that Israel has to have the qualitative strategic edge in the region, that we make sure that no countries in the region get the best type of weapons. The best type of weapons the U.S. produces goes to Israel, and everyone else gets a second or third rate kind of weapons in order to ensure that we sustain Israel's strategic qualitative edge.
Yeah, we also set back other regional actors that we have security cooperative agreements with, like Lebanon. Lebanon mysteriously doesn't have any anti-air defense systems. And in this day and age, I feel like it's impossible to maintain any sort of sovereignty without anti-air defense systems. But then you realize what Israel is doing in southern Lebanon right now, and you understand exactly why America has refused to ensure that the Lebanese standing military has any sort of serious capacity to purge invading forces, because that invading force is always going to be Israel.
Indeed. And also take a look at what the U.S.'s posture in Lebanon has been. The U.S. has agreed to and pushed with the Israelis that the Lebanese government needs to disarm Hezbollah. And in order to do so, the U.S. has been willing to help the Lebanese army become powerful enough to take on Hezbollah, but not powerful enough to be able to deter an Israeli attack.
Yeah.
So we're ensuring that type of a perpetual weakness in all of the areas around Israel in order for Israel to have that sense of security, which then means that for Israel to feel secure, everyone else have to feel insecure.
Yeah. So let's talk about the military objectives here, right? The United States of America, led by Donald Trump, has had a lot of inconsistent messages on why this war was supposed to be waged. On day one, they said it was because Israel was going to attack with or without us, and therefore we had to go in and do a first strike through perfidy, once again, just like what took place in the 12-day war. The Omani negotiators came out on U.S. television and openly explained that Iran had conceded on some of these maximalist demands surrounding the enriched uranium and where to put the enriched uranium, which Iran has consistently utilized as a mechanism for leverage in an effort to not necessarily develop nukes, which they clearly had a fatwa over and had no interest in doing, but instead as a way to bargain against the sanctions that were implemented on Iran. And there obviously was the success of the JCPOA, which Donald Trump famously destroyed once he was in office. There was only one party that was obviously unfavorable to the JCPOA, and that was Israel. And they let their criticisms be known and be heard. And plenty of Democrats in Congress were also antagonistic to Barack Obama's foreign policy there, because they also were beholden to the interests of Israel. Now, one of those objectives was taking out the enriched uranium from Isfahan, which is where we suspect the 500 kilograms, I believe, of like nuclear grade enriched uranium is. Another military objective was to deteriorate the strike capabilities of Iran. That was also part of the negotiations process as well. The idea that they had to limit their ballistic munitions strike capabilities to 200 kilometers, suspiciously outside of the range of Israel and Tel Aviv, and they failed to do that. In the process, Iran also closed up the Strait of Hormuz, which 20% of the entire globe's energy passes through. This is something that they had the capacity to do for decades, for 47 years, is part of the reason why America was worried about what could happen in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution. And yet they had never done this, with some exceptions, I guess, with the Iran-Iraq War. And they failed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by force. Now Iran is collecting tolls passing through the strait, $2 million in Chinese yuan, in tolls that they're going to be separated, that they're going to be sharing with Oman as well, according to their assessment. And they continuously have pummeled not only the Gulf states that have American bases and also have been playing a role in striking Iranian targets, and also Israel as well. We don't know exactly what the damage to Israel has looked like, but all of this has been a spectacular failure, which leads to where we're at now. Yesterday, Donald Trump said in the morning that he was going to do genocide. He was going to eliminate the entire Iranian civilization. He was going to snuff them out. And then by nighttime, he backed away from that. And we found out that on background that they were actually petitioning for the ceasefire. They were actively trying to get this ceasefire. The Americans were, contrary to how they've postured so far. Do you feel like that was because they have failed to achieve their military objectives? And where do we go from here? Sorry, it's a long question, but I wanted to give a little bit background to my audience as well.
No, I think there's no doubt that it is the failure of this entire mission that has led to a scenario in which the United States very aggressively was trying to get a ceasefire. I mean, in fact, if Trump could have, he would have ended the war 3-4 weeks ago and just left, but he couldn't, because the Iranians had leverage. They had the control of this Strait of Hormuz. They could continue to strike at GCC states. They could continue to strike at Israel. So, he had ended up going into something in which he no longer was in control of. And pressure was used to get other countries on board and helping get some sort of a ceasefire. And when you take a look at what the, parameters of the ceasefire are, it is essentially allowing the Iranians to continue to collect these tolls, which is a tacit agreement that they are now in control of the straits and that the US can't do much about that. And secondly, the basis of the negotiations is going to be some variation of the 10-point plan that the Iranians put forward, not the 15-point plan that was essentially the terms of Iran's capitulation that the United States put forward. Now, there may be some disagreements and lack of accurate information of what exactly is in those 10 points. The one that I have used when doing some of my analysis has been based on what was available publicly, but it's very likely that in the course of exchanges of messages and indirect negotiations, those points may have been amended somewhat. But I think the gist of it is probably remaining the same. And Trump even said that this is a reasonable or a workable basis for negotiations. So truly, Trump went forward, issued these genocidal threats, I think very well aware and inclined to come to an agreement by evening time, and that would be a caving by and large to what the Iranian position was. But in order to kind of cover that up, he was issuing these threats in order to make it was the opposite, as if the Iranians were coming and essentially bending the knee to him. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be important for any world leader to have a narrative of victory, but even more so for a superpower to make sure that it doesn't lose face. It's always going to be the case, probably more so when someone with the psychology and the personality of Trump. The question now, of course, is this going to work? What could make it work? What could not make it work? A critical element in the Iranian 10-point plan, which we know is true because they're repeating it publicly, is that they're demanding that Israel is also interest in the ceasefire, not just vis-a-vis Iran, but also vis-a-vis Gaza Lebanon.
Yeah.
Now, I think there's three reasons why the Iranians are doing this. The first one is because they have to show that solidarity and they cannot abandon Hezbollah. There's a perception that Iran abandoned the other groups in the axis of resistance in 2024. And now Hezbollah actually came to Iran's aid in this war, and Iran cannot afford to look as if it is abandoning Hezbollah. That's one. Secondly, I think there's also a recognition on the Iranian side that as long as Israel continues to bomb its neighbors, and Hezbollah in particular, there is a risk that that war will once again flare up further and bring Iran into it, as it already has twice. And if you go back to October 7th, 2023, and a lot of the commentary that came out back then, and including what the Biden administration said, they said, crucial to make sure that this war does not get regionalized. It's been totally regionalized now after the Israelis and the US attacked Iran. So the Iranians recognize if that continues in Lebanon, this war is going to come back to them at some point. And they're not looking for a ceasefire. They're looking for an enduring end to the war. The third point may actually be the most important. This demand is there to test whether the United States is willing and capable of reigning in Israel. Because if it isn't, then what is the value of a ceasefire with the United States?
Yeah.
Because if Israel can restart these wars and the United States is incapable of staying out when Israel decides that a war needs to be initiated, what's the point of having a ceasefire with the United States? And I think this is very crucial because the Iranians have reached a point in which they actually don't necessarily want a ceasefire. They're not trusting these agreements. They're trusting that there should be enough deterrence so that it actually deters the US and Israel from attacking, rather than there being an agreement that is the foundation for a longer term peace.
Yeah. So let's talk about that element, right? I've said from the beginning that given the diverging or conflicting interests of Israel and the United States of America, regardless of how both parties have communicated their desires, America has to rein Israel in. And this is not just the Iranian demand. This is just what has to happen in this situation, considering that they haven't been able to accomplish their military objectives. Do you feel like that's possible at all? Because since the so-called ceasefire was implemented, obviously Iran continued strikes as well on Tel Aviv. That could have been because of the way that the Mosaic defense has been structured. It's decentralized. Or it could have been for some other reason. We don't know. I'd like to hear your perspective on that. But also, Israel started bombing other parts of Lebanon, as they are known to do, in, I think, a direct effort to spoil what this ceasefire could potentially look like, because it was not a secret that they were very frustrated. As a matter of fact, there's some reporting that came out that suggested that Israel did not even know that this ceasefire negotiation was on the verge of being signed until the very last moment, and they were very frustrated by it. I mean, I saw Hebrew Twitter last night; they were going crazy over it, right? So do you feel like America will actually try to restrain Israel? Where do we go from here? Is the ceasefire gone? Is it over? What do you think?
So on the first question, I think it's really crucial. It's like, can the United States do this? Can they stop Israel? I think it's actually a real problem that we've reached a point in which the superpower asks, can it stop the country whose defense and military industry is completely dependent on the United States? The reality is obvious to me. Obviously, the United States can. It's a question of whether the president is willing to pay the political price for implementing that and pushing through that, given the fact that there's going to be a lot of resistance. There's you're going to have to deal with a lot of lobbies, et cetera, that are putting Israeli interests arguably in front of US interests, et cetera. That's what the real issue is, not that the US cannot do it. Because if the United States actually says we cannot do it, which was exactly what the Biden administration proudly said, I mean, what kind of superpower are you if that is the case? I mean, to me, it's just stunning. And if you listen to Joe Kent, who just resigned from his position in as the head of Counterterrorism Center, I mean, he's laying out details exactly what the United States needs to do, the specific things that the United States needs to take away from Israel as part of this ongoing support to make it clear to the Israelis that the U.S. is absolutely serious. And we do have examples of that in the past. We have the very famous example of how Reagan told Menachem Begin, you got to get out of Lebanon because the TV images of the massacres that Israel was causing back in 1982 was reaching American audiences, upsetting a lot of upsetting Reagan himself. And he got him on the phone and he said, you got to stop doing, you got to pull out. And when Menachem Begin pushed back, Reagan essentially said, well, then you're not going to get the, I think it was the F-16s at the time that the Israelis were buying. And, 20 minutes later, Menachem Begin calls back and says that we're pulling out. So obviously this can be done. In fact, it was done just a couple of months ago by Trump himself.
Yeah.
After the Israelis struck Doha, he really was under pressure from a lot of the states in the region that came together and demanded this of him. He told the Israelis that they have to stop. And he even brought Netanyahu to the Oval Office, had him read an apology to the Emir of Qatar. And then later on, when the Israelis denied that this happened, the White House released the footage showing that this was being done.
Yeah.
What Trump has failed to do is to sustain that pressure. It cannot be episodic. If you want this to stop, you have to put it on, and then you have to sustain it to make sure that the Israelis do not find a way out and then start a war or put that pressure on you again.
Absolutely. They do. America does have this power, and rarely chooses to enforce it, especially under the Trump regime. We have we've, I think, changed the dynamic in this relationship. I like to say that we put Israel in the driver's seat of our MENA policy specifically, and it's obvious that it's no longer just a special ally status, but instead has a commanding role in what American foreign policy looks like, considering that the GCC states are far more valuable to the petrodollar, far more reliable as far as trillions of dollars of investment into American companies. The fact that Israel can so easily throw them under the bus and turn these American bases into missile sponges, pretty much, and shake up that relationship so dramatically implies that America's willing to take a loss here, a spectacular loss, both billions of dollars of equipment that they've lost in the process, but also a loss in its force projection capabilities, which I think are going to be far more consequential. I'll give you a perspective that I doubt that you've heard from anyone, though. I think that America getting a bloody nose in this situation is not necessarily a bad thing, but a good one, because I think it will force the United States of America to be a little bit more restrained in our endless endeavors of empire and imperialism. And I think that's ultimately going to lead to a hardened multipolarity that will force America to reconsider how aggressive we are in our force projection around the globe, and maybe even recycle some of the endless amounts of dollars that we spend on our military-industrial complex, and instead, hopefully, you spend that on ourselves, on our fixing our potholes, hardening our infrastructure, maybe even Medicare for all, things of that nature. That's my perspective. I want to hear what you think about that, and then
so look.
The other question, the follow-up question to that will also be, do you feel like this is different than the military quagmire in Iran, in Iraq, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and why?
So on your first question, it actually goes back to what I mentioned to you earlier on, that the kind of openings and waves in favor of a more restrained foreign policy has come as a result of the failure of these wars. So that's the trend that we have seen. I mean, it is the Iraq war and Afghanistan war that just really created a massive opening that led to Trump channeling that anti-war sentiments on the American right in 2015 and winning on it, even though all of the pundits in Washington who were all, embedded in this Washingtonian thinking of things thought that was a huge political mistake. Turns out there was an absolutely winning card for Trump. But here's what I would have much preferred that the United States, instead of getting a bloody nose, actually proactively adjusted its foreign policy in the right direction, not as a result of a mistake, but as a result of a wise, forward-looking decision, recognizing the nature of power and that we are not going to be unipolar forever. We have stopped being that. And as a result, if we want to be able to sustain a strong global position in the long term, we actually do need to have an approach that is far more careful, far less reckless, and far more focused on American interest and the American people, rather than all of this money that we're spending, 750 bases around the world. You know, the other country that has a lot of bases around the world outside of their own territory is Russia and China. Russia has 11. China has 1 or 2.
Yeah.
We're at 750.
It's not
like,
comparable.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just not comparable. The cost of that, the manner in which it dictates the direction of American foreign policy towards more militarism, because that's the tools that we have. We have more lawyers at Pentagon than we have actually diplomats at the State Department. What does that say about our priorities? And what does that say that with those priorities, could we easily shift in a different direction? So I think it's going to be very hard. And I'm fearful, though, that the real shift will not come unless we have really big mistakes, bigger mistakes than this one. Because at the end of the day, if I want to say something positive or give Trump credit for something, I would give him credit for taking this deal and getting out of this war. I think the outcome of this negotiation will be a failed outcome. I don't think the likelihood is that great that it will come to an agreement. I think the most likely scenario is that it will be a non-agreed status quo that will come out of this, in which the two sides actually don't make an agreement, but nevertheless, the US doesn't go back into the war. The Iranians continue to control the straits, but they don't get the sanctions relief that they're looking for.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the two sides are too far away from each other to come to an agreement, but they nevertheless have a common interest in not going back into full-scale war.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not a great outcome at the end of the day. It may not be very stable, but most other American presidents, and we have now seen it, once faced with a debacle like this, what do? They just kick the can down the road. They just keep on telling the American people victory is just a couple of weeks or months away. And then 20 years later, we have ended up spending $2 trillion changing the government of Afghanistan from the Taliban back to the Taliban.
Yeah.
So pulling out is costly, but it's actually far less costly if you do it now than you wait a couple of more years.
And to the second question, I'm going to repeat it because it was very long. Do you feel like this is a different scenario than the purposely long and convoluted military quagmires that we found ourselves in with Afghanistan, Iraq, and even Vietnam as well? Because that didn't actually put a dent in America's force projection capabilities. And if so, why? Because I do believe that. I think that this is different because there's a lot more focus on what's going on. And this is the first time we've actually dealt with a foreign adversary that had the capacity to strike at profit centers, in particular, both in the GCC and also in Israel, and shut down the Strait of Hormuz and create a global panic around the energy markets.
So I think you're onto something there, because what you have in Afghanistan and in Iraq was, in Iraq, the United States won the war militarily in 3 weeks, right? And then the United States lost the peace. Same thing is true in Afghanistan. The Taliban were defeated, and then they came back because the United States could not stabilize the country. It could not help set up a new functioning government. Here, we're talking about, frankly, a military defeat. Not in the sense in a direct, battle, but because the Iranians managed to play the asymmetric card very cleverly and very effectively and squeeze the global economy that would just put the United States in a terrible situation and other countries in even worse situations. And as a result, we are where we are right now. So in that sense, it is very different. Saddam Hussein did not manage to bloody America's nose. Iraq and the instability that followed did bloody America's nose. But that wasn't a military defeat. It was a political and diplomatic defeat.
Yeah. So I guess what do you foresee taking place beyond this this situation where both parties don't actually align, but like the battle lines are drawn regardless? America fails to achieve his military objectives. It clearly is incapable of successfully attriting Iranian strike capabilities, given the asymmetric warfare that they've conducted. Do you see any stability here? What do you perceive China's role to be here as well? Because they are a major partner to the Gulf states, and they do get a lot of their energy from the Gulf states. they were capable of crafting a successful agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia in the past as well.
So Hassan, sorry, I do have to leave after this answer. I have another meeting at 4:00, but I think that's a very important question. No, of course, my pleasure. And I wish I had more time. China's role in all of this is going to be very interesting. There's a simplistic view in which, whenever the United States shoots itself in the foot, that this benefits China. And to a certain extent, that's absolutely true. But China is also in need of stability, and is particularly in need of stability in the Persian Gulf. So it is not happy to see an instability that has almost doubled the price of oil, creates all of these different challenges. And it could get much worse if this war had continued. So those are very worrisome signs for the Chinese as well. And it does appear, I haven't gotten this confirmed, that towards the end of these talks, the Chinese did weigh in with the Iranians to get them to agree to this, even though it's mostly on their terms. It was still a debate because, as you know, the Iranians agreed to a ceasefire back in June that Trump asked them for. And there's been a lot of commentary in Iran and a lot of rethinking in Iran's security establishment, in which the dominant narrative now is that it was a mistake for them to agree to that ceasefire. They should have continued the war then. And that has now also reflected the debate in Iran in the last couple of 24, 48 hours. And the Chinese appear to have weighed in and successfully gotten them to agree to this. Now, in the scenario that I see most likely, again, not preferable in any way, shape, or form, it will be not an entirely stable situation, but also not an entirely unstable situation. Because, again, as long as the common interest from both Iran and the US is not to get back into a full-scale war, they will probably try to avoid that. You will see the Israelis continue, but I don't think they can continue the war that long without American help. So instead, it will shift towards more of a dirty war, assassinations, and things of that nature. There will be great difficulties between Iran and the GCC. They have a lot of mistrust and anger on both sides to overcome. Obviously, a lot of the GCC states are very angry of having been hit as hard as they have been by Iran. Iran is very angry because it believes and has some evidence that many of them did allow the United States to use their airspace and Israel and territory to do attacks against Iran. And mindful of the fact that this was not just ordinary warfare, it was a lot of war crimes. It has, really deepened the anger on the Iranian side. In the best case scenario, the region manages to find its own path towards a new security architecture in which they manage and shoulder the responsibility of security in the region themselves, rather than relying on outside sources and forces. That ultimately, the latter part of just constantly having an external guarantor of security, tends to actually create pockets of security, but a lot of instability at the same time.
All right. Trita Parsi, everybody. Thank you so much. Is there anything you would like to promote before I let you go?
Love for the folks to follow me on Twitter at tparsi or at Substack at Trita Parsi. And you can also go and check out the website of the Quincy Institute, which is quincyinst.org.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Real honor to have you on the broadcast.
Likewise.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that was, like I said, Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute. Phenomenal voice. This was a last second interview that I secured with him. And it was really awesome that he was willing to do it. That's the reason why it was like a much shorter conversation that we had. Hopefully we'll have a much longer one as well. Chatters are expressing a huge interest in having Trita come back on stream in a couple weeks. Yes, we will do that. Absolutely. But now we will get to the situation monitoring before I get to the Abdul El Sayed stuff, because clearly it's a big deal. Trita never wrong. Parsi, outstanding pickup for the stream. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, he's a brilliant voice in this space, and of course, consistently maligned unjustifiably, as is the case with most people who are right but too early. Okay, that's just kind of how it goes. All right, but I'll talk about Dana Bash and like the insanity of her panel. But before I do that, I think it's important for us to monitor the situation a little bit, right? And as you guys might know, look, I'm a big fan of the Quincy Institute, so I rep them pretty hard. So let's get into it. Yesterday there was a taco moment after Donald Trump said he was going to do a genocide on Iran. And then he backed away from it at the last moment. And there's obviously some details that they're not covering adequately on mainstream news. I'm going to pee real quick while this runs, and I'm going to give you some commentary on it. Let's go.
In just a few hours, the Pentagon will provide an update on Operation Epic Fury as President Trump reveals a ceasefire between Iran has now been reached.
The commander-in-chief posting in part, quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate."
The president says this marks a big day for world peace, revealing the next steps for the region. Quote, "The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well."
Here to break down the latest peace proposal is Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Lawrence, good morning. It was truly the 11th hour, down to the wire, when President Trump announced this ceasefire agreement shortly after the Iranians put out a statement matching the president's and then proceeded to launch missiles and drones at Gulf countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in Tel Aviv after the ceasefire was announced.
So one of the funniest things about this instance was, of course, the fact that a lot of the pro-Israel spokespeople on the internet were instantly complaining and saying, "What do you mean? This is supposed to be a dual ceasefire," which, for the record, a ceasefire means both parties agree to it regardless, right? Like a dual ceasefire is redundant. And yet they had to say it's a dual ceasefire because Israel usually never ceases to fire. So when they got a little taste of that medicine back, immediately they were complaining. There was obviously my favorite Israel propagandist, my favorite Hasbarist last night, who was saying, like, look what they're doing to us. You know, sirens over Tel Aviv again. He said, breaking, nonstop Iranian, Eyal Yacobi says, breaking, nonstop Iranian missiles raining down on Tel Aviv less than 2 hours into the ceasefire. Since the ceasefire began, Iran has attacked Israel, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Where is the outrage? I said, oh, you don't like it when one side doesn't cease its fire during a ceasefire. Interesting. Because in every single one of these circumstances, it's like you only get to violate these rules over and over again because you operate in this might makes right environment. And all of a sudden, if you have another adversary in the region that is mighty enough, when the shoe's on the other foot, you don't like it. Okay. I don't know what the reasoning for why the Iranian missile strikes were while the ceasefire was supposedly agreed upon. Having said that, Israel very clearly did not want this ceasefire to take place anyway. They were very frustrated. They were not cut in on this deal, as I talked to with Trita Parsi earlier, and they were losing their minds on the timeline. It turns out that they were not cut in on the fact that the ceasefire was even taking place at all. I assume that it's a byproduct of the Mosaic system that they have, which is decentralized. There's no central communications hub in the Iranian defenses, so these different hubs were still continuing to pummel because they didn't get the message that the ceasefire had been implemented. So Israel, on the other hand, this morning, started slamming Beirut and southern Lebanon, killing hundreds of people in what the Lebanese side said was the most intense bombing that they've withstood since the beginning of this last Operation Epic Fury.
What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump, and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place. Now, since the overnight hours, the fire has stopped toward Israel, but has continued toward Gulf countries. The agreement, in part, appears to be holding, but we're looking now at the details of this deal. The Wall Street Journal reports on Iran's proposed plan that includes 10 separate points. Some of them include the U.S. guaranteeing a non-aggression pact with Iran, continuing Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of secondary sanctions, an end of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, an end to the IAEA's resolutions on Iran's nuclear program, compensation, payment for Iran and its war damage, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts. Those are a number of points that are not going to be reached, and the next 2 weeks are going to be critical as negotiators try to hammer this out. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted a statement on X overnight agreeing with the president about the ceasefire, saying Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. We're also getting a look inside of Iran today, where pro-government demonstrators gathered and chanted in the streets of the Iranian capital here in Tehran. They chanted death to America, death to Israel. They were burning U.S. flags and chanting victory in the aftermath of this nearly 40-day war that erupted in the region with the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. So right now, the entire world looking at this 2 weeks to see if some of these details can be worked out for a ceasefire agreement. But it is a delicate moment.
And for the record, this could have been a total ceasefire hoax to forcibly lower the price of the oil barrel, which worked, for the record. It went from $114 approximately down to like 90. I don't know where it's at currently. But is that good enough for Donald Trump to advance and ensure that this ceasefire holds, which would require restraining Israel, as I've said, bringing Israel to heel? That is the primary focus of American foreign policy. It should have been the primary focus of American foreign policy since October 8th, 2023. And we've moved in the exact opposite direction. A lot of people at the State Department under Biden understood that this was a necessity, and some even quit their jobs publicly because Biden wouldn't do it. And now there are even people in the Trump administration that recognize that we have to restrain Israel. We have the power and capabilities of restraining Israel, but we're choosing not to. And any kind of leaning in the direction of Israel is going to have devastating consequences for the entire world, and we're seeing that unfold. We've been seeing that unfold for the past 39 days, and yet seemingly there's no restraint being demonstrated from, or no restraint being demanded even from the Trump side. That's where we're at. And considering the fact that it's clear that not only did America nor Israel actually achieve any of its strategic military objectives, and on top of that, created this global panic that obviously had some pressures on Donald Trump. It's clear that the reporting that stated that America was the one that was pushing for this ceasefire is most likely real, right? Some might say it's propaganda. Oh, you're just doing resistance propaganda. But it's obvious that there was one party that was no longer willing to engage in this war, and that was the United States of America. I truly do believe that Iran wanted to set up sufficient deterrence. And if America doesn't think that this sufficient military deterrence was established and thinks it can continue waging this war, upping the ante, targeting more civilian targets, killing more civilians in general, and trying to turn a country of 93 million people into Gaza in the sufficient time frame that is necessary, where they are not capable of destroying the global energy markets permanently, they're going to go back into it. They're going to go back into it. But there is the Financial Times reporting that I'm obviously leaning into that says U.S. directly pushed Pakistan to arrange a ceasefire deal while talking about escalation. So they were, on the timeline, they were posturing in this, barbaric manner. But behind closed doors, they absolutely were begging for a deal. They were begging to stop the bleeding, right? It makes sense. It makes sense when you think about the war objectives that were not accomplished at all. And not only that, but also Donald Trump personally admitted that initially that they thought that the Iranian demands were quite reasonable, that there was the workings of a negotiation, right? There's the workings of a actual negotiation there. And the Iranian demands, the 10-point demands that they've made, have not changed since day one. So what changed? Well, what changed is the calculation, right? This doesn't mean that Iran has unlimited striking capabilities, because I have seen a lot of people, some of the resistance Twitter that constantly talks about the IRGC or Hamas or any number of different resistance fronts as though they are pawns in this game that they're playing on the internet in a way that's not dissimilar to how like the pro Ukraine, pro NATO Twitter talks about Ukrainians and how they have to consistently wage war. Resistance Twitter was mad. They're like, what are you doing? You need to blow up Israel further. Like, this is so stupid. And it's like, Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions. And the Iranian government's primary focus is still to maintain sovereignty, right? And ensure that their people are not being slaughtered. So they understand their limitations as well, which is, I think, the reason why they were fine. They thought that maybe they had established sufficient military deterrence. They had done enough economic damage that America would actually finally come to the table and treat them as a serious partner. Okay? Iran doesn't have unlimited munitions, and Iran doesn't have unlimited appetite for death and destruction. You have to understand that. They are thinking about this very clearly. They've demonstrated sufficient restraint in the past, and now they've demonstrated sufficient military deterrence. But they obviously interpret the battle conditions in a way that's a lot in a way that's much more strategic than random Twitter users. Okay, I don't think their capacity plays part in the specific war at all. No, there's a limit. As long as the war wages on, there's also a lot of economic damage that they're taking. Okay, their facilities are being destroyed. Their railways are being bombed by Israel, which is what happened yesterday. They don't want their power plants to fucking to be bombed into oblivion. That is not just tremendous economic damage, but that will cause a lot of deaths. Okay, so from their perspective, they've been able to show the world that they have the capability to force America to concede. Whichever, from this point on, as long as America abides by these conditions, then they're good. Now they can rebuild, right? That was the goal. Their primary focus here is to ensure that there's sanctions relief and to ensure that America actually restrains Israel so they can have some regional stability. It's clear that is the goal. We'll see how much appetite America has for continued death and destruction. Unless they actually threaten to withdraw from the talks, it just sounds like impotent whining, which actually invites more violations, says Matthew Petty. And I think there's some truth to that, because it's very clear that Israel is not interested in abiding by these conditions. And given that Israel has always played the role of spoiler here, you have to make it very clear that if you're Iran, you have to make it very clear that like you have to restrain Israel. Okay? Ghalibaf released this statement on the violation of the 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal agreed framework before the start of the negotiations. The deep historical distrust we hold towards the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been replaced once again. As the President of the United States has clearly stated in his Truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate in the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. Number 1, non-compliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif also explicitly referred to and declared as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions effective immediately. This includes anywhere and everywhere where there's an axis of resistance force, including Gaza as well. It's not just Lebanon, but there is, I think, a little bit of miscommunication that's taking place here. On the American side, it might be strategic miscommunication or it might be genuine miscommunication. Regardless, the entry of an intruding drone into Iranian airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in the Fars province, in clear violation of the clause prohibiting further violation of Iranian airspace, and the denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before the negotiations began. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire negotiations is unreasonable. If you understand that your enemy does not respond to anything but force, does not respond to anything but military deterrence. That's the only way that they engage in restraint. You have to go back to what's been working for you. Okay? And like I've said, I think there are international partners here that have to play a much larger role in demanding that America restrain Israel, or maybe even demand Israel cease its attempts if they want the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened again, right? But considering how much Israel firsters have been frustrated when the ceasefire was even released, it doesn't seem to be the case that there's enough appetite internally in the American government to go back to implementing some sort of ceasefire here. I think it almost feels like a repeat of Russian failures and a repeat of even the Western agitation and the Western interest in continuing the maximalist demands being made on their side with the unjustifiable and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. I don't know where we go, but what I can tell you is that the Strait of Hormuz is no longer open for business. I'm happy that the worst possible outcome has been avoided. Donald Trump engaging in the nuclear option, or the worst possible outcome of Donald Trump blowing up the energy grid in its entirety in Iran, has been avoided for the time being. So that's good, especially because that was the threat. But it's obvious that there are a lot of forces that are frustrated by this. Here is some of them. Eli Afriat says, the time has come. Instead of Israel and the U.S. eliminating the regime is bombing Israel. Dear Trump, what did you do all this for? E. Fatlow says, the ceasefire is disappointing. At the end of the day, the people of the West have prioritized their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran. I don't have enough fingers to count the amount of people who have ranted at me about gas prices for the last few weeks. Kosher says, I don't know how to feel about this. Noah Magid says, this makes me sick. Dr. Eli David says, what the fuck? Trump just shared a Rakshi's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here's the 10-point proposal. This, of course, will be seen as weakness by the entire Middle East, says Yoav Kaufman. A ceasefire is a very bad idea for the future, for the Iranian people, for Israel and the USA, and basically the whole civilization. Oriel, I don't like it at all. This is a weak move and a wrong move. Finish the job. Terminate the regime. Noah Magid, I don't give a fuck about the Strait of Hormuz. Daniel Rubenstein, Iran has not conceded anything. Spring in Iran. I'm so angry, dejected, and heartbroken right now. Fuck. Trump instantly went from hero to zero, says Oren Haas. Are you disappointed with the ceasefire? Asks Vivid Prowess, all the way from India. Noah Magid again. I'm disgusted. A fake ceasefire with terrorists while we're in shelters, missiles over our heads, while millions of innocent Iranians have lost hope. Yoav Kaufman, what good does a ceasefire do for anyone but Iran? Donald Trump, fine. Here's a ceasefire. Islamic Republic presses send on ballistic missiles to Israel. And it just goes on and on and on and on. And it's very obvious. It's very obvious that the Israeli population is not very happy about this, or at least some of the mouthpieces, not very happy about the ceasefire. They wanted the death and destruction campaign to continue. They wanted to kill more Iranians. They wanted to destabilize Iran. They wanted to destroy Iran. And they don't care if the rest of the fucking planet collapses into this massive energy crisis. Very selfish, okay? Unbelievably selfish. Why are we not telling Israel to suck it? We are the United States of America. We are the hegemonic superpower, at least for the time being. Why don't we act like it? All of this, of course, erodes the confidence that even some of Israel's most loyal supporters have from the American side of things. So, nevertheless, we continue. We continue the battle that's waging.
First,
here's what J.D. Vance had to say.
First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. First of all,
this also makes it virtually impossible to deal with the United States of America or Israel. If you're a foreign adversary, if you're a nation in the periphery, how the fuck can you ever trust America to hold its word? Like, it's crazy. This is a very different dynamic. We live in a different world now. 39 days ago, we existed in a totally different reality. We are no longer in that reality. And I don't think people in positions of power at the highest ranks in the American administration recognize that. Okay? I don't think they recognize that at all. Meanwhile, Shabazz Sharif openly stated ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. How many times will we have to keep quoting the direct words of Trump Vance teams as mediator? It is insane. The low regard these people hold us in. The United States literally texted Prime Minister Sharif what to say on Twitter, and it included Lebanon. Exactly. We know it. We know they copy pasted it. It's ridiculous, right? It's totally ridiculous. It's sloppy misinformation that doesn't even work any longer. I think people have hardened their positions against Israel and against Israel's malignant influence on American foreign policy and sometimes even domestic policy, as a matter of fact. And there's no way to change that dynamic. But what also doesn't make sense is that America is still operating as though it has the capability of doing unlimited death and destruction. It has the capabilities of achieving its strategic military goals, and they're just simply not doing that. But they could, right? Like, you talk like this and you act as though there's miscommunication. You say it's propaganda only if you actually have the military might to back it up. And it's very clear, given that America was consistently demanding a ceasefire, that they also at a certain point recognize that they don't have that capacity any longer. So on the one hand, they're still behaving like they could bring Iran to heel, but also on the other hand, they don't have the force to show it, or at least they don't have the appetite for further death and destruction, especially while Iran continues to close the Strait of Hormuz and dominate what takes place in the energy markets, or has a say in what takes place in the energy crisis that will unfold. It's clear, and Myrov is correct. Netanyahu will absolutely use Lebanon to torpedo this after defense officials made clear Hezbollah disarmament is not a realistic goal in this current operation. So we know the reason the press on it is for domestic politics, but it's not just domestic politics. I think this is like Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu is not just like responsive to like domestic pressures here. I think this is the overall goal is like, they're pretty open about it. Like, they think Iran is far weaker than it's ever been. The Iranian axis of resistance, the Iranian-backed axis of resistance, have been diminished in its capacity to restrain Israel militarily. That is true, right? So they think this is the only time where they can ever do this. This is the last possible moment for them, especially because what they did in the process caused tremendous anger towards Israel, and they've lost their base of support in the Western populations. No one will ever see Israel the same ever again, and therefore it's going to be much more difficult for these countries to continue being reliable allies to Israel, both on the political front, where they can offer political cover in the United Nations, or even when it comes to offering military aid to Israel directly. So this is their last shot. That's the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu wants to sully this deal, because he wants to keep dominating Iran. And we've already known, because I read pieces of this New York Times article yesterday. We know that this was always like the Israeli goals that they suggested to Donald Trump in an effort to get him into pulling the trigger was a lie. It was built around complete lies. The idea that this would be just like Venezuela, demonstrable lie, right? The idea that they could foment enough instability internally to destabilize the regime if it didn't turn into like a Venezuela-style operation where they decapitate the existing leadership and the new leadership that comes in is much more pliant to American demands. Also a lie. The idea that they could successfully attrit Iranian strike capabilities against the Gulf and Israel, also a lie. That didn't happen. The idea that Iran wouldn't even strike the Gulf States was immediately disproven, right? So here we are
in the region, and a lot of moving parts, guys.
Hey, Trey, so you obviously were reporting there on strikes that were still coming into Israel. There are reports that strikes are still happening in the region. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this morning there were reports of explosions on 2 Iranian islands and at least 1 oil facility off the coast of Iran, an indication that the United States or Israel is still conducting airstrikes against the Iranian regime. But it also comes amid new incoming fire toward Gulf countries. Both Kuwait and the UAE have reported dozens of ceasefire violations. We're talking about drones and missiles being launched over the Persian Gulf toward these countries. And so it raises questions about if this ceasefire is actually in place, if this is an issue of getting the command down to some of these lower IRGC officials in the south of the country. But what we have seen in the aftermath of that announcement by President Trump is a variety of ceasefire violations by the Iranians that has included ballistic missile fire toward Israel and drone and cruise missile attacks toward Gulf countries.
So, Trey, speak to the enriched uranium. It still remains a key issue in all of this. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I've been talking with Israeli officials this morning, and they have been relatively quiet, simply responding, we need to get the job done. They raise a lot of questions about Iran's enriched uranium and questions about if this will be able to be addressed at the negotiating table. They pointed out that nothing has changed from the early days of Operation Epic Fury. And you'll remember U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff talking about how the Iranians first entered into negotiations before this war began, saying that they had enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. Israeli officials are asking, where is that enriched uranium? And if the United States believes that as a result of these 2 weeks, they'll be able to get a deal that addresses this nuclear threat. One official said, we don't want Iran to turn into North Korea. And there are serious questions that still remain about the ability to secure that highly enriched uranium, the main reason that this operation began.
Trey, there are 2 things in the 10-point proposal that are really the biggest red flags, according to all the articles I've read and according to us. Number 1 is the acceptance of the enrichment. They want to continue to enrich uranium. We can never allow them to do that. In fact, we want to go in and try to get that enriched uranium that is buried underground. So, but then I'm reading.
That question is how? Like, if we have the capability to do so, why haven't we done it? You know, everybody talks about what we should be doing, but at the end of the day, it literally turns into don't siege Leningrad, just take it. Okay. All the armchair generals on television just keep demanding that America do something that is clearly outside of their capabilities. Because if it was within their capabilities, they would do it. Like, do we feel like America has this power and they're just simply not doing it because they love Iran or something? Like they want Iran to have the enriched uranium? What a stupid demand this is. It's been 39 fucking days. Obviously, if America could do it without putting boots on the ground and engaging in potentially a decades-long conflict with Iran that will be devastating for every party involved in it and all of the other forces in the region, that will only continue the pain that the global energy markets experience. In the absence of that, it's clearly not in the cards for Donald Trump and the American forces to go in and take out the enriched uranium. There's one way to do it, or there was rather one way to do it. It had happened in the past, and that was with the JCPOA. If you want to restrain Iran's nuclear grade enriched uranium capacity, if you want to restrain Iran's nuclear capacity, there was one way that we had successfully done that, right? It was with the JCPOA. Barack Obama did it. Donald Trump ripped it apart. It's clear that there's no other outcome here. And it shouldn't take tens of billions, almost $100 billion of loss and the loss of American troops from the American perspective, because they clearly don't care about the people that they're killing. But it shouldn't take all of that for America to finally come to that conclusion. And it seems to me like America is still not at that conclusion. even if behind closed doors, they're communicating as though they've reached that conclusion. Because that's the other element here. Behind closed doors, they're begging for a deal. America is, right? In public, they're saying, oh, Iran is begging us for a deal. It's over for Iran. We've destroyed them. Look at how mighty our military is, right? But the reality of the matter is they understand that they don't have the capability to do this. They don't have the power to do this without engaging in a potential decades-long boots-on-the-ground invasion of a country that is much larger than any other country that we've invaded, that has 93 million people in it, many armed combatants that have a lot more experience in engaging in counterinsurgency and insurgent-style asymmetric warfare. And unlike Afghanistan or unlike Iraq, there's also clearly a strategic choke point that they are controlling. Elon Levy says if President Trump lets the Iranians charge a toll for ships in the Strait of Hormuz, then every time you fill up your car at the pump, you will put money straight in the pockets of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This will be a humiliating disaster for the United States. Mortaza says this is hilarious because Israel is currently inflicting a global economic crisis on the world by continuing the war and even overriding any attempt to ceasefire and generating extreme anger in the process by people far from the conflict whose material interests are being harmed. Now that there's an obvious split emerging between the United States and Israeli positions, foreign countries can safely engage in economic boycotts, derecognition of passports, and other measures targeting Israel until it ceases the war without having to confront Washington. That is what has to happen. There's also the other side of this, obviously, the Democrats and the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be the prominent Democrats that are supposed to be like celebrating the fact that Donald Trump is retreating from the absolute worst elements of his goals, absolute worst goals that he had of like death and destruction, full-blown genocide campaign. Chris Murphy went on CNN and was like, "Oh, this ceasefire is unbelievable. I hope it's not real. I hope it's not real at all."
Stand out here. One, the safe passage that Trump is saying is going to be provided.
This is what he said last night, and then he continued to say even more unhinged things.
Weeks as part of this, kind of the central part of it, through Hormuz. They're saying is possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces, which obviously implies that Iran controls the strait. And then from the National Security Council, they say this confers upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing in terms of them regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do you hear in all this?
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's...
Like, how can Democrats not understand that this is horrible messaging, right? Like, this literally proves what I've been saying all along, what we've been seeing all along, which is the idea that Democrats are not actually against destroying Iran, blowing up Iran, and waging war with Iran. They just get to sit there and act as though this wasn't in the cards for them. This wasn't their desire at all. This is no different than the same energy presented by Chuck Schumer in that famous Taco Trump. Trump always chickens out. If you're going to cut a side deal and negotiate with Iran without telling us, like, that's bullshit. You have to bomb them. It's the same shit. And this is the most transparent version of that sentiment, where instead of saying, look, we should have never gotten into this predicament to begin with, and although it's a worse position overall for Donald Trump, I'm glad that there's finally a pathway towards a ceasefire, long-lasting peace in the region. But instead of saying that, they're saying we could have done it better. We could have continued this war in a more effective manner. Or saying Donald Trump should continue this war in a more effective manner to absolutely destroy the Iranian nuclear capabilities. Like, there's no alternative here. They don't even present the alternative that Democrats famously advanced, use the JCPOA. Say this is a worse deal overall from an American perspective than even the JCPOA. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's clear that we have to negotiate with these people. It's clear that we have to engage with Iran in diplomacy rather than constantly warmongering. All of this is unnecessary. All of this was unnecessary. We learned a hard lesson. But as you know, as people with clear minds and good conscience, we should now turn around and say, all right, we're just gonna diplomatically engage with Iran. Commend Donald Trump even for following through on this, regardless of how tyrannical he is. But they're not doing that. What they're doing instead is agitating Trump. And what they don't realize is this makes them look consistent. This makes them look like cowards, makes them look weak. Okay? To the average person, they might not care about what happens to the Iranian people, but they don't like that the war is continuing and their gas prices are going up. And the Democrats are supposed to be in opposition to that, right? At least they're trying to communicate their opposition to that. But when they come out, when a ceasefire is imminent, and they say, oh, well, this is a massive failure for Trump. What the fuck are you doing? You should, you didn't achieve any of the strategic goals, and don't actually provide any counter or don't actually commend even an attempt towards diplomacy, even if Donald Trump is inconsistent on that front and most likely will not pursue diplomacy and try to create a long-lasting ceasefire here, long-lasting stability in the region. You're basically saying to the average person that's watching, to your base, is that you would be more violent than Donald Trump. You would have done a much better job of bringing Iran to heel, utilizing the same resources that Donald Trump is utilizing right now. And that's fucking bullshit. This is the major problem. Democrats are not in disagreement with killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Democrats are not in disagreement overall with engaging Iran militarily, right? They actually want it, and they like that Trump did it, and now they can act as though they were always in opposition to it. But even then, they don't present a strong enough opposition. They don't actually try to get people on the record with the War Powers Resolution when they should have, right? Now they're talking about it, but they should have done this months ago at this point, right? And they consistently say, oh, it's the process. It's the process that we disagree with. You didn't ask us for advice. You didn't ask us for confirmation. Fuck the process. You should be undermining the argument in its entirety. Why are we waging war with Iran to begin with? It's unfucking believable. And while Americans, like I said, are maybe not as careful or considerate about the everyday existence of ordinary Iranians and what we're doing to them right now, they do see their tax dollars light on fucking fire, and they do know what it looks like when they're paying, $20 extra at the pump. They see that. They see that as a negative impact, and they also tie this back directly to Israel. They know that we're waging this war because this is Israel's goals that we're accomplishing. Okay? So for liberals to try to frame this as like we would have actually accomplished Israel's war better than Trump, well, that's a fucking idiotic argument to present. You look silly. You're not even utilizing the moment. You're not even taking advantage of the moment to set a clear distinction between yourself and the Trump administration. I can't believe it. They're proving exactly what I've been saying all along. What we've been saying all along. Democrats, having spent 5 weeks doing nothing but silently go along with Trump's barbaric war, are now complaining that he chickened out. They are going on cable news and lamenting the fact that Trump didn't commit a genocide tonight. Deeply, deeply unserious people. Scum, even. They're doing the same technique again. They're saying, diet fascism. We would have done restrained fascism, diet fascism. We would have done more organized fascism.
2-week ceasefire is insufficient. We need a permanent end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice, which is why House Democrats have demanded that Speaker Mike Johnson immediately reconvene the House back into session so we can move a War Powers Resolution that will end this conflict permanently.
That seems unlikely to happen. What do you actually think is going to happen in this 2-week period? What do you need to, assuming that doesn't happen, what do you need to see happen or want to see happen in this 2-week period?
Assuming it doesn't happen this week, we go back into session next week and we will present a War Powers resolution as soon as it becomes available to us to do so as a matter of privilege on the House floor. All we need are a handful of Republicans to join us. The American people strongly oppose this reckless war of choice and know that we should not be spending billions of dollars to drop bombs in Iran while Republicans and Donald Trump are unwilling to spend a dime to actually make life more affordable for the American people, including but not limited to by extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's unbelievable in terms of the priorities, and yet we've seen this president's behavior unhinged, unpresidential, unconscionable, including the messages that he's communicated to the American people over the last few days.
Yes, Dana Fesh talked about me. I know. I'll cover that. I will get I will get into that in a little bit. Okay.
2-week ceasefire is
yeah. Calling for a War Powers resolution after the ceasefire announcement is funny, but it will still backfire on Hakeem Jeffries, because the reason why he's calling for it after the ceasefire is because it's over, right? By his calculation, this is the least effective time to demand this. However, given the tendency of Israel to ruin ceasefires, even though he said this last night, that ceasefire is not happening any longer. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. So now he accidentally backed himself into a corner where he unironically has to do the right thing. Fantastic. So expect him to turn around and say, all right, maybe now is not the time for ceasefire later down the line, or hold off on, hold off on demanding a War Powers resolution. Because from his perspective, now would have been the perfect time to make it seem like he's against Donald Trump's unnecessary wars of choice. Okay? So much for the wouldn't be just as bad shit from libs. I know. It's very, very frustrating that so many liberals are stuck on the optics of the situation and refuse to recognize that our electeds, our representatives, are not representing our interests. And that's precisely the reason why they're pushing. That's precisely the reason why they're pushing back on the War Powers resolution. But Chris Murphy had a back and forth with Adam Johnson that I thought was really good and really illustrative of the problems that I see with the way liberals are communicating on this. Adam Johnson says liberal messaging that, 1, centers Israel's security, 2, paints Iran as strengthened, and this being inherently sinister, and 3, demagoguing about a nuclear program are reinforcing the logic of U.S. and Israel hostility. These aren't gotchas, they're racist, morally stunted frameworks. The U.S. bombed a school, killing 150 girls. It attacked with provocation. It destroyed hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure, killed 4,000 plus with no moral or legal justification. No morally sound person should care what was achieved. This isn't a game of risk, Adam Johnson says, and he's right. Okay, we have to oppose this war on the moral front, on moral grounds. And we can also oppose the war on legal grounds. We could oppose the war on the reality that it is also leading to economic disaster. Okay, there's a million avenues. But the one thing Democrats consistently keep doing when they talk about the process, and they did this with Venezuela as well, okay? When they did this with Venezuela as well, they said, oh, well, Maduro's a tyrant. He's awful. He's a monster. We're glad that he's getting deposed, but we just don't like the way that Donald Trump did it. It's like when you give him the justification, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Ro Khanna absolutely cooked on this as well. He went on MS Now, and he said exactly those words. I'm glad that there's at least someone saying the quiet part out loud, or the part that Democrats are refusing to say. Here it is.
What do you say to people who say the 25th Amendment or impeachment, as we have seen twice before with this specific president, when it's controlled by Republicans, that's just not a realistic scenario?
I think you're using things too tactically. You've been so immune. How about moral principle? How about that when a president threatens to blow up other nations, that we have to see some response to saying that we have a higher moral dimension, that there's something called conviction in politics, that the lives of the Iranian people matter, that the lives of people in Gaza matter, that the lives of people in Cuba matter, that when Donald Trump is echoing Gallant and calling people animals who live in Iran, that we will be a Democratic Party who says that is morally wrong. And when we don't say that, and when we hide behind proceduralism, and when we hide behind tactics, and we hide behind the fact that we don't have votes, then what we say to most Americans is we're not willing to fight for our vision for America, for our moral vision. You know who is willing to fight for his vision of America? Donald Trump. And you know why the Democrats keep losing? Because we don't have conviction in our politics. We don't have inspiration and passion in our politics. We've got people there 50 years who read the same scripts, put out the same bland statements. Get out. Let a new generation lead. You've been ineffective. The base doesn't like you. The base wants fighters. The base wants people with moral vision. And the only people the base are more upset with than Donald Trump is the ineffective leadership of the Democratic Party to stand up when a president of the United States is threatening genocide.
That's it. This is wall-to-wall bars, 1 minute and 34 seconds of cooking, okay? That's the message. You should not shy away from saying exactly this, okay? This is one of the best messages I've seen from any elected, speaking clearly about the demands that voters are making of their elected representatives to demonstrate moral courage, to demonstrate a vision, charting a better pathway, a better future for the United States of America, especially with our foreign entanglements, especially with our dealings with Israel and what we've done in Iran and many other places as well. The human element of this cannot be lost in the conversation. It's crazy to me, but it is objectively racist, right? It's objectively racist to just be like, well, yeah, we killed a whole bunch of school children or whatever, but at the end of the day, you know, if we achieved our war goals, it would have been fine. Like, would it have been fine? Yeah. Adam Johnson also talked about this with like Chris Murphy, because Chris Murphy says, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control of the Strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drop sanctions against Iran. If this isn't true, and let's hope it's not, it's proof that there's indeed no deal. Adam Johnson said the thing about Chris Murphy is he has pathological triangulation brain. From immigration to war, he simply can't resist taking a decent lefty stance, then immediately attacking Republicans from the right and lamenting over the same confused process or competency criticism, right? It's so stupid. It doesn't make sense. You look inconsistent. You look like you are utterly devoid of any principles on this, right? And Chris Murphy actually replied to it, right? Murphy explicitly, this was what he said after. He said, Iran says the U.S. has agreed to their 10-point plan, which gives them control over the Strait, lets them keep their nuclear program and also their missiles, and drop sanctions against Iran. If this is true, let's hope it's not, right? I just read that. Murphy explicitly lobbies against the tentative ceasefire deal. Pray tell Chris what terms you think Iran will accept after the U.S. sneak attacked them, killed their leaders, did an Oklahoma City bombing on a girls' school, killed 4,000 more. Guys, I know Fox is doing a hit piece on me again. They haven't stopped doing it. Please shut the fuck up, okay? It doesn't matter. The hits are going to keep coming. We have to cover actual news, okay? I can't sit here and listen to racial animus directed against me and also candidates that I align with over and over again for hours every single fucking day, okay? We have to be serious. Although they are unserious, here, the Hasanabi fucking broadcasts have to be serious. Someone has to actually fucking cover the news, okay? Who cares what they say? Anyway, Adam Johnson says, did an OKC-style bombing on a girls' school and killed 4,000 more. Some versions of this is the only way it ends. To which Adam Johnson actually replied. He said, if you've paid any attention to what I've said for weeks, you know what I want this war to end immediately. So, of course, I'm glad if the ceasefire holds. That's not inconsistent with pointing out that we're worse off now than before the war started, and that it's bad if Iran controls the Strait. I've been 100% clear. There is no military means to reopen the Strait, and the only way forward is for Trump to stop the war. I think it's important to point out how ham-handed this entire endeavor has been, and how nobody should see Trump's actions as some expert maneuver in war-making and statecraft. To which he also had some pretty decent replies to. I don't know where the replies are, but he basically had a back and forth with Chris Murphy that ended up with him saying, like, how do you think we address the genuine demands that Iran as a sovereign nation is making about the reparations that they are owed, right? Clearly, the toll process actually is the least, is the process in which they can demand these reparations with the least amount of friction, because this way America doesn't do direct payments, direct cash payments, and rather allows Iran to collect the toll and rebuild their country and rebuild the damage that we have dealt them, right? It makes total sense. It's not like Congress is going to pay for it. It's not like anyone else is going to fucking pay for it. And they are owed reparations. It's understandable, right? To which he responded with, fine, but some people are going to think, oh, yeah, he said, how one views Trump's competency is irrelevant to the substance of the ceasefire terms. Clearly, he's an oaf, but acting as if it's some giveaway to Iran is doing the pro-war camp's work for them. What other mechanism than tolls could Iran possibly leverage to secure reparations? Chris Murphy says, fine, but some people are going to think the agreement is good and the war was worth it. Our goal should be to show that the war and the subsequent ceasefire, if it really exists, was way worse than the war having never happened. And this involves showing how the world after a ceasefire is worse than the world before the war started, which is why I point out it's bad that Iran now tolls the strait. If people think this agreement is a victory, then it will open lanes for future Trump illegal wars. Yeah, you know what this actually opens up a lane for? Trump to continue this illegal war, because he sees this kind of stuff and he goes, okay, everyone's cooking my ass. They're not letting me eat the damage on this ceasefire. They are obviously calling out. They're obviously agitating for more destruction. Fuck it. Maybe we do actually do boots on the ground military warfare. So because Chris Murphy isn't wrong, right? This is correct. From an American framework, if you are thinking America first, American empire first, yes, of course America is in a worse position overall. But this requires, this situation requires people on the opposition party to position themselves actually in opposition with the overarching goals of the Trump administration. This is the problem. The problem is Democrats are not in opposition to the goals that Trump has demonstrated. They want those goals. They just never seemingly had, I guess, the courage or the mania to follow through on it. These aren't narrative abstractions, Adam Johnson responds with, and says, answer 2 questions. Do you think Iran has the right to missile defense? Do you think it's reasonable for Iran to expect war reparations for what you yourself concede is an illegal war? And if so, what mechanism should guarantee this? You very much appear to be opposing baseline Iran self-defense as such, and any type of recompense for Iran after the U.S. killed thousands, destroyed hundreds of billions of infrastructure in a war of aggression that we all agree was unjustified and illegitimate. Is that a fair summation? This is what we mean when we say these guys are 2 sides of the same coin with some minor differences. But if you are justifying the underlying reasons as to why this, some kind of military action had to happen, right? Then it doesn't matter how belligerent Trump is, right? Then it's just a difference in tactics. What Democrats should be doing in this moment is to oppose the war in its entirety, not justify the goals that Trump has presented. You have to oppose the goals that Trump has presented. You have to ask a tough question and say, why are we doing this? We, on the one hand, claim it's an illegal war, it's unjustifiable, but on the other hand, we say, that it's good. It's technically something that needed to happen, right? We had to kill the Ayatollah. We had to actually destroy Iran's munitions capabilities, right? It's ridiculous. It's a sovereign country. Of course, sovereign nations are going to have some kind of military deterrence to ensure that what's happening to Iran right now doesn't ever happen again. When you present an argument like this, you're basically saying, I agree with the goals, I just don't agree with the methods. And you don't even demonstrate what your methods would look like. And that reads as inconsistent to the average person. The average person is not putting a lot of thought into this situation. But they are aware enough to recognize that this is an inconsistent way to talk about this issue. Okay? I mean, I think Adam Johnson's 2 questions were great, and the answers should be, Yes, of course Iran has a right to self-defense. Of course, every country has a right to defend itself. It's how you defend yourself that matters, right? Anyway, I'm supposed to be talking to the Kneecap boys right now, but I don't know where it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, we can reschedule as well if you know, because I'm what the hell? We just lost the internet for a second, but it's back. It's back. That was crazy. Yeah, what the Sigma is right. We're back. All right. There was actually a really good statement from PM Pedro Sanchez. I hate to get PSO'd here, but he said, the government of Spain will not applaud those who set the world on fire just because they show up with a bucket. And that was bars. Okay. That was absolutely bars. Let's be real. He cooked on that one. Okay. Switch the vid to live now, huh? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. So I showed you one good statement from Ro Khanna opposing the war on all fronts, including moral and legal, right? And I showed you one bad statement from Chris Murphy. Obviously, the Democrats are channeling exactly what Chris Murphy's been saying. In an effort to immediately oppose Donald Trump while still maintaining some kind of militant posture, they end up justifying why Donald Trump did this to begin with. Okay? Suleiman Maswadeh says, an Israeli source tells me about the ceasefire. We were surprised by Trump's decision. We received updates in the final moments when everything seemed finalized. We are committed to the ceasefire. He's a diplomatic correspondent. And Shael Ben Ephraim says, Israel was not updated until the ceasefire was on the verge of being signed. They were not part of the agreement process. It shows a serious and justified lack of trust that Israel would try to sabotage the talks. But they are. And they still are. They still obviously have the capacity to sabotage talks, because one element of the demands from the Iranian side, which make perfect sense, is to restrain Israel, is to ensure that Israel doesn't strike Lebanon any longer and immediately retreats from southern Lebanon, which it currently occupies. America has the capabilities of restraining Israel. It just chooses not to do so. Which, of course, gives Israel the opportunity to continue sullying these affairs.
The original 10-point proposal had the acceptance of enrichment in Farsi, in the Farsi version. But then, for some unknown reason, that phrase was missing in the English version that was shared by the Iranian diplomats to journalists. The second thing that is of concern, or biggest concern, is Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. They never had control of the Strait. It's dangerous because they border the strait, but they didn't have control, and now they want it.
No, this is incorrect. They always had the capacity to control it. They just never applied it. Now they do apply that control, and therefore they de facto have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? If you operate on might is right, or might makes right politics, you can't turn around and cry foul when someone else is demonstrating that, right? John Favreau says, end U.S. aid to Israel. I told Kneecap that we're going to reschedule. So we're going to reschedule the talks with Kneecap. So the Delta CEO won't commit to lowering ticket prices if the jet fuel prices go down. When asked if his company would lower prices if fuel costs drop, he said instead that lower fuel costs would certainly help us boost our margins this year and certainly into next year as well. Great. So now you know that once a baseline price has been established, capital owners, especially due to market consolidation, and we saw this during COVID as well, in the aftermath of like the peak of COVID, they don't actually drop the prices again, right? And they have the capacity not to drop the prices because there's tremendous market consolidation, and therefore there's tremendous price leadership that takes place. And here we are. I mean, this is literally exactly what happened. This is what we talk about when we say greedflation. This is precisely what's going on. You know, there might be market forces that lead to inflation, but that inflation continues because once a new baseline price has been established, why would you ever go back? It doesn't matter because they don't matter, but it's wild to watch Democrats do the food here is terrible and the portions are so small routine with the ceasefire. Why even bother? Go back to tweeting about rogue streamers. Shouldn't we criticize Trump for losing the war? Yeah, sure. But can we maybe wait until the ink on the ceasefire is dry so that our demented president doesn't decide to scrap the whole thing? Can we hold off like one whole day before we start goading this fucking psychopath? Is right. You have to think like, what if you're going to oppose Donald Trump you have to oppose him adequately. You have to oppose the principles of the reasons as to why he had to go into this battle, wage this unjustifiable war. You can't, on the one hand, say, well, we agree with the fucking we agree with the goals that have been stated. We just don't agree with the methods. It's very stupid. And also, Democrats haven't been vocal at all up until this moment anyway. And it's ironic that the only reason why they could be vocal is because they thought, oh, ceasefire established. Now we can start shitting on Trump. Now we can actually hang this around his neck, even though this was something that we also wanted. We would never act on it, or maybe we would if we were goaded into it. Who knows? But now it's win-win. You accomplish Israel's goals that you were also invested in, and you get to hang it around Trump's neck because it's, very unpopular. However, because the ceasefire fucking collapsed because of Israel's lack of interest in maintaining the ceasefire, now they're in this unique predicament. Where they oppose it at a time when opposing it means something again, right? They thought they were opposing the war when it's meaningless, when it's over. Turns out now they're opposing the war when it is meaningful. They trap themselves in this situation, but, make no mistake. Democrats love retreating, and they will retreat on this as well, most likely. At least most of them will, right? IRGC Major General Mohsen Rezai says Iran will stand with all of our might alongside Hezbollah, and that violations of the ceasefire will be met with punishments against Israel and America. Military official already saying that the ceasefire has collapsed. Here we are.
They not only want control of the strait, they want to also be paid at least $2 million per vessel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and then split that money with the government of Oman. And Israeli officials say that money will be used to funnel back into the IRGC weapons program to try and rebuild many of the production lines that were destroyed by the United States and Israel throughout the course of this war. And so the bottom line here is that this isn't over. It is a 2-week ceasefire. And the question remains if the Iranians will be willing to make a good faith deal that addresses all of these issues. But when you look at that 10-point proposal by the Iranians, there are a variety of issues that simply aren't going to happen. Not only red lines for the United States, but for the entire world. There's no scenario in which the U.S. military is going to withdraw completely from the Middle East. There are a variety of bases where U.S. soldiers remain. And if that were to take place, it would give the Iranians the ability and flexibility to rebuild their military and nuclear programs and then pose a threat to U.S. forces if they ever return to the region and allies across the Middle East. And so there are a lot of very serious questions here. The positive in all of this is that there are no missiles soaring through the skies of Israel, at least at this moment. But so there are a lot of very serious questions here. The positive in all of this is that there are no missiles soaring through the skies of Israel, at least at this moment. But there are serious questions about the future of this agreement and if the Iranians have changed their tune at the negotiations.
Not to put too fine a point on it, and at the risk of sounding anti-Semitic, gagged, it's becoming increasingly obvious that when push comes to shove and the choice is directly between American interests and the Israeli interests at odds with each other, a shit ton of sitting American politicians will choose the Israeli interests. Yeah, it is in some ways because Israeli interests are technically also aligned with like the military-industrial complex and numerous other capital forces as well. And that's why I said what matters in this circumstance most is pressure from capital owners against Donald Trump because there's too much market volatility, too much instability, and it gets to a point where they can't make money, right? But as long as the oil and gas industry is doing all right, especially now that they're like refining heavy Venezuelan crude, as long as the markets are not too on fire, as long as inflation doesn't completely get out of control, then there's a lot of opportunity to make money. There's a lot of opportunity to make money here, so they don't actually apply the pressure necessary to force Donald Trump to finally bring this to a close.
Negotiating table, and if this is going to actually hold.
All right, great reporting down there, Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
Glad you don't have to wear a helmet today or worry about the missiles. Hopefully this will hold at least for 2 weeks. Thank you, Trey.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube?
Look at that.
Let's get now.
Trump speaks to Sky News hours before announcing the ceasefire. This is again from yesterday. from last night.
The thoughts and the words of our US correspondent Mark Stone, who has spoken to President Donald J. Trump. Mark, great to have you with us. What did the president have to say?
Well, he's upbeat. I spoke to him between the two posts that you referenced there. The first post came about an hour and a half before his self-imposed deadline. That was 8 p.m., the deadline, Eastern time. Remember, that was a point at which 24 hours earlier, he had said if Iran didn't meet his demands, he would effectively, I'm paraphrasing, all hell would break loose in Iran. He'd bomb the power plants. He'd bomb the bridges. It was extraordinary language we heard from the president. But an hour and a half before that, as you have outlined, he decided that he would accept this 10-point plan and accept this 2-week delay. After that, we called him. I called him, and he picked up. He doesn't always, but he did this time. And it was only a short call. These calls are very often very short, about a minute and a half. He said, I haven't got long. Be quick, he said. And so I asked him, how he was feeling with this ceasefire in place. It's great, he said. It's very good. He then went on to say that he believes that we've done everything we wanted to do militarily. He described it to me as a complete victory, a victory in military terms. And then he said, actually, in every other sense as well, a complete victory. That is how he is framing this war, which has lasted for just over a month. Now, I put it to him, and I think this is really important. As you outlined there, what appears to have happened is the president has accepted an Iranian position, which is 10 points. They're outlined in this document here, the National Security Council.
Great reporting, sir. Thank you. That's really good seasoning on this. I like that everyone is just like trying to farm this as like direct access to Donald Trump, but no one actually has. In a minute and a half, you're not going to have any opportunity anyway. But like, there's no like new reporting taking place here, right? I guess the only funny thing that we could look at is the fact that he actually refused to take a phone call from JD Vance when he was on stage, in Hungary, and he's still picking up the phone when random British journalists are calling him from unknown numbers.
Supreme National Security Council statement that came out overnight via Iranian media. And in these 10 points, this is really important, there are maximalist Iranian demands, like all American troops out of the Middle East, not just those that have come for the war, but all of them. Like that Iran should control the Strait of Hormuz, something they didn't do before this war. Now they get to do that as part of this proposal, and also the removal of all sanctions. A few other things as well. These are absolute maximalist Iranian demands. They are something the Americans could never accept. And yet Donald Trump is saying that now they form the viable basis for a negotiation that he thinks could last just 2 weeks. So I put it to him, how is this? How are these proposals anything like anything workable that America could agree to? And he said to me, you don't know what the points are. You don't know what they are. I do know what they are. He then went on to say they're very good points, and that most of them, this is intriguing, most of them have been fully negotiated already. So he is disputing the Iranian position, suggesting that the negotiations are already well developed. Remember, we didn't even know they were directly negotiating. Now he's saying, claiming that they are well developed, and that they are not the maximalist demands that Iran is claiming in their side of the statement. So something doesn't quite add up here. He then said, if it isn't good, we'll go right back to it very easily. I assume by that he's meaning we'll go right back to the fighting. Then he said, I've got to go now, and he ended the call. So it wasn't fulsome, but it was certainly added a lot, I think, to what has been kind of a dizzying night.
Extraordinary that you got to speak to him on such an important night, Mark. Tell us a bit more about his mood. What did you make of his demeanour?
Well, as I say, he was upbeat. And you know what's very interesting? This is the first time we've had his number for a little while. A lot of journalists, I think this is kind of worth pointing out. because it's odd. It's unusual. There are not many world leaders who A, allow their phone number to be out and about, and B, will just pick up to people. But Trump's not any world leader. And his number over the course of a few months has circulated among journalists here in Washington, D.C. We've had it for a little while. We've tried to call a few times. He hasn't answered. And tonight,
Okay, I don't care about this. Jesus Christ. All
Chief
right.
Washington correspondent.
Ceasefire
Jonathan.
analysis, unanswered questions ahead. Have you tried calling him? No, I have not. The 30-year-old Hormuzer hasn't talked to high command in weeks, fires one drone every 3 days, destroys the world economy. Greatest joy is smell of burning HFO. Charges toll, doesn't let you through. Doesn't even know who's running the country anymore, doesn't care. I'm gonna Hormuz. True. 30-year-old Hormuzer, IRGC Navy General, IRGC Navy Admiral going nutty mode, just constantly lobbing missiles and constantly lobbing drones. I have his phone number. He's Hormuzing, dude. He's fucking Hormuzing.
Happy that there's a
Would you call him? No, I haven't. I haven't found like the perfect opportunity to try and call him. Can you ask Zoran for his number? Dog, I already have his phone number. I have his phone number. Why are you guys saying get his phone number? I have Donald Trump's phone number. I know what it is. Yes, of course I have his phone number. You lying? No, I'm not. I'm not fucking lying. One of these days when I have something important to address, I'll do it. No, get Trump's phone number from Zoran. Buddy, I already have his phone number. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? Oh my God. I know for a fact what his phone number is. Sign him up to Catfax? Okay, you guys are so stupid.
Carl, John, we just heard Ian say that a lot of blank spaces in this agreement. You just spoke with the president. He's trying to fill some of them in.
Yeah, and look, but first, this is the most stunning reversal that I think we have ever seen in American politics. In about 10 hours, the president goes from threatening the annihilation of Iranian civilization to saying he's got an agreement that will bring about a golden age of peace in the Middle East. But look, the threat not only activated the Iranians to do something, it more importantly got the Pakistanis and the Chinese to in turn pressure the Iranians to agree to do something that they weren't willing to do before. But massive questions ahead. This is classic Trump negotiating technique. The question is, can you get from this deal that he's now done to something lasting, and will the deal sustain itself?
And Rebecca pointed out, so much of this is about the Straits of Hormuz and whether or not Iran is going to be in control, the United States is going to be in control, who's going to pay, whether it's really going to be open.
Yeah, look, this is the big question, and I did speak to the president just a short while ago. First of all, he believes that his threat is the only thing that made this happen. I asked him, are you going to be willing to allow the Iranians to charge a toll? They're talking about a $2 million for ship toll through the Strait of Hormuz. And he said to me, well, maybe it will be a joint venture. Maybe it'll be a U.S.-Iranian toll. And
yeah, that maybe is a load-bearing maybe. Doing a lot of work there, okay? Doing a lot of work. Maybe we'll both collect the toll. Who knows? I mean, who knows? Who knows who will collect tolls? What is a toll anyway? Spiritually speaking, philosophically speaking, what's a toll? The real toll we all pay is the slog of life, day-to-day existence, the banality of evil we must overcome, slowly but surely chipping away at our conscience. That's right. Toll! Ayatollah! The real toll is the loss of friends like Jeffrey Epstein. Very good guy, very big. Very big in the New York scene. I love that man. I miss him every day.
we'll each get a piece of it. I also asked him about something else that you heard Ian mention that the Iranians are saying, which is they maintain their right to enrich uranium. And he was adamant on this point. He said there will be no enrichment.
But that was in the 10-point plan that he said is the framework.
Yeah.
Well,
ask not who pays the toll, but for whom the bell tolls. That's the kind of energy we're bringing. That's right. I love tariffs. It's like Iran is doing tariffs. They told me, Mr. President, you love tariffs. We're doing tariffs too. I said to myself, that's a good time. I love doing tariffs, and now Iran can do it too, except The Supreme Court was very bad to me. They took my tariffs away.
Said is a starting point for negotiation, is a starting point. He says that it won't be in the final deal, but we'll see. These are huge questions. I mean, basically that 10 points is what the Iranians were saying before the war started.
That's true. They were demanding that. Well, no, before the war started, they weren't demanding those 10 points. They were actually infinitely more conciliatory on like the enriched uranium side of things, actually. But now that the war started and they very clearly have an upper hand, they very clearly have a lot more leverage, especially considering that America is the side that's been begging for a ceasefire and Iran is the side that said no publicly, openly, consistently, and continued to bomb the GCC and Israel. For the time being, I think the continuation of this is going to benefit Iran, but we shall see.
So we'll see if they're going to be
Negotiations begin on Friday. John Carl, thanks very much.
It's been just hours since President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, but this morning that temporary truce is looking fragile at best. Moments ago, an Iranian news agency.
It's so funny because I watched this live in real time, and basically, 30 minutes after this Dana Fash package, where she talks about serious news, she ended her broadcast with like a 10-minute panel. Schumer is still defending the war? Oh, hell yeah.
The bottom line is...
Great messaging, guys. Love that. This is great messaging. Keep it up, guys. No, definitely. Oh, Trump fucked it up. We would have done it better. How is this the situation? I mean, it's not wrong, right? It's not wrong that Trump did fuck this up. Okay? But if you don't end it on this was unnecessary across the board and that we have to reconsider our relationship with Israel and we have to reconsider the way we treat our foreign adversaries, if you don't end it on that note and talk about the importance of diplomatic approach and tie it back to Barack Obama's successful JCPOA initiative, which Chuck Schumer opposed, so he's not going to fucking do that. This is nothing, okay? I'm giving free game out here for the Democrats who want to cut away from the rest of the party and effectively communicate, okay? The diplomatic approach is the only time America has actually achieved any of its strategic interests in reducing Iran's nuclear capabilities. It's so fucking stupid.
That Iran still has its nuclear stockpile, its nuclear ambitions. Iran still has its nuclear stockpile. Its nuclear ambitions are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies. They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime. The war made us worse in terms of high gas prices. The war made us worse because Iran's nuclear ambitions have been unchecked. And the war made us worse because American credibility is down the drain.
Yes, all of this is true. But how are you any different than Donald Trump? Simply because you weren't responsible for it doesn't change the reality that you're not actually opposing the reasons as to why Donald Trump engaged in this action. Okay? This is the problem. This is the problem with the Democratic Party's comms on this. Failing to distinguish how they have a different approach than Trump. They come across like they agree with the goals, just not the methods that have failed. They should always tie this back to the illegality and immorality of engaging in this unjust and costly war against Iran to begin with, reinforce demands to restrain Israel which brought us into this war, and talk about the only time we achieved success with Iran's enrichment process, Obama's JCPOA, through diplomacy, which Schumer opposed at the time. Of course, Fox News is about to run a story on you. Buddy, this is the 8th story that they've run on me today. Okay? They're spending every damn day talking about this. You wish you had a fraction of Charles Ellis Schumer's sexual energy, you fool. Quit yapping and take some much needed notes from his sexual prowess. Democrats are, of course, once again, failing to differentiate, they come across like they agree with the goals, just not the methods of Trump that have now openly failed. You're on Fox 5 right now, demonstrably failed. They should always tie this back. Dems should always tie this back to illegality and immorality. Tie this back to the illegality and immorality of engaging in this unjust and costly war against Iran to begin with. Reinforce demands to restrain Israel. Oh, wait, I'm on Fox 5? Oh, that's different, actually. Hold up. I will watch that. It's my favorite news program on Fox News. Never mind. That's actually pretty tight. I didn't understand. When you said Fox 5, I thought you meant like a local Fox affiliate or something.
Wow. Progressive Democrat, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed inviting Hassan Piker to a rally yesterday, refusing to condemn any of Piker's pathetic beliefs.
Are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
So, Dana, I think what gets my goat, since we're talking about Hassan Piker,
wait,
here's
what?
the
What
party
does that
that
mean?
decries toxic masculinity.
Is he trying to say I'm a goat fucker because my name is
denies
Hassan?
the rapes on October 7th, which is basically just a horrible thing to say. Anybody who knows about October 7th knows what happened there. And he's a scumbag. How can the Democrat Party coddle that?
I think it's almost worse than that, because he doesn't just deny it. He says it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's just the cost of war. Too bad, ladies. The things he said about women are pretty incredible. But we've gone over this before. Like, we make fun of sexism because it's like a way to like deal with it. It's like, it's funny. I can laugh about how women are bad drivers. Haha. But like, I actually am not great. And yet you have all the stories we've talked about in terms of the victims of illegal immigrant crime. 98% of them are women. You don't hear anything from anybody about that. Remember the lady who said, well, she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sorry, ladies. I mean,
I like that the game of telephone is like swapped at this point to be like Hassan participated in October 7 and committed sexual assaults. Like it's basically, we're like 1 week away from them saying I did October 7.
Trying to win a primary. They think that's where they have to be. There are a lot of people that listen to those shows and they listen to shows on the far right. But remember the kind of hell that President Trump had to pay for having dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
And that's caused a huge fracturing on the right. And now all of them are fighting amongst each other, and I can't even figure it out.
I don't follow the far right crazies because I am one. No, but I don't know what. But I'm pretty sure they don't say rape doesn't matter, or rapes of Jewish women on October 7th. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Right
Are they?
say
They're
that.
saying.
How can I mean? CNN had this guy on. Crazy.
Well, yeah, it's not. You have to watch the full tape of it. He's saying what Dana was saying, which he thinks that Israel's response is not proportionate to what was done to Israelis.
He has
not
no right to say that.
Right.
Then you should just not like him. And a lot of people don't like him.
But you do?
But no, it's not really a like or don't like thing. I think
He's handsome. Is that it?
He's objectively handsome. Look at the New York Times profile of him. I mean, he is.
Of course,
my queen.
I'm
My queen.
I'm gonna take a hard pass on it.
No. But But the reason that there's a profile of him, which includes a lot of the incendiary things that he said, is that he does have this big audience. And I think that the fight within my party about whether to go on Hassan Piker's stream or have him campaign for you is about dealing with the issues from the 2024 election. How we talk about Israel and the Democratic Party's relationship to it. How we talk about corruption and anti-establishment sentiment. How we talk about universal health care, housing, education. These are issues that he talks about a lot in these streams. And he has millions of people, a lot of young men who are voicing real concerns about how they can get ahead in society, not what they think about some woman who fled communist something.
Yeah, just something that happened to some chick in a communist country, Jesse. How is this not toxic masculinity? You know, the people that often call you a toxic masculine source are embracing this guy.
They are. Well, who cares? The thing about this is I kind of liked his answer to it. He goes, I don't think we want to get into platform policing and cancel culture. I agree with that. So if this guy wants to run and win, he thinks this guy could help him win, give it a shot. Give it a shot in Michigan. You know what? I respect it. Own it.
What?
This could cost you huge, but
What is
if that's
going
how
on?
you really feel, do it. I really don't care. We had Ward Churchill. Remember him? Ward Churchill. America deserved 9/11. Now, I didn't think any politician would be inviting Ward Churchill to a rally and be like, I stand with the guy. But things have changed. People say all kinds of stuff now. And
Oh my God.
We just have to say, this is some crazy guy, but I like him. He might be too crazy for you. He might be obnoxious and disgusting, but you know what? I'm going to run with this guy. And if I win, I win. If I lose, it might be a little bit his fault. And it's your fault for the bad judgment. It's all about judgment.
Spoken like.
Wait, I think Jesse literally believes that I'm a misogynist, so he's now offering
Obviously, I'm
respect.
going to go to you about 9/11 because you were there. And when you hear this, I mean, you do get a free punch out of it, don't you?
Do you think Jesse Waters is like, he's like, yeah, I like the guy because he's like, I believe he's misogynistic now.
Let's recognize the currents that are blowing through this, okay? This is where a lot of the young people are, and let's recognize what it is, okay? He is doing the stuff that we talked about in the A block. He's using blame Israel as the panacea for every ill in the world. It is Israel's fault, period, end of story. That's
Horrible.
what is embedded in this.
That's a
period.
terrible
And,
way to
by the way, he's
respond
not
to
Palestinian,
this.
He's Turkish. But that becomes the be-all and end-all excuse for anything he wants to say. And so as a result of 7 October, he can say America owned 9/11, deserved it, et cetera. And all I can say is thank you, Teachers Union, because he's got millions of young men who are following this thing, who know nothing about world history, who know nothing about American history, who have no idea how lucky they are to be here. And the current blowing through this is a marriage right now of Islamism, not Islam, Islamism, and the far left. There's a term for it. It's actually called the watermelon revolution.
I think
right?
Waters
The
has
red
the real
being
take of someone who
communists
thinks you're a bad
and the
person and
green
wants the
being
Democrats to lose. Yeah.
Islamism. And by the way, that's the same union that gave us the mullahs in Iran. If you look into it, those two were aligned in 1979. This is not unprecedented. And the commonality is America sucks. Let's recognize that.
It's a problem on the right and the left with the Israel issue. And there's new polling out from Pew. 60% of adults have an unfavorable view. You're ignoring what is going on in the fracturing of
That's
our
true.
relationship with Israel in general.
That's true.
You are.
No, hold on. But I didn't say anything about the right. And I don't like what's in Fuentes either. You know what I mean? But this idea that it all comes back to, you know what? I got to be elected wherever I run. And 9/11 was deserved because I don't like the Israelis.
All right, we got to go.
Wait, what? That has nothing to do with the Israelis. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Oh, great. They moved on to more important stuff. That's okay. I don't know what he is. I don't know what the fuck he was on, but it's very funny. It's very funny that these guys over and over again keep unironically boosting my profile, calling me hot in the fucking process. And some of them are tactically retreating. Like Jesse Waters, I think, is probably saying this because like it's good to associate campaigns with a dangerous guy like this because people will be repulsed by his worldview. But the irony, of course, is that when he says when the main takeaway and the main response is like, oh, this guy actually channels a lot of the voices of young people. it ends up failing, right? There's not really an argument they can make in this circumstance because they're Republicans. Like, Republicans can't make that argument at all, right? Stop simping for terrorists. No one cares about the opinions of third worlders. Got it, man. Thank you. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're Fox News and you say my worldview is repulsive and Democrats should shy away from it, right? You look like a fucking hypocrite because you're trying to engage in petty cancel culture. And a lot of people that deploy it, right? A lot of people that deploy that kind of cancel culture against their ideological enemies, ironically enough, create this environment where like the normies in the middle, they get annoyed by it. They don't want to hear it, especially not right now, right? If you're a fucking normie and you're tuning into Fox News, if you're like an independent and you're tuning into Fox News, don't know what you're doing, but and you're trying to figure out like what the Republican agenda is in this moment where, you know, Donald Trump is like engaging in spectacular fuck ups that are leading to your gas prices going up at the pump. And you hear people constantly fucking harping on like, oh, this guy who's like anti-Israel is an anti-Semite. And you've heard it before for the past 2.5 years, right? Your takeaway from that is not going to be, wow, this guy is really bad and Democrats should really stay away from him. Your takeaway is going to be, why the fuck am I listening to this again? Like, who cares? Who cares who the fuck this guy is? Why are you whining? Like, you're Republicans. We know where your allegiances are. We know what values you represent. It just doesn't make any sense. What's frustrating about this is you're just a lol cow, dude. Yeah, I know. Totally. That's what's going on here, chatter. I like that the only way that you can frame whatever is happening in the universe is through like internet terminology such as lol cowing. It's a demonstration of your lack of intelligence. It makes no fucking sense, but if you had any fucking friends in the real world, you probably understand that that's an idiotic thing to say out loud. Anyway, you're a lol cow, dude. Now you've been on Fox News, so even my parents know you're a POS. That's what he said. People who say lol cow are fucking lol cows. Yeah, I know. Fox News has done, I think, 10 hits on me in the past 48 hours, if not more. They obviously, I think, overestimate my motion. I don't think I have this level of motion. CNN has also done this as well. They think that I have make it or break it status for campaigns. It's very clear that a lot of powerful interests in the country that have some control over both parties, that want to reinforce their level of influence over both parties, are looking at someone like myself and giving me unnecessary flattery. I am not a kingmaker. Okay? I'm not a kingmaker at all. What I am doing, however, is representing the resentment and the anger of the masses. The anger that you all feel that business as usual politics has not worked for you. That politicians do not represent your interests, but instead, politicians and the media class, for the most part, represent the interests of corporations. Everybody understands that. This is a bipartisan issue, okay? You have Republicans and Democrats and independents alike that look at mainstream media as oppositional to their needs. You have a lot of people in this country that look to politicians and say, these guys suck. They don't represent me at all. And when those unpopular figures are launching haymaker after haymaker, especially on an issue that is 90-10 in the Democratic Party's base, it's clear that these guys are willing to throw it all out there to the best of their ability to try to forcibly separate myself, my community, from campaigns by creating this panic, by basically creating this manufactured outrage. Okay? It's not going to work because at the end of the day, the frustrations are not going to go away, right? The frustrations are not going to go away. People are done. People are sick and tired of it. They want a Trump-style figure to also emerge from the Democratic Party, okay? And by that, I mean someone who can be a voice for the people. And Trump certainly was a voice for their resentment and manipulated a bunch of people and took their resentment, recognized it, said, you're right to be angry, and then redirected that anger to vulnerable populations, to marginalized groups, to undocumented immigrants, right? And if there was actually a force on the opposition party side that took the anger and the frustration that people feel and then redirected it to actual vectors of power towards people and corporations that control the levers of power in this country, the forces of capital, they would be unbelievably successful. Okay? I'm just one person. I'm one person that happens to be very popular only because I share that same exact resentment. I share that same exact anger. And my goal is to channel that frustration back to the real people that are responsible for why you have a hard time paying rent, for why your price at the pump is going up, for why no one is seemingly dealing with the inflation crisis, for why you can't actually own a home. You can't get a good job that's reliable with decent benefits, and why you can't do that in the wealthiest nation on earth. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. With or without me, if candidates also channeled that frustration, they would win. These people in media that are beholden to the same corporate interests that politicians are beholden to are trying to sever that tie because they see me as a singular force that is changing people's minds. To a certain degree, I'm capable of doing that. That much is clear. But I'm one person. I don't have that much of a profound reach, and I have no capabilities of hypnotizing people. People have come to their own conclusions on Israel from all of the violence that they've seen, from all the arrogance demonstrated by envoys of Israel, the demands to silence people who are opposing Israel in the United States of America. People have said, why should we be beholden to the interests of a foreign country that is only able to behave in this belligerent manner because of our tax dollars going to them? Okay? That's it. People have arrived at these conclusions on their own. Cat's out of the bag. Toothpaste is out of the tube. You cannot put it back in. So all of these attacks, they amount to nothing. People who hate me will feel emboldened in their hatred. They will use this as an opportunity to say, see, even Fox News hates them. See, look at these moderate Democrats that have spoken out against them. And people who like me are going to feel emboldened because now we're under attack. Okay? There's some people in the middle who will maybe slot themselves into, well, this guy's a bad guy. I believe the things that I'm seeing about him, and I hate him without actually looking for the necessary context or thinking critically about it. And a lot more people, I think, will come here, as they have done so, and search for their own answers. However, make no mistake, and I will keep reiterating this, this is not an attack against me, okay? This is an attack against all of you. They cannot yell at every single person. They can't say, everyone shut the fuck up about Israel right now. But what they can do is take advantage of the existing treasure trove of clips out of context and bias framings that already exist out there in the ether to undermine, malign, and smear someone who is representative of your interests. Because they can't, if they were to come out and basically say, like, everyone that feels this way about Israel is an anti-Semite that needs to fucking be denaturalized and deported, well, that's a whole lot of Americans, right? So all they can do is just, like, figure out what kind of, like, effective targets, cut the head of the snake, if you will. Because at the end of the day, they can't attack the message. So they try to undermine the messenger. That's it. That's it. That's all this is. And I'm glad that there are smart enough politicians out there who actually are not playing ball with this, who unironically are showing this, showing their stances by saying, look, we're not playing these games any longer. Okay? We're not playing these games. It's ridiculous. I'm glad. I'm glad that at least I can bring some attention to certain candidates, right? And not only that, but also on top of that, I'm glad that they can use this as an opportunity to say they're bold. okay, to say, no, we're not compromising. It's totally ridiculous. Because after all, no matter how vulgar I might be, no matter how vulgar and angry I could be presented, after all, I talk professionally for a living. There's, thousands, tens of thousands of hours of material that they can work with. No matter how vulgar I might seem, the issues that I'm raising and the values that I represent are actually the righteous values. They are actually on the right side of morality. They might be civil. My opposition, your opposition, might be civil in their language. They might be civil in their optics. But the things that they advance, the values that they ride for, the countries that they want to defend, they're doing a whole deal of monstrous, immoral bullshit. Okay? That's why I don't care when Cory Booker says, oh, I don't know Hassan, don't want to go on his stream, don't really know about him, but I got a boss call from a donor and had to speak out. Okay, but you have no issue hanging out with Yoav Gallant, taking photos with a war criminal, Yoav Gallant, taking photos with the other war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu. So I welcome your anger, because it seems to me like you're not on the side of humanity anyway. You've already decided that you're in line with Israel. So thank you for making that distinction for us. Thank you for drawing a line of demarcation. Thank you for being united alongside the reactionary forces in this country in your opposition against someone like myself. That's it. They are united in their hatred of us, and we must welcome their hatred. Here is Fox News interviewing some people at the line from Michigan State University.
Lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages from both Piker and El Sayed. Here's a bit of what some of those students told us.
I don't think it's too far left. I think the Democratic Party has gone so far right.
Democratic Party was also against Zoran campaigning with Hassan, and we see how that went.
I think that they're really just trying to shut down Abdul's race early, because I don't think they want another Zoran, and I think that they see Hassan as a way to do that because of his, statements that are framed as controversial.
Boom. Hassan Abihids, you made me proud. You made me proud. Those are great quotes. Those are bars, baby. Let's go. I'm surprised the Fox banner didn't just say Dr. Jihad speaks on the destruction of the West. I think we have to be a little bit more bold, right? We have to be a little bit more bold. We have to demand that our politicians are more bold as well. They need to demonstrate conviction. They need to demonstrate courage. They need to demonstrate their morality, their moral compass. For far too long, politicians, especially on the Democratic Party side, have been so scared of doing so. And that, unfortunately for them, translates to inconsistent messaging. That, for them, translates to exactly what people feel about politicians in general, right? People have this idea that politicians are cowards. They're constantly telling people what they want to hear, what they perceive as what people want to hear. Everything is focus tested. Every message is perfectly framed to maximize output, to maximize the number of people that are not offended by it, right? And yet when you look at the politicians that are some of the most successful, some of the most popular politicians, you see that moral conviction. You see that stubbornness. You see someone being uncompromising in their values, right? Bernie Sanders, even Zoran Mamdani to a certain degree, right? And they are rewarded with love. They're showered with praise, okay? These are some of the more resilient forces in American politics. And it might take a while for people to start recognizing that these politicians were right, like Bernie was right. It might take a while for people who have voted against Bernie Sanders, who thought Bernie Sanders was a malignant force in Democratic Party politics because they ruined the chances of their favorite candidates, the establishment liberals, the centrists, the center-right figures. But eventually, defeat after defeat causes them to really reconsider, and that's what we're seeing in the base of the party right now, and that's precisely why people are attacking me. Because in their minds, they think I'm a singular force. I'm not, okay? I'm not alone. I can stand on my values. I can stand on my convictions and continue doing what I'm doing because I'm not alone. That's it. Yeah. They might look like they're attacking me, but they're actually trying to attack you. I'm just in the way. Anyway, there's more to it. We'll look at some of the other ridiculous smears now. Here, we'll get into it. Let's take a look at some of the Fox News coverage. This is just from this morning.
Progressive Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed appearing with controversial streamer Hassan Piker at a Michigan State rally where he refused to reject his past comments.
Abdul, are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow while you're with him?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it.
Let's bring in New York Post columnist and Fox News contributor Miranda Devine. Okay, so he said that afternoon. But earlier, that same day, yesterday, this is what he said when I pushed him on it. Watch.
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we...
Wait, that's consistent. Like, okay, so he repeated the exact same things that he said later in the day that he said to you as well. Do words matter? This is very strange. He's saying the same things to you in that moment. It's exactly the same, as a matter of fact. I fear that the dumber we get, the more reliable this kind of smear campaigns happen to be. Because we see this on Twitter, right? In so many circumstances where someone will just be like, Hassan hates Vietnamese people or whatever, and then you look at the video and it's like me criticizing a MAGA right winger who's utilizing their position, who's using their background, identity politics as a shield to demonstrate fascist politics, to demand violent policies that I oppose, right? And people don't even watch the fucking clip; they just literally read the description if they're fortunate enough to be literate, and they just go along with it. Like, no one actually looks at the context that's in the fucking smear any longer.
Start saying that cancel culture was okay, because clearly on your show you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me, and I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone anywhere.
So he didn't have any problem saying earlier in the day that he didn't agree with the comments. But when he's face to face with the man, he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it really is hilarious.
That is the New York Post columnist writing hit jobs on you. She's writing one story per day on you, and now they are interviewing her. They assigned her to cover you and everything you do. They assigned another reporter to cover you. You're anti-Asian now. That is crazy. Aren't Turkish people considered Asian? That was such a big stretch. Yeah, none of that stuff matters.
And I think that El Sayed is just an opportunistic politician. He knows that Democrats have a big problem attracting the sort of Gen Z and particularly male vote. And that's Hassan Piker's apparent audience. He spews his bile every day to an audience on this gaming platform. A whole bunch of young boys, I guess, in their parents' basement, playing games and listening to his expletives and abuse. It's really cartoonish abuse. He breaks every taboo. He says America deserved.
Yeah, the problem is you like that. You like that when it's your guy doing it, right? That's the issue. I mean, we know that to be the case. They love Trump. This is Fox News. That's exactly what Trump does. But when they see a Trumpian style figure demonstrating left populism, all of a sudden they're like, whoa, 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 this is not appropriate, mate. How dare you? How dare you violate the norms and social taboos?
9/11, he condones the October 7 attacks on Israel.
And then they just make up a whole bunch of shit, but it's like, it's impossible to fucking deal with the faucet, the barrage of misinfo.
You pointed all of that out very well. But it's not just El Sayed, it's also Rashida Tlaib, it's also Ro Khanna. Some pretty mainstream Democrats are quite happy to stand alongside him and sort of launder his rank abuse as being normal commentary. And
Yeah, I mean, look, fair is fair. Okay, I'm a bully to bullies. Okay, I've never shied away from that. If your worldview is toxic, if you have repulsive ideals that you are Nazi, if you want to develop a white nativist anti-immigrant agenda and push for it, I'm going to shit on you. I'm not going to be nice. It doesn't matter what your background is. What matters is what your values are. Okay? And I'm pretty open about that, but it's really funny that they try to unironically flip the script and try to do this woke shit. Okay? Because that's what this is, right? This is what they have complained about with respect to the Democrats, with respect to the liberals, over and over and over again. It's so funny. And while they're doing it, they're also leaning into the Islamophobia too. While they're doing it, they're like, well, he's doing it Muslim style. Have you guys noticed that he's doing it Muslim style? These are dangerous Islamic forces at play. You're being a fucking snowflake.
by doing that, they just lower the tone for everybody. And, you know, Amazon's obviously quite happy to have him on their platform. Twitch is an Amazon subsidiary. So no one's wanting to cancel him, but it just...
Why did you bring the platform that I'm on then? Why did you bring up the platform that I'm on then if you're not trying to cancel him? Now he's trying to cancel him. Oh, no. We're just using choice quotes that are clipped out of context to fucking make him seem like a bad guy who doesn't deserve a platform at all. He's calling it Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, right? Or no, he's collecting dollars. He's collecting them in the form of subscriptions like Twitch Primes that are free or for $6 dues. He's saying support the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. He's saying for tomorrow's news today, he's saying thank you, Blonde Bob, for the 50 gifted subs. Or no, 50 gifted subs. EP Lee Pro, thank you for the 10 gifted. Crocodactyl, thank you for the 5. Tissitoid Run, thank you for the 5 gifted. Marat Space Laser with the 5. He's getting subscriptions. He's farming donos. Arnors. Fucking hell. Little Beastin, Gringo Suck, Sublime K, Logan Donut, Cap'n Spork, 20 gifted subs. Crikey. The subs keep rolling. The subbery dues, they keep rolling in. X-Arthur, Sebastian Licks, Bed Rake, Iron Boy, Superfist Dandy. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Ha. Shigella Girl, My Bourbon Pod, Mango Cake with another 50. Julia Palooza with a 5. Pegium. Okay, I'm done reading. All right. Yeah. It is funny that they just like, they fucking complain about all this shit and it's just like, it doesn't, you know.
It calls into question
it's irrelevant.
What kind of people these Democrats are, these progressives are. But it worked for Mamdani. Bernie Sanders and AOC like appearing with Hassan Piker. But, you know, I think they ought to really look at his followers because on X recently, it's been exposed that he might have, you know, 1 million plus followers, but a huge percentage of them are unverified. I think only 1.5% are actually verified followers. And that's the pattern you see when there are bots.
That's exactly the opposite, by the way. No, it's not bots that are unverified followers, but I like that that's what they think. No, motherfucker, have you seen the state of blue checkmark replies? No one in my community is ever going to fucking pay, or most people in my community are not going to fucking be caught dead paying for Elon Musk's Nazi-ass platform. I tried to explain this to people. I was like, you know, I'm like on auto block lists, right? I've been blocked automatically by so many people because I have a blue check mark because I got grandfathered into it because I'm a power user. I'm a power user of Twitter.
Come in, they're paid, they boost someone's figures, and therefore their algorithm, which doesn't discern, rewards them. And so he is a fully... you know, constructed, imaginary person. sort of.
So why are you spending every waking moment covering me then? That also doesn't make sense. I agree. I'm some irrelevant person. You should leave me alone. You should stop talking about me. I agree with that entirely. So why the fuck are you on your 11th article on me? Why are you on Fox News talking about me, right?
Avatar of whoever it is that wants to, whether it's himself or anybody who wants to disrupt and sow chaos and discord in America, would elevate this man and his rancid, toxic views to mainstream.
Yeah, and it just makes you wonder the people within the community that are also elevating this as well. I think there's this growing.
All right. One more.
Welcome back. Some Democrats are pumping up on a controversial live streamer, Hassan Piker's channel. If you don't know him, that's okay. Here's a little taste of who he is.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Respect to Fox News. Respect to Fox News for showing the full context. Once again, makes it a lot more difficult for them to argue against, right? Because, all of a sudden, not a bad take, but a good take. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
America deserved 9/11. With statements like that on the record, you think Democrats might want to keep their distance. But no, they don't. Instead, many are cozying up to Hassan Piker, treating him and going on his platform like a campaign stop.
I'm 33 years old.
Yeah, we're the same age, which is crazy because I'm a loser and you're running for mayor of New York. That's wild.
I went to Japan recently and I got both of you guys gifts. This one's for you. This is a Palestinian movement in Japan.
This is your third time on the stream.
But the first time in your studio.
Yeah, the first time ever.
Which is all in Christmas holiday spirit. I didn't know that. I didn't know you had the Christmas spirit.
So AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, and then at the end there you saw Ro Khanna, congressman, who today, after you heard, was on that stream for 3 different occasions, was asked about his association with Piker.
Why would you not dissociate yourself from Hassan Piker? Why?
Well, first of all, I have gone on every media podcast. I go on Theo Von. I've gone on Sean Ryan.
You're going to go on Alex Jones?
I would not go on Alex Jones, but Hassan
it's just
Piker.
As bad.
No, but Hassan Piker, I have criticized some of his statements. I have said that, of course, America didn't deserve 9/11 and that we were justified in attacking Al Qaeda.
This is the other side of it though. They have to. This is why I say you just be honest, man. Be honest. I'm not just as bad as Alex Jones. That's the whole point, right? That's because. That's the other side of it where you come across like you're being a little shifty with it and you look unprincipled because it's ridiculous. This comparison is ridiculous. There is a reason why people who wouldn't go on Alex Jones don't have an issue with going on my stream. And that's because I do the exact opposite of what Alex Jones does. You got to admit some of the things you said are pretty controversial. Okay, let's take one of the quotes they're using, right? Sexual assault happening or not happening doesn't change the justification for the genocide that Israel is conducting, right? Do you think that's a controversial statement? No, it's not a controversial statement at all. But you can present it as a controversial statement if you rob it of its context. Even with America deserved 9/11. If we're talking about blowback, I'm fairly certain that the overwhelming majority of Americans can comprehend the logic behind that, right? The point is, I'm talking for 10 hours a day. You can get me to appear as though I'm subscribing to some of the most dangerous ideas that I oppose on a daily basis, right? And they do that. They are doing that, right? Over and over and over again. Don't know about majority. I think most people understand that on its face, the reason why 9/11 happened, obviously it's unjustifiable. Civilians were slaughtered. I'm not in favor of that. Most people would not be in favor of that unless it's, civilians overseas and brown people that are being slaughtered. But most people understand 9/11 happened because we fucked around all over the region. We set up these guys. We armed them. We trained them. It's true. We did it. I mean, it's part of the political game. Smear campaigns by politicians live their whole life trying to cover their past. Okay, but notice how you actually backtracked and then compared me to a politician. I'm not a politician. And I don't even think politicians have to do that any longer. We're living in a post-Trump universe. Okay? As long as you have your values, as long as you have your convictions, a lot of this stuff is just noise. We give it power. We give it power by paying attention to it, and we give it power by responding to it with fear, right? That's it. You're still in politics game, though. They're going to throw this in your face your entire life. Yeah, I know. I don't care. Do you think you can tell reliably what a person represents or who a person is by those who choose to actively smear them, their ideological opponents, who are very clearly trying to manufacture outrage? Or do you have the capacity to think critically and make up your own mind? Because we all know the real reason why you thought right. We all know the real reason. Oh, he's Asmongold chatter. We all know the real reason why people are doing this, because they oppose not just my worldview, but they also oppose your worldview too. Like, they are fearful that there is a big movement of people who oppose Israel's influence on American politics, for example.
That we can have nice things, but we can't do it alone. But the only way to do it is to do it together.
It is my great honor to be standing alongside incredible candidates and incredible politicians like Abdul El-Sayed.
We've got an opportunity to change the face of American politics, and we will not back down.
Dude, I saw a guy who doesn't like you, calls you a dog shark, defending you from CNN and mainstream media only help you, especially when it comes from both sides. Yeah. The other thing I was going to say, someone said, well, now that you're eating all the downsides, why don't you run for office? I mean, you got a little taste of one day of campaigning and what that looks like. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. I'm much more effective at like leaning into candidates that have the time and have the money and have the background to be able to engage in this. My impact would be limited to one singular race as opposed to 10 races, 20 races, maybe 100 races. You understand? That's what it is. It's virtually impossible for me to do 8 to 10 hours of news coverage on a daily basis, develop a community of like-minded individuals from all around the country, and then use that as a force to be reckoned with to prop up candidates that demonstrate our values, that are more responsive to our needs, than to hyper-focus on one race and maybe even lose at the end of that, right? A totally different set of skills there.
In the wealthiest nation on earth, or whether you are in Detroit or Lansing or Ann Arbor or Pittsburgh or Philly, that we deserve clean air and clean water. Every single person here should be able to go to a doctor. We deserve to live in a country that says that we should have a home. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed not only understands we have a right to breathe clean air, he is going to move with the urgency that is needed.
We are strong when we are united.
When they tell us that we cannot stand up and abolish ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot believe in a future that is bigger than the present we have, we don't back down.
Hell yeah. Am I propagandized? No. It's 1,000 Michiganders that came out to see Summerlee and Abdul with Hassan Piker that are wrong. Yeah, exactly. The thing that I've also learned, though, in you know, all the years of withstanding these fucking smears that just like they keep unearthing over and over again and like trying to create panic around as though it's new, like they're reheating the same old fucking dusty nachos at this point, is there are always going to be people that lean into it. There are always going to be people that are invested in being duped, right? It's that simple. But what matters most is who you are, what you believe in, what you want to advance in this country. That's all it is at the end of the day. And then the rest is hoping that people have that capacity to be charitable, hoping that people have that capacity to think critically and dive deeper and try to understand like why people are attacking me, for example.
I have said that I do not agree with anti-Semitism, but there are a lot of people that Hassan Piker speaks to who are upset with the war in Gaza.
The idea that Democrats are going to expand their platform and therefore they should be open to appearing with people like Hassan Piker is on its face absurd. Of course, they wouldn't extend that same courtesy to Republicans to show up on far-right, politically incorrect.
Yeah, good thing you guys have always been Good thing you guys have always been really considerate of the Democratic wishes, dude. And you always do. That's so funny. Good thing that you guys don't actually align with far-right figures. Like, what do you mean? The entire party's fucking far-right. Randy Fine's in Congress. I mean, half of the people. The person that he literally has on, Chip Roy, says heinous shit, like incredibly racist shit in a brief moment. Here, let's watch.
Podcasts. But it's not just showing up on his platform. Democrats are standing on stage with Piker. One of them is Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. This is the same candidate who didn't want to comment on Ayatollah Khamenei's death, saying some of his voters might be upset.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
Syed, by the way, also considers the United States to be under a regime.
I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his or her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either.
Joining me now is Texas Congressman and currently running for Texas Attorney General. It is Chip Roy. Congressman, it's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Glad to have you here in Dallas. So after the 2024 election, I think one of the things that Democrats told themselves is we got to get out there. We got to be on more podcasts. And they're using that excuse to explain their association with people like Hasan Piker.
Well, look, I think what we're seeing with Piker is just an indication of where the Democratic Party is today, where they are currently. I will give at least a little credit to Haley Stevens, who seemed to at least partially distance herself. She's a colleague of mine. But, El-Sayed, who you just talked about, was openly embracing it. And this is, I think, a pretty equal race. I mean, he's certainly polling somewhere around 30% and has a real shot at being, I think, the first Muslim United States senator. This is something we're seeing in the significant march of Islam across the United States.
Insanity. Okay. That's just complete insanity. This is a significant march of Islam across the United States. Imagine saying that about a Jewish candidate, being like, yep, this is the malignant force of Judaism in the United States. Like, you would obviously get fucking yelled at, you know? It's ridiculous. Double standard once again.
Something that's been concerning to me and a lot of my colleagues is we've created the Sharia Free America Caucus. My friend Keith Self, local congressman from Collin County, just north of here, dealing with Epic City. But also what we've been seeing, obviously, with Mamdani, who you just showed the clip where Mamdani is sitting there saddling up with Piker. There's no shame here in dealing with someone who literally just said that he wasn't going to be concerned about rapes after October 7th. I mean, what kind of a human being is that? Let's put aside the absurdity of saying that America deserved it on 9/11. He's literally justifying or ignoring rapes.
Remember when you said on election night in New York that you would kill yourself if you were proven liability to Mamdani? They're trying to make you one, so you do it. Don't listen to them because they're scared. Yeah, I'm not going to actually kill myself, dude. The fuck?
In a post-October 7th world, this is something that is fully out of touch with most Americans. But unfortunately, it's very indicative of the move of the Democratic Party towards this side and this radicalization and the March of Islam throughout America.
And not just, I feel like, on the March of Islam, but Hasan Piker represents something else. He is
the entire party that protected Jeffrey Epstein and the president's friendly, familiar relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is now trying to make it seem like I don't care about sexual assault. You are a Republican. The fuck are you talking about? You have no leg to stand on here. We know what your attitude is on this issue. Okay? Obviously, it's also bullshit. Okay. Hello. Obviously, it's bullshit, right? They're chopping up what I was saying. What's up? The response to this is, do you not care about genocide? And the answer is yes, they don't, but they can't say that out loud. Well, some do, but most of them can't say that out loud anymore because it's become a repulsive position to maintain. It was already morally repugnant, but now the majority also finds it to be morally repugnant, so they just turn around and fucking lie about my position. You know? If they actually cared about sexual assault, they'd bring Israel to heel. Israel literally had so much public pressure from international forces that they had to actually prosecute 6 rapists in one of their concentration camps, Sde Tayman. What happened afterwards? They had a January 6th that was pro-rape, objectively. They got those guys out. The Israeli government dropped the prosecution, Benjamin Netanyahu paraded the rapists and even apologized for the prosecution that they withstood, presented them as victims and then heroes. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? You can't do that if the Israeli government is saying, like, yeah, rape is actually a sport for our forces, you know? Perfectly valid. I mean, they had a Knesset meeting. They had an emergency Knesset meeting where one of the fucking ministers of the Knesset straight up said rape is justifiable against Palestinians. Like, the fuck are we talking about? Thank you, Cood Dude, for the 100 gifted subs.
Self-admitted revolutionary communist.
Yeah.
His vision
That's right.
is to have communism through revolutionary mechanisms here in America. And to your point, this is where they are now on the left. This is now where the American Democratic Party is. They are cozying up to a guy who's saying, let's go, communism through revolution.
Yeah, and this is the Red-Green Alliance, right? This is not new. This is something we've been seeing across the entire world.
The Red-Green Alliance, Islamo-communism.
We're seeing it in full display in Paris, full display in London. We have, a massive movement occurring. I just met with a very accomplished Indian American here in Dallas who was talking about their experience in India, their experience in the move of Islam and how that radicalization has hit India. And he was saying, look, we just don't want this to happen to America. So we came here to be free from that. And that Red-Green Alliance, the march of Marxism, combined with it, this is all well-funded. This is one of those things.
It is pretty funny that these guys have no method other than, like, repeating exactly what the Nazis said and did. But they just added the new seasoning, which is, instead of saying it's Judeo-Bolshevism, they say it's Islamo-Bolshevism. Islamo-communism is the same exact shit.
That as Attorney General, I want to look at. Open up the books to these NGOs and nonprofits that are all getting funded to advance this radicalization throughout the state. This is something we have the power to do. It's something we should do. It's something.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, open up the books and you will find that I am funded entirely by my community, and that's it. I don't even take corporate sponsorships for the most part. What are you going to find? You're going to find that, I got tier 1 to tier 3 subscribers to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, baby. That's it. Yeah, sheesh. I know he's an anti-Muslim racist, Chip Roy, but amazing to see him just say out loud, it's bad that we might have a Muslim U.S. senator. Imagine saying this about a Jewish politician or a black politician. The bigotry is off the charts in the GOP and regularly ignored by mainstream media. Yep. Meanwhile, you got liberal forces, right, that are supposed to stand against this from a purely partisan perspective, even. The Democrats and the liberal media organizations that are supposed to be attacking this stuff are leaning into it. They're leaning into it over and over again. It's fucking unbelievable. Yeah. This is a big reason behind the 3-week unhinged Hassan Piker smear discourse, who may be living through a major pivot point for U.S.-Israel relations after the Obama-Biden experiences with Bibi, Trump's Iran war, plus the cataclysmic shift in U.S. voter opinion. Democrats won't go back to the way things were. Israel critics are rising on the right, too. They know that this is happening, and they're trying to deflect and distract to performatively lash out, endeavoring in vain to reassert control and force the toothpaste back into the empty tube, but that's not how this works anymore. Can't wait for Big Yahoo to mention my streamer.
Something that I'm talking to Secretary Besson about, something that I'm talking to Todd Blanche about. There's a coordinated effort in Washington, and I'll bring that to Austin and work with them to try to root it out.
Our Vice President J.D. Vance today was in Hungary, and he gave a speech where he got a surprise call from the president. Watch.
And then the rest of this is just lame shit. More, the bottom line with Dagan McDowell and Brian Brenberg. Okay, that's fake. That's not real. We're skipping that one.
Happening right now on the campus of Michigan State University is a senatorial candidate causing Spartan leadership to respond. It's our top story at 5. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jordan.
This is the top story for the local news. That's crazy.
Democratic hopeful Abdul Al-Sayed is at Anthony Hall with U.S. Representative Summer Lee of Pennsylvania and social media commentator Hassan Piker. Piker has come under fire for saying the 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas was a direct consequence of action by the U.S. and Israeli governments. And if Hamas soldiers raped people during the attack, it didn't change the dynamic for him. Here for you now from East Lansing is our Zach Prees. And Zach, what has Al-Sayed and Piker said so far?
Siobhan, Jorma, it is certainly quite lively inside Anthony Hall right here in East Lansing. We got here just about an hour ago, and supporters have been streaming in ever since. Now, unfortunately, we're unable to go live actually inside the building. Security would not allow us to do that, so we are going to be outside today for you guys. We expect El Sayed, he's going to be joined tonight by controversial commentator Hasan Piker, who is known for live streaming his far-left political commentary daily on Twitch, which some have called radical, and Pennsylvania Rep. Summer Lee. El Sayed, who is campaigning for the 2026 Democratic nomination for Senate here in Michigan, previously ran for governor of Michigan in 2018. Some have called out El Sayed, like former Republican congressional representative and Senate candidate Mike Rogers, who called him too radical for Michigan. It's important to note that Rogers could actually face El Sayed in the election if Sayed does win the nomination.
Damn, bro, I don't think you would have been able to live stream inside of the fucking show either. What is this? Abdul Sayed defends. What the hell is it? All right, we're done with this. All right, we're gonna get back to the situation monitoring in a second. The last two pieces I wanted to show you is that it got to such a point. It got to such a point that they are doing this thing where they tied me to Janet Mills, but like I think it's a perfect example of how stupid these guys are, like how little they care. Because hold on, maybe they're trying to like tie me to a campaign that's going to fail, the Janet Mills campaign, or maybe they just didn't think about it and they're just trying to associate me with like any politician that I've brought up. But this was very funny. Town Hall, RNC Research, they all did this. Radical spokesman for the Democrats, Hasan Piker, offers his full endorsement of Janet Mills, and it's a compilation of the times where I've like jokingly said I'm Pills Mafia, Janet Pills Mills, all part of the Janet Mills militia, and therefore this kind of stuff doesn't matter to me. Okay, I've already made my most ethical voting decision in Maine. I understand that people can change, but he has not earned the benefit of the doubt. He hasn't properly renounced his service. He hasn't condemned Blackwater. He is Nazi Inc. He needs to show us that he's changed. You don't give people a chance like this as their first, second chance. You don't put them in positions of sweeping political power because there's a chance he's changed. I mean, that's why I feel like a lot of people don't have any argument to when I say, yeah, that's why I'm a Mills Mafia. This is precisely the reason why I am riding with Janet Mills, who has a track record that is clear. If those are the two options on the Democrat front, you know, if we're gonna be serious about it, then what do? Janet Mills all the way. We're all. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know what they're trying to do at this point. Like, I feel like they're just like throwing shit at the wall. But it's like very clear that I'm being fucking sarcastic. And yet I guess they either don't understand that, they don't comprehend it. I don't know. This obvious stupidity or just lack of understanding for modern commentaries why they're boosting you instead of smearing you. Yeah. I guess chatters were right. Yeah, this is funny. Love that you're an anti-Semite according to them, but your audience is also concerned about Nazi Inc. Yeah, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense at all. And I think it's partially because they just like don't know exactly how to attack me. So they're just throwing shit at a wall, seeing what fucking sticks. Do we have the full Dana Fash hit though? Because I think there was something very interesting in that. So as I was telling you, that's the last thing I'm going to look at before we get back to situation monitoring. Yeah, Dana Fash did a whole piece on me. Hasan Piker tests the limits of the Democratic Party's Big Tent. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Now. Okay. 7 whole minutes and 45 whole seconds. We're obviously going to be covering that. I was literally on the plane watching CNN, monitoring the situation when Dana Fash did this piece on me. It is not dissimilar to the one that Jake Tapper had done 2 weeks prior at the beginning of this like Hasan smear campaign. But it's also very interesting.
To the Michigan Senate race, where a Democratic candidate is forging a controversial alliance with a left-wing streamer who has defended Hamas terrorists. Abu al-Sayed campaigned yesterday with 34-year-old Hasan Piker, who has more than 3 million followers on the gaming platform Twitch, as well as YouTube. Here he is at the al-Sayed rally in Ann Arbor.
Every single person in here, and myself included, saw heinous war crimes take place every single day for the past 2.5 years. And we didn't stand idly by, we spoke out. And in the beginning, it was a lot lonelier when we spoke out. They used the same exact heinous smears. They said you're anti-Semitic. They said you are a radical Islamist, you're a radical fundamentalist, but also really woke at the same time. Doesn't really make sense. And back then, I felt a lot lonelier, but I don't feel lonely anymore.
That is Hasan Piker attempting to airbrush his past statements. Here's some of what he actually has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, "It doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect."
Dude, one of the craziest parts about this, first of all, thank you for using this cool photo. Okay, I look pretty good. Secondly, classic clip chimp that very, very quickly identifies what my position is. But what's really interesting about it is you'll see, just like with Jake Tapper, it is two things that are very interesting about this. Fox News, when they actually talk about that clip, they show the full context, which allows people to understand what I was saying. Maybe they disagree with it. Maybe they don't. I don't care, right? The reason why CNN doesn't offer the full context is because if CNN were to show the full context, they recognize that their audience will go, wait a minute, he's not saying like rapes are good or whatever. He's not saying it doesn't matter that rapes happen. He's saying that whether rapes happen or not doesn't change the dynamic of Israel's genocide. It doesn't justify genocide. Rapes happening or not doesn't justify Israel's genocide. That is the overwhelming majority position for many Americans, especially liberals, right? So they know that, and that's the reason why they have to clip chimp it further than even what Fox News utilizes. Because for most people at Fox News, like they don't need this kind of clip chimping, okay? They don't need that. They already go, oh, Hasan against Israel? All right, I'm out, you know?
Now, let that sink in. Hasan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists. He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel. Hamas is a designated terror organization, not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did later call that comment inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die. Several progressive politicians have appeared with Piker on Twitch, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bernie.
Like, she's so angry. She can't even get her words across, dude. It's the same with Jake Tapper. It's so funny. Like, it's obviously, this is obviously personal, right? She's super pro-Israel. We know that. We already know that. She's very mad that this issue is gone. She's aware of it. It's becoming increasingly more difficult for her to chime in on a strong pro-Israel stance in polite company. So she's just like angrily lashing out. It's not going to work.
Sanders and Congressman Ro Khanna. Other Democrats, including El Sayed's primary opponents in Michigan, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens, not only refuse, but both condemn Piker and his comments. My panel is back now. David Chalian?
I just think this is a fascinating bet that Al Sayed is making here, that like refusing to back down from his association with Piker, embracing it, standing with him is.
By the way, this is David Chalian, who's like their Washington bureau chief and their top policy analyst. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting perspective coming from the top policy analyst at CNN on a panel where Dana Bash clearly wants him to say something different. Listen to him and his words here.
Not only refuse, but both condemn Piker and his comments. My panel is back now. David Chalian?
I just think this is a fascinating bet that Al-Sayed is making here, that like refusing to back down from his association with Piker, embracing it, standing with him, is a political bet. And it doesn't mean, all those comments you went through, that will play a role here too. As you noted, McMorrow and Stevens, his opponents, are going to make this a part of the campaign. But the Sayed operation is betting the Piker popularity with the base is the safer bet in the cost-benefit analysis to make for him. And I just think that that's a really interesting thing to have us watch, because the politics of Israel inside the Democratic Party, especially in a state of Michigan, with a big Arab American population, as we saw in the 24 primary, this is still like a live wire inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a state where there were almost 100-something preschoolers almost murdered by a terrorist.
She didn't get what she wanted. Like, she wanted condemnation, and that's it, right? Oh, this is devastating. This is bad for the campaign. She didn't get that. So she literally turns around and is like, well, there's a terrorist that, attacked the synagogue, as though that has anything to do with me. Like, as though that has anything to do with me at all. As though I wouldn't like fucking condemn acts like that. It's so gross. It's so nasty. It's so Islamophobic. It is what it is. It's just a fucking reality.
A live wire inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a state where there were almost 100-something preschoolers almost murdered by a terrorist who...
Like, that's her literally contradicting his point, being like, well, don't you think it's still fucked up? Shouldn't we rise above the machine of politics here? And doing that by also conflating me and Abdul, who will become the first Muslim senator, as we saw with what Chip Roy was talking about earlier, inshallah, with an act of terrorism on U.S. soil. It's a very insincere argument. It's a very cynical argument. There's a clear motive here. It's terror jacketing, right?
Was, thank God, stopped from doing it. Piker talked to our colleague Donny O'Sullivan a couple of weeks ago, and I want to play what he said.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Now, just a little bit of sort of fact-checking here and context, because it's important, because these terms are thrown around without, understandably, people...
Yo, lean into your panel, Dana. Why are you commanding the conversation, Dana? You have not one, not two, but three panelists on there, Dana. What's going on? Notice how she played the entire hit, where I'm able to speak. All of a sudden, I'm able to convince the CNN audience, which, by the way, I still do respect that they at least show that full quote, right? Because no one, and I mean no one that's a liberal watching CNN, is going to see the first half of that and then see what I have to say right there, where it's not like a clip out of context. It's not something that they're quoting, that they claim I'm implying or saying, but me directly. All of a sudden, very different dynamic. All of a sudden, people are going to look at that and go, wait a minute, I don't think this guy's fucking anti-Semitic at all. That's why she has to then turn around and slam additional context to the conversation. Let's take a look.
Really knowing what they mean to,
I'm just
to a lot
silly.
of people. First of all, Zionism. What is it actually? It's a nationalist movement, an ideology supporting the notion of a Jewish state, the Jewish people's right to self-determination. He just called that a racist ideology, the right for Jews to have self-determination. Deborah Lipstadt, who is one of the foremost experts, academic experts, who worked in the State Department on anti-Semitism. I talked to her about this a couple of years ago and many times since. The difference between quote unquote anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Here's how she answered that.
Also, Deborah Lipstadt is a perfect demonstration of someone who does actually live that ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Someone who is in a position of power, right? Who was the anti-Semitism czar under the Biden administration, who routinely has been cooked by Isaac Chotiner and numerous others for being openly aligned with Donald Trump's goals with respect to the allegiance that we have with Israel. Someone who has said that Donald Trump has done a lot of great things, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem, all this stuff. She can't get across the argument that anti-Zionism is actually anti-Semitism. So she has to lean into experts, but the experts that she's leaning into are also known for being racist. Race against Palestinians, race against Arabs, race against Muslims. Do you understand? This is what I mean when I say they can't actually fight against the message, so they have to disparage the messenger. They have to shoot the messenger because they can't tackle the message. Here is Dana messing up and trying to actively disparage the message. It won't work. The moment that you do that, you give the game away. She should have just stuck to the quotes and just been like, he's a bad guy, he's a bad guy, he's a bad guy, right? But the moment that she has that conversation around my worldview, my values, and why I say the things that I say, all of a sudden, it's a very different dynamic. It's indefensible from Dana Bash's perspective. And this is precisely the reason why Dana could just as easily invite me to a panel and cook me if she wanted to, right? If she had such a strong moral foundation, she could easily ask me to come on the panel. I've been on CNN already. I was on the CNN piece that Donnie conducted, but she can't do that. She has to talk over me. She has to lie about my worldview so she can try and control the way that the audience sees me. And still, in that regard, because it's such a 90-10 issue, it doesn't matter. Most people know exactly what these tactics look like, these smear campaigns look like when someone is a prominent critic of the state of Israel.
Criticism of Israeli policy is not anti-Semitism, but when you question the right of Jews to a national identity, when you question the existence of a Jewish state, you move beyond the political.
Shelby. Yeah, I mean, when you, I think he's sort of intentionally trying to get in the weeds here to maybe shift the spotlight away from some of his past comments, which I think everyone can agree are unacceptable. But this is the broader issue, I think, in this day and age in particular, with everybody being so online, with a ton of younger voters starting to get in the mix on both sides of the aisle. The ultimate question is how far.
Yeah. The only thing that you show that is like fully framed as a question and an answer is actually me moving away from the subject matter. No, you want to stick to choice quotes that you can utilize to disparage what the actual message is. When you hear the actual message, you go, oh, he's just trying to dance around it. It's fucking bullshit.
Do we want to go with this? And one of the reasons that Democrats lost in the last election was because the American people felt like they were too far to the left and they weren't necessarily representing the average American
this part
voter.
Is also bullshit. She says the Democrats lost because they went too far to the left. Yeah, really? Yeah, they went too far to the left on Palestine. Really? That's interesting because every single fucking poll right now shows the exact opposite of that reality. Very odd
interesting that you
very odd to even bring that up. It's just like it's just such a ridiculous fucking statement to make.
You have candidates who are teaming up with people who are sort of on the very far left side of it. On the flip side, you have the same issue in the Republican Party where you have fringe folks sort of trying to weasel their way into this quote unquote mainstream orbit. And there's a question with both parties of what do we do with these folks? Should we be going on their podcast? Should we be denouncing them?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important point. What was before thought of as fringe, here, both sides are definitely sort of moving into the mainstream slowly but surely. On that note, you mentioned it's Michigan, but it's beyond that. Ro Khanna, for example, he said that he has no regrets about appearing on Hasan Piker's show.
It's interesting because going back to the last presidential campaign, you were mentioning the Democrats moving to the left. Another reason they struggled is, they often face criticism on not meeting people where they were, just communication-wise, right? And, Hassan Piker, other influencers, these people have millions of followers, right? And Dems see it as a way to reach a younger, disgruntled base that is losing faith in their political system, right? But the dynamic that you're talking about, what comes with that benefit of reaching those folks? Yes, you had the interview there with Hassan Piker. I think what's even going to be more influential is the questions that are put to the politicians that choose to go on these platforms. They're also going to face the questions of whether or not they defend these statements and these views.
That's it. So 2 panelists that don't play the game that Dana Bash wants to play. One panelist that tries to lean into it a little bit and makes ridiculous statements in the process. But we're back to Dana Bash actually doing normal. Did you tell chat the boosted tweet is being suppressed 100%? What tweet? Oh, I did see this. Yeah. As politics grows louder, CNN's Dana Bash has become one of Washington's steadiest voices, pressing for answers, rejecting spectacle, and reminding viewers that the news, not the performance around it, still matters. Yeah. But remember, Dana is doing that for her own personal goals here. This is when you're Dana Bash, you're one of the top anchors on the network. You're dropping all pretense of impartiality, and you're totally doing this smear job, and you're failing to do so. But read the comments under that. It didn't go well. I didn't see the. Oh, you mean under this? Under the PR tweet. Yeah, I know. Everyone was cooking her because everyone knows what she's about.
President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, but this morning that temporary truce is looking fragile at best. Moments ago, an Iranian news agency reported Tehran halted oil tankers traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Reopening the strait to commerce, of course, was a key part of the deal the president and his administration says Iran signed on to. Listen to Secretary Hegseth this morning.
What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow.
One of Iran's demands in exchange was that Israel end its bombardment of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The Israelis say they never agreed to that, and the strikes continue today, as you can see here in Beirut.
In terms of this latest news, obviously the ceasefire has only been live for less than 24 hours. And the fact that Iran can still close the Strait of Hormuz in just a whim is going to strengthen the U.S.'s resolve to ensure that it does not control or retain sort of sole control of the strait going forward. And obviously, when it comes to if the ceasefire is still ongoing, when it comes to ensuring a permanent deal, both sides are going to be very far apart on that particular issue. Stephen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The White House spent last night and this morning on a victory lap, declaring that President Donald Trump had pulled off a masterstroke by reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That was somewhat of an absurd claim because the Strait of Hormuz, of course, was open before he launched this war that was opposed by much of the world. But this new apparent closure will undercut the not only the White House claim that Trump has pulled off a massive victory here, and that the Strait of Hormuz issue is not even going to be something that's going to be contentious going forward. I think it shows why a lot of people are arguing that despite all the propaganda coming out of Washington, the United States has absorbed a strategic defeat here, because it shows that going forward, at any moment, even a few hours into a ceasefire, Iran has the capacity to close that strait and create, again, that chokehold on the global economy. So I think it's going to be very irksome to the White House. The question is, how will they respond? Will they try to pretend this isn't happening, that it's just a teething problem? Or at some point, will President Trump's credibility and prestige and red lines again come into play in such a way as he has to take some military action, and then we're back where we were before?
Now we're seeing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Just talk about how the escalation after the ceasefire last night has only increased.
Yeah, there are multiple sensitivities here. There are multiple narratives, not least what we've heard from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, not least what we've heard from a whole variety of Iranian officials who both sides claiming victory. So
you have that, and it's not clear what precisely has been agreed. Pakistan's ambassador to the UN said that Pakistan's prime minister had sent he didn't describe it as a text or an agreement, but an understanding to both the US and Iran, who had agreed to it. He didn't say precisely what was in it. He said that was bounded by secrecy to let the sides work out what are clearly very big differences at the moment. He spoke about the Pakistan's prime minister in his statement having primacy in this situation because it had been accepted by both Iran and the United States. And as you say, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very clear that he doesn't see Lebanon as part of that ceasefire agreement, which is a difference with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Indeed, Israel launching its heaviest, by its own statement a few hours ago, its heaviest strike on Hezbollah targets inside of Lebanon, some of them deep inside of Beirut, coordinated against 100 targets. So has that led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? It's very hard to say, but it is certainly one of the many threads and strands of the lack of clarity, of the lack of certainty where everyone stands, of the multi-sided nature of what's been happening. Iran has, it appears, sent missiles and drones against a variety of targets in the Gulf today, long after the ceasefire. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said it would take some time, as he said, for the carrier pigeon to get out to some of the remoter Iranian military units who he says have been cut off from communications. But I think when we look at the state of play on Iranian state media, the declarations of victory, the popular support coming out in the street for the regime in Iran, it's hard to imagine that even in the farthest flung corners of Iran, military commanders haven't got the instruction yet to cease and desist. All of this is going to feed into that sort of uncertainty that can unravel what J.D. Vance called his precise words were a sort of an unstable ceasefire. A fragile was his precise word, ceasefire. I think all of that plays into it. And trying to get at which strand specifically is pulled that unravels the next one, very hard to say.
With me now is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commander of U.S. Army forces in Europe. So reopening the Strait of Hormuz was part of this deal. Is this ceasefire already broken in your view?
I think what Brett said earlier is correct. There is not really a ceasefire. These are not a couple of angry sergeants out there launching missiles. And I think we're going to have to listen to what the insurance companies say. If they are not willing to insure vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, then the strait is in effect still closed. And I think this is why it's also important that the president and others not speak too quickly about things that are so tenuous because it ends up damaging their credibility.
And the president, as you know, has claimed victory here. At the same time, you have these attacks in the region. You have the Strait of Hormuz closed now by the Iranians based on our latest reporting, and things are very active and moving by the minute. That's where things stand right now. There seems to also be confusion between the U.S., Israeli, and Pakistani positions over whether Lebanon was included in the ceasefire agreement. How concerning is that?
Well, very concerning. And this is part of the problem when you don't have world-class professional diplomats handling these kinds of negotiations. The fact I was skeptical when I first saw that.
No, because the goals that these guys have are not to actually come to a managed conclusion, a reasonable proposal where both parties actually cease hostilities. No, it's just to express the desires of Israel. So I don't think that's the goal, right? So no, these are the perfect people who are playing that role, the helpers. I obviously, yes, like Kushner and fucking Witkoff are not like real diplomats or real negotiators. They're not, but they're not supposed to be. Just as from Trump's position, he doesn't want like a competent person to lead the Department of War, formerly known as the Department of Defense. He wants a loyalist. He wants an absolute dumbass that will never question his goals. And that's precisely what's happening here too. Emmanuel Macron came out. Wow, turns out he has still some kind of fucking interest here. I've just spoken with the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. I expressed France's full solidarity in the face of the indiscriminate strikes carried out by Israel and Lebanon today, which resulted in a very high number of civilian casualties. We condemn these strikes in the strongest possible terms. They pose a direct threat to the sustainability of the ceasefire that's been reached. Like, even when they finally fucking speak out against Israel, like, look at how ridiculous this is. Dog, they've been doing this nonstop. The fuck are you talking about? They invaded Lebanon and they're striking further. Like, what do you mean? You should have said this when they actually blew past the ceasefire the first time the ceasefire was supposed to be implemented. That was like, what, 6 months ago? I reiterated the need to preserve Lebanon's territorial integrity and France's determination to support the efforts of the Lebanese authorities to uphold the country's sovereignty and implement Hezbollah disarmament plan. Yeah, a lot of condemnations today of Israel by European leaders for its bombardment of Lebanon. I wonder whether this also would have happened had Iran not made a ceasefire in Lebanon a condition for the larger ceasefire between Iran, U.S., and Israel. I just had a long phone call with the president of Lebanon, General Joseph Aoun, to whom I expressed solidarity with the Italian government for the unjustified and unacceptable attacks he's suffering from Israel. It's totally ridiculous. Yeah, no, they're frustrated that the strait is closed, right? That's probably what it is. They thought for a brief moment they could have a moment of respite, and Iran is saying, nope, strait is going to, continue being closed as long as Israel strikes Lebanon. But it's good. It's a movement in the positive direction, at least. I mean, these guys are all monsters, okay? These European leaders are cowards, they're vassals, and perhaps most importantly, they're monsters, okay? They're monsters. It's clear that the only reason why they're doing this now is because Iran packaged Israel engaging in a cessation of hostilities with Lebanon as a commitment to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Israel's been doing this shit nonstop in both Gaza, where these people never fucking spoke out against it. You are contradictional when you comment EU statements because America's not handling America is corrupted by Israel's lobby. EU statement is correct and you cannot figure it out because you're poisoned by Israel's lobby. Yeah, the European Union leadership is certainly not just as poisoned by the influence of the Israeli lobby. And then on top of that, are total fucking vassals to American imperialism and American needs anyway. Europe has an opportunity to chart a different path. I've made that very clear. Okay? They just don't seize it. Iranian told you who is boss. Are you going to be great pawn or on board for Miss Kirk in future? Are you ready to play this game for a future where you going to be on knees? Nice. EU leaders acting like they're at the table and not just vassals. Asian Century update. The entire mediation process for this conflict was managed by Pakistan, China, Turkey, and Egypt with no active input from any European country. Yeah, this is the other side of it as well. I welcome a 2-week ceasefire the U.S. and Iran agreed to last night. It brings much needed de-escalation, says Ursula von der Leyen. I thank Pakistan for its mediation. Pakistan's at the table. Pakistan's in the bod. Okay. Now it's crucial that negotiations for an enduring solution to this conflict continue. We will continue coordinating with our partners to this end, except you didn't do shit. And now you got some condemnations coming in. Condemnations for Lebanon. But like I said, it's a step in the right direction. As long as European leaders remember that as middle powers, especially if they're united, they have tremendous opportunity to apply pressure to America and Israel, then it's good. But of course, do they have the interest in doing so? That's a whole different question. I don't think they do. I don't think they care enough about it. Hopefully time will prove me wrong.
There was going to be a restriction on any operations in Lebanon or against Iranian proxies. I was pretty sure there was no way that Israel could agree to that. And so again, it's a mistake to claim a victory on something before you can be really sure that it's going to be done. And
I think you're wrong. The Nordic countries are united. The Greenland issue is one example. Dude, buddy, friend. It took them Donald Trump directly threatening military annexation in direct violation of the principles that NATO exists on, for them to finally fucking come out and be like, what are you saying? Donald Trump literally threatened annexation and invasion of Europe, of a part of the European continent, for them to finally say, okay, you can't do that. And the response to that was literally, yo, you're treating us like we're a brown country. Fucking chill. It was pretty obvious what was going on because they were celebrating the violation of Venezuelan sovereignty with the Maduro kidnapping, with the sham trial that they set up, right? They loved that. And then Donald Trump turned around and was like, I'm going to do to you what I'm doing to everybody else. He put Europe and the European continent in his rapist crosshairs. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We loved it when you were doing it to Venezuela. Macron at the time sent private text messages that we now know of to Donald Trump. Do you know what he did? Do you know what he said in those private text messages? He said, don't fuck around with Greenland. What are you doing? It's a European country. We can do wonderful things together in Iran. That's what he said. We can do wonderful things together in Iran. Now we're doing the wonderful things without France in Iran. If you want to understand what these guys' mentality looks like, look no further than statements like that, right?
Consistent problem with the administration of making claims about things that are just not the case, and that only damages us in the long run.
CNN's Anna Kuba joins us live now from London. So, Anna, I mean, listen, just in terms of where oil prices have gone, I mean, obviously, after that ceasefire deal was announced just yesterday, we saw Brent crude, that we have it on the screen, and WTI all trading lower. They're roughly around $95 a barrel. Obviously, it's going to take some time, despite technically the fact that even yesterday the Strait of Hormuz was open. We all knew that it would take some time.
Yeah, this guy's really good. Esfandiar Batmangilij. That sounds like a Turkic-ass last name. Iranified. Probably not. Maybe Batman is actually not a Turkish word. Batman is Batman, but also, it could be Armenian maybe? Or maybe Azeri? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Iran needs to know that Trump can control Bibi. That is the single most important factor in any kind of durable peace. Forcing Israel to stop hammering Lebanon is the test. If the administration doesn't understand this, there's really no chance that the ceasefire will hold. And he is absolutely right. Oh, here, you want to see the cuckening? You want to see how cucked Europe is? Here's Mark Rutte, NATO chief. Yeah, Trump is daddy. Remember? That's what he said. That's what he said about Donald Trump. Okay, Mark Rutte. Yeah, okay, let's hear what he had to say. Jake Tapper asked him a good question.
When President Trump threatened to kill the entire Iranian civilization, did that bother you at all as a diplomat?
Well, you know, what I always say when it comes to what leaders are saying, I'm not commenting on everything. What I want you to know is that I support the president, and I know large parts of Europe do, when it comes to taking out the capacity of Iran to export chaos to the region, to Europe, to the whole world. They are one of the main enablers of Russia's war effort in Ukraine. We all know this.
Yeah, all the drones.
With the drones. It is an existential threat to Israel if they would get their hands on a nuclear capability. It is great to try to negotiate it away, but we also always knew that with North Korea, it took too long, and then North Korea had its hand on the nuclear, and then you cannot negotiate any longer, and they have that power. Effectively.
Yeah, Mark Rutte is daddy. Trump is daddy. When will we be able to get a trim? Hopefully this weekend or before this weekend. Rutte is not German. I mean, yeah, I have like a similar dog. I'm Dutch. Imagine having this guy as a minister president for 12 years and now still having to hear this demon in a higher position. My number one op, Austin Ox, New York Post, trying to smear a song saying he's from California when the real dirt is that he's from New Jersey. California influencer embraced by Dems went on racist anti-Asian rant. Viral video reveals. It's so funny. It's like this kind of shit doesn't fucking work, man. Yeah, racist anti-Asian rant, and the rant is me shitting on some fucking crazy MAGA supporter that's like, we need to literally kill immigrants. And Donald Trump is going to do that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know? Go ahead, dude. Good luck with this. It's like, you're fucking New York Post, man. What is this? Emma Vigeland?
Dubs, if someone dug up my grandma for that, I'd be pretty upset.
I wouldn't care.
I
He's
would,
dead.
yeah.
I got dead grandparents.
Yeah, right.
When I die, you can dig me up, Hassan, and fuck me. Sorry. Wrong podcast.
That's what the fuck. I see you avoiding going to New Jersey for Annalie May and Adam Hamawi. We're noticing you won't step back into your homeland. Okay, dude.
I like Hassan specifically. Is gonna,
You can, Hassan, yeah.
is the first guy you're gonna go to that will fuck
Well,
your
that
corpse.
was the premise of the whole thing.
No,
I mean, any other
That's where your
schmuck.
mind
I
went.
mean, it better be a Twitch celebrity. Not anybody disrupting my
Somebody with the
eternal
guns
sleep.
to dig 6 feet deep.
Brian's fantasy.
That's insane.
Oh, I hear the.
Don't kink shame me.
Yes.
I hear the soil being removed from my coffin. I'm getting more and more excited.
Honestly, this anti-necrophilia mood on
know.
It's so toxic on the left.
Dig me out, Hassan.
What has the DPRK done since getting a nuke? Did they nuke Seoul yet? Dog, do you think that's the point of getting nukes? Are you fucking stupid? The point of nukes is not to use them. The point of nukes is to never use them. You've greatly misunderstood why countries develop nuclear sovereignty. The fuck? I guess that's... Oh, it's sarcasm, Mr. Hassan. Oh, got it. Yeah, the only country that developed nukes to use them is the United States of America, ironically enough. We're the only fucking psychopaths that use nukes on civilian population.
Can someone please clip this and send it to him?
Oh, God.
I think he'll get a kick out of
Just
it.
want to say that was the initial I am. Hassan was the example. That's where that reference came from.
Scott Croissant says that's so valid, Brian.
Thank you. I feel seen.
Brian Scorp says, "Come on, Hassan, come find me."
It's cold down here.
They aren't joking. Yeah, they're going to clip this out of context and start attacking them too. All right, let's keep it going.
To sort of recoup the 20% of global oil that was lost during the war. Now that there is this fragile ceasefire and things do appear to be volatile and the strait is closed technically at this point onwards, just walk us through what that means for oil prices going forward, Anna.
Well, you're right. There was an enormous amount of optimism in markets, plunging oil prices, but we're still high. You know, the prices are still high. They're still not what they were before the war. Brent, the global benchmark, was around $73. Now we can see there it's around 94. So there's still a way to go. And the terms of this ceasefire or the way it's playing out currently, as you've said, are incredibly volatile. We're seeing that because of these strikes in Beirut, Iran is now saying that oil tankers can't get through the strait. And already the terms of the strait reopening as a result of this ceasefire were, causing some really big questions for oil traders and for buyers. And that's because Iran was saying that it was still going to make sure that oil tankers were passing the strait in coordination with its military. And that raises questions as to whether we're going to see a similar dynamic play out, as Iran not allowing ships that have any sort of link to the US or Israel, whether they be insured or owned or crewed by countries that are aligned with Israel or the US. Is that still going to be the situation? And the big question mark about tolls. There were lots of reports around certain ships paying up to $2 million. That was a figure that was being bandied about to pass the strait. And now we've got reporting that says that Iran and Oman are thinking about allowing ships to pass through if they pay a transit fee. So I think that probably explains why we've seen these enormous falls because of the ceasefire itself, but not really back to where they need to be, which is where they were before the war.
Massive destruction in the heart of Beirut, in the centre and the west of the city, bustling residential and commercial districts, not just the southern suburbs, the Hezbollah strongholds, though they've been hit too. Is anyone in there, a man calls out, hoping for signs of life beneath this rubble, great piles of it. 100 targets hit across Beirut, the eastern Bekaa Valley and the country's south, all in the space of 10 minutes. Israel's largest attack since the start of the war.
Bro, why? Why do you keep saying this? You just keep spamming, hey, Russia, China, and North Korea are prepping for war? Where is this coming from?
and weeks in the planning.
I've said temporary ceasefire with Iran wouldn't include Hezbollah, and we continue to strike them with all our might. Today, we've dealt them the biggest blow suffered since the pages. We have attacked 100 targets in 10 minutes in places they were certain were immune and bulletproof.
And there are significant civilian casualties. How could there not be with this amount of firepower?
Bro, Israel is one speed. That's it. Anytime they don't get their way, they're like a petulant child, but a petulant child armed with nukes and unlimited weapons from the most powerful country on the planet. They literally just go, it's murder time, and they strike with unlimited force at whichever group of people that are seemingly the most defenseless. Classic. They did this every single time. They would just hit Gaza extra hard whenever they didn't get their way. Iran would start fucking retaliating after Israel would like blow up an embassy or something, and then they would hit Gaza. Now they're doing it to Lebanon.
And no prior warning. Hundreds
Just can't go
killed,
on.
More than 1,000 wounded.
It's a crime after a crime. They are martyrs. God bless them. What can we do? We are doing our duty. This is a crime. The state has to do something.
This is a separate skirmish, Donald Trump has said, of Israel's fight with Hezbollah, not part of the deal he'd struck. But Iran wanted the guns to stop with this war too, and will be weighing its response. For Israel to hit Lebanon this hard at this point suggests that it is trying to inflict maximum damage on Hezbollah while it still can and before it is forced to stop. We're 10 kilometers from the border here. This is one of those northern communities that has seen its fair share of Hezbollah strikes. And it is...
Why are we... I mean, I know the answer, but it's crazy that they're still literally presenting this as though like there's a real military purpose. Like, no, man, they're not striking against Hezbollah. They're just killing civilians. Okay? That's it. Their goal is not to strike against Hezbollah. They can't strike against Hezbollah. That's why they're killing civilians. Okay? That much is clear. And they did this for months and months. They did this for 2 fucking years almost. They went in, they accomplished 0 military goals against Hezbollah. They got their ship pushed in. They had to retreat. And the only time they made gains against Hezbollah was when they were just like blowing up entire city blocks. That's it.
It's towns like this that Israel has said that it is determined to protect at seemingly any cost.
You are looking at this one.
Okay.
Okay, and we are somewhere else.
Sarit Zehavi runs a center which focuses on the security challenges on Israel's northern border. She thinks Israel is right to press on.
We are tired of wars. We want to make sure that this time something will truly change.
Are you prepared to have the war with Iran ongoing if it means that you can keep fighting Hezbollah?
We are prepared to defend ourselves as much as it takes.
But these don't look much like defensive strikes, whatever Israel says. And Iran is taking note. The Speaker of the Parliament posting that negotiations were unreasonable with 3 of their key conditions unmet: the ceasefire in Lebanon, the entry of a drone into Iranian airspace, and the denial of Iran's right to enrich uranium. This ceasefire deal is already soaked in Lebanese blood, even if there are some miraculous rescues. Israel and Iran both have their fingers on the trigger, ready should the other blink first.
Ceasefire looks like very good news for the global economy. Very good news for anyone filling up at a British petrol station too. But there's expectation and then there's reality. Reality is a bit messy. We'll talk about why that is. But first of all, look, here's the good news. Oil prices. They had been going up, of course, because of this conflict, going up very sharply. They are now going down. They're still higher, way higher than they were before, but at least they are not still going up. And that's the same for gas prices too. They are coming down at the same time. Now, that is because a lot of this relies on passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And here we're going to start talking about the reality. This shows traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, you can see exactly when the war started. That traffic really plunges. That's why it was such a threat to the global economy, to people filling up petrol here and all around the world. So what has been happening since the Strait was declared open? Well, we've been tracking this using marine traffic. And since the ceasefire was announced, in the hours up to that point, we've only seen 2 vessels go through. And look where they've gone through. These are bulk carriers. They've gone through Iranian waters. Actually, one started in Iranian waters before they make their way out. So this isn't perhaps what we might be expecting in terms of global shipping getting moving again. And bear in mind that route, it's really important, close to Iran. So this is the Strait of Hormuz, sort of map form. This is how it usually works. That red line, ships go through there unimpeded. They just go about their normal business, and that means you can get a lot of volume, a lot of stuff in and out. This green dotted line is the Iran-controlled route. We've seen ships taking that throughout this conflict. The fact that even with the strait open, ships are still taking this route suggests Iran is maintaining control. So what is happening here? If the strait's open, why aren't ships going through it? Well, there's a lot of uncertainty. A lot of that is down to maybe different statements, different conceptions of what opening the straits means. We've got Donald Trump on the left, his statement, and Iran's foreign ministry on the right. We don't have to...
I mean, I think it's pretty clear what it is, right? For people who are aware of what's going on, yeah, no, you can... well, in the initial ceasefire proposal, it was very obvious that, like, Iran, as long as you pay a toll to Iran, you can get safe passage. They were most likely going to start processing those payments automatically rather than having them port. Like, rather than having them go to one of their ports to dock, and instead just go through whatever payment processor that they have, make that payment, go through easily, right? But then obviously Israel struck Lebanon, and Iran was like, all right, fuck you. Strait of Hormuz is closed. Anyway, there's a new statement from Trump. President Trump issued a statement following his meeting with Secretary General Rutte. NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice. Awesome. I like that he's threatening the European Union and threatening NATO allies by, once again, threatening to invade Greenland militarily. Yeah, that's cool. He's giving the game away, right? I guess after receiving the same blowjob over and over again, you kind of get bored of it, right? You would assume Mark Rutte developed new techniques of sucking him off from the back and maybe, applying pressure to his G-spot or something to, like, switch it up a little bit. But kind of feels like this time around, Trump was like, you've sucked me the same way. I need a new suck. I need a new suck, Mark. You're not sucking great. You got to put your tongue in it, Mark. Bring in Laura Loomer. She's a free spirit. She will lead the way. And then Politico thought it was crazy to compare him to Hitler. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks it's crazy to compare him to Hitler. I think it's a controversial enough statement that they're trying to tie back. But again, it's as bad as you make it as the candidate. And I think Abdul dealt with that so well in the moment where he was like, what are you talking about? He just threatened to do genocide. What the fuck do we call that? Another good one you can also say is, oh, wow, the guy I had on the stump called Donald Trump Hitler. Well, so did his vice president and his HHS secretary. So he's not alone in that, because they did do that. RFK Jr. and J.D. Vance have both called Donald Trump Adolf Hitler. So
read through all of that. But let's see what they said about the strait. So Donald Trump talks about the complete, immediate and safe opening of the strait, whereas Iran's foreign minister, he was a little more nuanced, a little more maybe in the reality of this. He said for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Two really important points. Armed forces, that suggests Iran is in control, at least according to its foreign ministry, and with due consideration of technical limitation. That is putting the brake on it. We're not just going to see traffic moving, even if companies wanted to move. That is suggestion there'll be technical limitations, that it will be slightly throttled. We won't be going back to pre-conflict levels of traffic, and that's before we even consider reports that Iran is going to charge ships to move through this. So the upshot of all that is fuel prices here may remain high for some time. So you've got diesel prices here in black, you've got petrol and green diesel a lot higher. It's increased because we have to import a lot more of it. But both have had that rapid rise. They may stay high for a bit longer. And then the cost of shipping, that also surged with war. It has come down a bit too. Again, there's a bit of expectation there because you're building weeks, months in advance. But this is all contingent on the strait being open as built. At the moment, it doesn't seem like that is the case. And it's the nature of a ceasefire. This isn't the end of a war. This is a ceasefire. There is a lot of uncertainty still to come.
Day 40 of the war could have been apocalypse now, instead of which it feels like apocalypse postponed, because both sides have agreed to a 2-week pause, a ceasefire, while they try to work something out. The Americans have submitted a 15-point set of red lines via Pakistan, which is being considered, and the Iranians have submitted a 10-point series of red lines via Pakistan, which the Americans are thinking about. And President Trump said about this 10-point Iranian series of demands that he thought it was a workable basis for negotiation. That's very curious when you consider some of the things that are in these 10 points. One thing that's in these 10 points is an Iranian demand that the Americans close their bases in the Middle East and withdraw their troops. Now, this is a view of some of the...
Well, perhaps that's a workable solution because those bases have been rendered inoperable. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they going to do? If anything, they're doing America a favor. So now they don't have to they don't have to go back and rebuild the fucking things when it's clear that they're not really invested in the security of the countries anyway. And who knows what the GCC's attitude will be, when all this is said and done.
Main bases, not all of them by any means, but some of the main bases in the region. There are 40,000 American troops normally in the Middle East, plus the 8,000 or so extra who have arrived there in light of this particular crisis. The chances of the United States withdrawing troops, still less closing bases, which have been open for many years, is absolutely zero. They just won't do it. Another Iranian demand is that they be allowed to maintain their civil nuclear power capacity. And they've always said this. We want to be a civil nuclear power, and they say we have no desire to develop a nuclear weapon. Now, they've been lying about that for the last 20-odd years, and presumably they'll continue lying about it.
Why?
But here's the other issue. In their main nuclear plants, these three were hit.
Why? Why are they lying? This is what's so fucking annoying. It's just automatic. Anyone that says, I don't think that's the case, actually. Let me tell you what the truth actually looks like. Immediately, you're like, oh, here we go. Another IRGC dick rider. Another Islamic Republic defender. No, man, I'm just defending the fucking truth. Why can't we engage in truthful discourse? If you got a fucking biased position against Iran, you can say that you're biased against it. But at least say the truth. It's so fucking annoying.
By the United States, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, not Bushehr in the south. They were hit last year. And somewhere in the rubble of those three plants, it is believed that the Iranians have got 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium, enriched to about 60%, highly enriched uranium. It may be under the rubble of Isfahan. Maybe it's under the rubble of Natanz. Maybe it's been split up into two.
You know what's so annoying about it too? What he just casually said right there, no one agrees with. No one, the International Atomic Energy Agency disagrees with that statement, and they are obviously the most knowledgeable, right? The only people that repeat this lie, or where this lie comes from, is Israel, and also by way of Israel, America. Your own governments don't believe this. It's just so stupid.
2 or 3 tranches. Or maybe it is under...
The CIA and the U.S. State Department also don't agree with that sentiment, or agree with that assessment either, but at least American politicians will say it, right? They advance that lie. Even if the actual intelligence shows the exact opposite reality, at least there's American politicians who fucking lie about it, and Israeli politicians who fucking lie about it.
Underneath Pickaxe Mountain, which was built near the Natanz plant, and it's very, very deep, very inaccessible, and it's possible that the Iranians moved their uranium into Pickaxe Mountain before the attack of June last year. Either way, the United States is not going to get its hands on this 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium, whatever it says about Iran's nuclear ambitions for the future.
Yeah.
But of course...
It's so funny because the source that they're using to talk about where the power plants are is the International Atomic Energy Agency. An agency that's supposed to be tasked with covering the nuclear programs and nuclear arsenal of every one of these countries that has them. And 90% of their work revolves around Iran for some reason, partially because North Korea won't allow them to their facilities. It's not fucking stupid. and also partially because Israel doesn't even admit that they have nukes officially. So it is a spy agency, 100% for the record. And not only that, but there's there's a lot of suspicion that the reason why Israel knew exactly who to kill in the Iranian nuclear program, like civilian scientists, was because they got the data from the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the record. just another incredible cruelty. Another instance where we have shown our hand, we've shown our real interests, we've shown how fucking violent and barbaric we are, how perfidious we are.
The most immediate issue is the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump has said that these straits will be released as of today, that the straits will immediately become open to shipping. The Iranians have said, well, they will open in the next day or so. But here's the big issue. The normal channel in the Strait of Hormuz goes like that, right around the straits and then along the Iranian side of the Gulf itself. But in the last few days, those ships that they've been allowing through have had to take a different route via the toll booth. And this is where they have to go north of Larak Island and effectively pay their tolls before they get out of the Gulf again. Because in Larak Island, the Iranians can take a good look at them. They could sink them if they wanted to. They can turn them back. And today, so far, day 40, all of the ships that have left the Gulf have been going north of Larak Island. So the Iranians are still operating their restrictive policy so far. If in the coming days they go back to the traditional shipping route, that will be a relief, but it's by no means guaranteed. Donald Trump can make lots of differences in the world. He can influence many things. One thing he can't really influence is Israel's war in Lebanon. The Iranians have said that all fighting must stop, but the Israelis have made it very clear with the most extensive attacks today on Lebanon since the 28th of February that this ceasefire is not to them. They actually will carry on with their war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, whatever happens in the Iran-United States arrangements. Which leaves President Trump claiming victory. He says that we have been completely successful diplomatically on all fronts. Well, if we look at all the things that the president has said over the last few weeks about what America's aims are, and they keep changing, but if we put them all together, the fact is not one of those aims has been unambiguously achieved. And some of them are in a worse state now than they were before he started.
This is the same exact dynamic we watched unfold when biased mainstream resources and legacy publishers that had no investment in telling the truth about what was going on the ground in Gaza would, or the ambitions of Hamas, the ambitions of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian resistance, they just misinformed their populations. They misinformed the public. And they're doing the same thing right now. And it's even dumber because at least like in that circumstance, albeit still totally unacceptable, these were non-state actors. Non-state actors that don't have English language communicators, non-state actors who were effectively shut out from developing a line of communication with the rest of the world, right? So it was much easier to disparage them and to refuse to listen to what their demands were. But like doing it to Iran is incredibly stupid because it's a sovereign state. It's a fully fledged country. It has a foreign minister that speaks English perfectly. And it makes it even dumber. To me, it's even dumber that they're trying to do this with Iran, where they're like, what could the ambitions be here? Oh, well, America tried to fucking achieve its military objectives and there's miscommunication taking place in the back and forth conversation. It's like, no, there isn't. It's confusing to you if you're just not paying attention at all. It's confusing to you if you have a totally distorted framework that you're operating off of. You're totally biased, and your job is not to really look at this stuff and try to interpret it. None of this stuff is strange. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why I'm maintaining this position is because you have to look at why this ceasefire took place. Okay? Look at why the ceasefire happened. Because America wanted it to happen. Why did America want it to happen? Because America was looking at the risk calculation, recognizing that they're incapable of reaching their military goals, They'd failed dramatically in achieving any of those military goals. They didn't deteriorate Iran's strike capabilities. They didn't even develop full air superiority over the Iranian airspace. They had no way of extracting this enriched uranium in this like super ambitious military campaign. They recognize that it's virtually impossible for them to overtake Karg Island or any number of different islands without, putting sufficient boots on the ground and developing an area like a cordon sanitaire with drones and with sufficient aerial assets. Like, it's just not going to happen. So they failed on all that. Okay, they recognized they failed on that. They understood that clearly the cards are in Iran's hands, and that's precisely the reason why they were advocating for a ceasefire behind the scenes by way of Pakistan. That's what the reality is. So any kind of conversation around this, like, oh, well, we don't know why America engaged in this. Like, well, we do know why. We know why. It's not dissimilar to the 12-Day War, when the Israeli defense munitions were deteriorated and America had to literally stop Israel. America had to tell Israel, enough. You don't have enough munitions to defend yourselves. Ironically enough, this time around, it's been much longer than 12 days because they brought in a lot more naval assets. And even then, it's clear that Iranian missiles are striking deep inside of Tel Aviv and potentially even in the Negev desert, where a lot of the Israeli Air Force is. That's where their big air base is. And we don't even know what kind of assets that they've been able to destroy. We've only seen the success on the runways of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and many other places. We don't know how successfully they've destroyed the Israeli fleets that exist. We only have suspicions. And also on top of that, they are capable of striking industrial areas and whatnot. And it's clear that Israel is getting cooked. But they're so fucking insane that they think, no, we'll get into the suicide pact as long as America is by our side. As long as we can achieve our main objective, which is to destroy Iran, rip it apart piece by piece, without any care or consideration for what happens to the 93 million people that live there, right? They'll do it. Yeah, we'll read this. Nathan Taylor Pemberton wrote, Hassan Piker can stream, but can he stump? I want to see the photos because this guy took so many photos of me throughout the entire day. Okay, these are not bad. Interesting style. Very heavy on the flash, but I do wonder if there's credence to the theory Israel's also trying to degrade America's presence in the Middle East. No, fuck no. No, not at all. There's credence to the theory that Israel is careless and inconsiderate about what happens to the Gulf because a weaker Gulf is good for Israel. That's real. That's a real part of the objective. So the more they hit Iran and the more Iran retaliates to the Gulf, the better it is for Israel. Okay? 100%. Yeah, I saw this is very funny. Hassan standing there like his lawyer. But no, as far as like removing America's influence from the region, no, they don't agree with that at all. As a matter of fact, they still want to maintain American military presence so hard in the Gulf that they have now finally openly admitted that they're willing to turn Israel into a direct American military base. Part of that, I think, also is because, you're just cutting out the middleman there, recognizing that the Gulf is unsustainable to defend and that America still has a foothold in the region. How is a weaker Gulf good for Israel? What do you mean? Chatter, any country in the region must be weak for Israel. Every country. The Gulf has other allies, not only China, but also Turkey, for example. Israel wants to destroy Turkey. Turkey's next after Iran. They've already Babe Ruth style called out their shot. Okay? That Turkey's next. If they engage in land acquisition or the same stuff that they're doing to Iran, but to Turkey, what do you think the Gulf is going to do? There's Turkish military base in the Gulf, like in Qatar, right? Let's say somehow Israel was able to convince America to pull Turkey out of NATO or something, right? This is hypothetical. It's fucking ridiculous. Not going to happen, most likely. But, that's the explanation for your Israel hate. Buddy, what's really funny about that is I've been far more critical of Turkey for literally aligning with Israel this is a relatively new phenomenon from the Israeli side. You don't know anything about anything. Turkey is the primary party involved in sending energy to the Israeli grid by way of Azerbaijan, Baku Ceyhan. There's a pipeline that goes from Azerbaijan into Turkey to ports on the southern point of Turkey with Turkish ships, Turkish tankers that take the oil and gas and bring it, deliver it to the Haifa port in Israel. Okay? The fleets that do this are owned by Erdogan's son or son-in-law, one or the other. I can't remember. Israel is still threatening to destroy NATO and Turkey because Turkey still has some semblance of sovereignty as a regional actor. America lets it happen because it's a reliable vassal state for American interests in the region, and Israel doesn't like that. Your talking points is anti-EU, even though we agree with you. You are using the same biased viewpoints that Fox News uses against you, against European media perceptions. We hate Trump. Orban is disliked. Vance lands in Hungary and helps him with Orban's election. You get that, right? Buddy, I don't think you understand. I know Europeans, I know regular Europeans despise Donald Trump. I'm saying your leadership is cucked, okay? And it's something you should understand and be sympathetic to because I'm an American citizen and my administration, my government is nowhere near as responsive as European liberal democracies are supposed to be, okay? At least I know that we don't have a real democratic process. Europe, I believe in, okay? Especially because Europe is supposed to still be independent. European Union is a powerful force on the planet still. My demand is that European leadership become more responsive to the needs of the population. That is very different than whatever the fucking Trumpian argument against Europe really is. Okay? I've never, as a matter of fact, the reason why I say EU is so cucked is because I am totally aware that the European population wants changes. The European population is demanding changes, sometimes even more aggressively than my countrymen do, right? Look at what's happening in Italy with like strikes at ports and general strikes that take place to make demands of the Italian government to decouple from Israel, right? And yet, why do European leaders refuse to listen to those demands? Why do European leaders place democracy under threat? It's because they're vassals. They're vassals to slaves to both the interests of capital, just as our leadership is slaves to international capital here in America, right? European leaders are no different. But they're also slaves to America and by extension of America to Israel. And that's precisely the reason why the overwhelming majority of European population's demands are never addressed. And instead of leaning into those popular demands, deciding to cut away from the United States of America, deciding to develop sovereignty and dignity for yourselves, for your nations, show the world that middle powers, when aligned with one another, can actually build a powerful coalition. The European Union is already there. Instead of doing that, instead of defending liberal democracy, European leadership, what does European leadership do? Time and time again, they show that they're totally fucking cucked. Fuck every fat American fuck. And the same goes for Mark Carney, right? Mark Carney is the exact same situation. It's unbearable to watch. I, as an American, hope that one day these middle powers can rise up against America and demand changes. That's what my goal is. I'm saying this as an American. I'm saying show your might, show your power, develop dignity, develop sovereignty. Say no to America so that we are forced to retreat, so that hopefully we'll have more responsive politicians that will focus on American needs rather than advancing the needs of empire that don't help everyday Americans, but instead only help the needs of capital owners.
מדינת ישראל השיגה הישגים אדירים, הישגים שעד לא מזמן היו נראים דמיוניים לגמרי. יש לנו עוד יעדים להשלים.
I hate this fucking asshole. Every goddamn day, bro. He's like, oh, we are a great power now. We're dominating the world. Look how much I'm fucking up Donald Trump. Look how much I play him like a fiddle in Hebrew. And then in English, he's like, America, we have delivered great sacrifice for your safety and security. We are dying every day confronting head on the dangers of Islamic terrorism. And then in Hebrew, he's like, oh, these Americans are so fucking fat and stupid. I know personally because I lived in Philadelphia and I hate the birds. Okay. I would never say go birds. And also simultaneously, I love dominating American politicians. Isn't it fucking awesome how cucked they are to me? Benjamin Netanyahu. Literally, Benjamin Netanyahu on Hebrew Twitter versus Benjamin Netanyahu on English Twitter is like two different demons. Both are demonic, but very different types of demons on very different timing. Go birds, dickhead. No, that was Benjamin Netanyahu. That's why he said he would never say go birds, despite the fact that he's from Philadelphia. You fucking idiots. I'm saying, do you want Benjamin Netanyahu to say go birds? I, Benjamin Netanyahu, love the Philadelphia Eagles. Is that what you wanted? Here, okay, he says go birds. God, Philly fans are so fucking... Dude, Philly fans get so... Philadelphia sports fans are so dumb, I'm sorry, that you heard me say I would never say go birds when referencing Benjamin Netanyahu, and you just got so angry that you were like, nah, fuck that, dude. Where's my sock full of batteries? So funny.
ואנחנו נשיג אותם, או בהסכמה, או בחידוש הלחימה. כי אנחנו ערוכים לחזור ללחימה בכל רגע שידרש. האצבע על ההדק. הלילה נכנסה לתוקפה הפסקת אש זמנית בת שבועיים בין ארצות הברית לבין איראן, בתיאום מלא עם ישראל. לא, הם לא הפתיעו אותנו ברגע האחרון. עכשיו אני מבקש להדגיש, זה איננו סיומה של המערכה. זו תחנה בדרך להשגת כל היעדים שלנו. היום הנחתנו על חיזבאללה את המכה הגדולה ביותר שהוא ספג מאז הביפרים. תקפנו 100 מטרות ב10 דקות, במקומות שחיזבאללה היה בטוח שהם חסינים.
Go ahead, yeah, go.
There seems to be a disagreement about whether Lebanon was included in this proposal. And the Speaker of the Parliament, who you're going to sit across from the table from Islamabad, has just said that he thinks negotiations will be unreasonable while that war is ongoing. So would you ask Israel to hold off strikes to allow some to respond?
Well, first of all, I know there's been some conversations between the Israelis and the leadership of our country today. I haven't been involved in that because I've been busy doing stuff in Hungary. I'm actually supposed to get an update when I get on the plane. But let me say a couple things. First of all, I actually think, and there's a lot of bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. Now, that said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful. That's not because that is part of the ceasefire. I think that's the Israelis trying to set us up for success, and we'll, of course, see how that unfolds in the next few days. But look, if Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Iran's foreign minister says the bowl is
so cucked. This is the guy that Iran wanted to deal with, by the way. So funny. Cucked. For an ESL lad, you always surprise me with the slang that you conjure up, e.g., where's my sock full of batteries? Dude, I'm a marabou. How do you not understand? What? Why won't he condemn you? Tight shift, tight shift? Yeah, I know. Yeah, also, remember when these guys used to make it seem like they're killing human shields? And now they just openly say, we are targeting non-combatant family members. They're like, it's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Like, they're just flexing. The more we have allowed them, the more we've given them this allowance, the more we refuse to punish them, the more intense they get, the more belligerent they get. It's ridiculous. Both Francis Macron and Spain Sanchez says Lebanon must be part of the ceasefire agreement, while Turkey harshly criticized Israel for its bombing there. That's 3 major U.S. allies effectively siding with Iran on this question. Not surprising if Trump-Vance's position of insisting Israel be allowed to indefinitely destroy and occupy Lebanon for some reason becomes an increasingly isolated one. Washington bizarrely clinging on to a globally reviled war criminal who just lied to the U.S. president himself, who just lied to the U.S. president himself into war. Yeah. Did you just see this?
That President Trump has set 8 p.m., has threatened to destroy a civilization. How does an investor process that? Is it a bigger upside risk or downside risk?
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's perfect, dude. That is unironic. That's perfect. That's the demonic timing that we're on. Demon time. Bro, she deadass gave herself whiplash. No, she's not even aware what she's doing. Glenn Greenwald is defending me again, becoming my strongest soldier. It's kind of crazy. We're in the middle of our most dangerous war in at least 2 decades, fueled by her precious Israel. And CNN's Dana Ruth Schwartz-Bash is still prattling on about Hassan Piker and his supposed insensitivity towards Israel and the suffering of her people. Ironically, one of the things that is annoying me about Hassan is how constantly he goes out of his way to condemn anti-Semitism and talk about its evils, even when it's not relevant to his point, and even when its existence is dubious. I get why he does it, but this insanely stupid 2-week lynch mob proves that even that if you're an influential critic of Israel, you'll be widely branded an anti-Semite, no matter how much you not only avoid anti-Semitism, but aggressively denounce it as he does. I don't think people understand this, though. Like, Glenn's Jewish. I mean, he's been fucking yelled at nonstop. But I think because Glenn's Jewish, doesn't understand, like, a part of this is racism baked into Zionism, right? Zionism is racist. It's Islamophobic, it's anti-Muslim, it's anti-Arab, it's anti-everything, right? And for that reason, like, no matter how hard I make my position be known that I have always combated anti-Semitism. No, it is a really good defense of me. It is really solid, but I'm just explaining why I do it beyond the fact that I also, care about bigotry and combating bigotry. Because, like, yes, it is heavy-handed. I do actually fucking go above and beyond. Like, not every single conversation I have about Israel has to also be fucking packaged with anti-Semitism. But, that's part of the reason why I've been a little bit restrained about, like, yelling at Zoran, right? Because no matter what happens, like, Zoran is a Muslim guy. He's brown, right? Same with Abdul. Like, you have to be way, you have to go above and beyond to, like, overcome that fucking racist trope, that Islamophobic trope. No, it doesn't even matter, though. It just, like, doesn't even fucking matter. Yeah. I don't necessarily think any of these people give a shit, though, about the truth. All right,
is in Washington's court over whether or not the ceasefire deal holds. In a post on X, Abbas Araghchi says the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. We're going to bring in Tawhid Asadi, joining us now live from Tehran. Iran already warning of ceasefire violations just in the first few hours of this ceasefire, and using some very strong language, particularly from the Revolutionary Guard, about how it might respond.
Yes, indeed. We hear this strong message from the Iranian side warning about the repercussion of the breach of the ceasefire agreement. And obviously, Lebanon and the situation there seems to be critically important, as you mentioned, from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Speaker of the Parliament. And added to that, now we hear from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian during his phone call with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron. He came out to say that the ceasefire in Lebanon is one of the pivotal conditions when it comes to the 10-point Iranian proposal directed to the United States. And obviously, this is not the only factor that runs the risk of further escalation and a potentiality of maybe Iran's withdrawal from the ceasefire agreement. But also we know that in addition to that, Iranians are now talking about the attacks that happened in Lavan Island. Also, they are talking about the downing of a drone in central areas of the country. And obviously, all in all, we can say that we're dealing with a very, I would say, brittle and fragile situation as Iran and the United States are heading towards a meeting on Friday scheduled in Istanbul, in Islamabad, my apologies, to pave the way.
That's crazy. You see, he forgot. Turkey is no longer at the table. Turkey is no longer the table. Pakistan is now the table. Pakistan is now at the table. He said Istanbul, sorry, Islamabad. Because normally in these conversations, it's always Turkey at the table, you know? Oh, how far we have fallen.
For a diplomatic settlement to settle down the issues, but still we know that even when it comes to that meeting, Iran says it's going to take part. Iranian president as well as the National Security Council of the country confirmed that, but the context is surrounded by this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Iranian perspective towards any rapprochement with the United States. And obviously that's coming from the very fact that they've already tried the trajectory of negotiation and diplomatic engagement, not once but twice over the past 10 months. I think all sides are pretty much aware of how high the stakes are, but still Iranian side is talking about a preparedness, a full readiness for any confrontational scenario down the road. This is what we hear from the IRGC, the military sources here, that it seems in a sense they are not that much positive that there's going to be a sustained peace, even though the country is trying the trajectory of diplomatic engagement.
Tawqat Asadi there talking to us from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed.
Ambassador, thank you.
What was that? Oh, here's Nathan Pemberton's article on the New York Times. Hassan Piker can stream, but can he stump? The progressive popular Twitch streamer who's controversial with some Democrats tests his political influence on the 2022 campaign trail. Let's take a look. All right. Finally, I assume, some decent press coverage. Deep inside the sprawling campus acreage of Michigan State University, leftist political pundit and streamer Hassan Piker stood before a packed lecture hall, taking in a rapturous welcome. Crowd about 400 people, many wearing hoodies and headphones, plus the occasional keffiyeh scarf, had waited hours outside of a frigid Tuesday afternoon to see Mr. Piker and Dr. Abdullah Sayed, a progressive Muslim candidate running for U.S. Senate in Michigan's tightly contested Democratic primary. For the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves, Mr. Piker said, pointing a finger towards his listeners. They claimed we were radical, said that we were wrong, and yet we persevered because we understood the violence that was taking place. The implied they here wasn't Mr. Piker's normal opposition on the right, but instead his critics within the Democratic Party. In recent weeks, they have dredged up streamers' past comments about the Hamas-led October 7th attack on Israel, which he has called a direct consequence of Israeli and U.S. actions, and the September 11 attacks, which he once said America deserved, though he later apologized. Is a charge amplified by the founders of the center-left think tank Third Way, which wrote a Wall Street Journal opinion piece last month urging the Democratic Party to break ties with Mr. Piker for his, in air quotes, Jew hate. On stage, the avowed socialist said, but one short response to his distractors. Screw him, Mr. Piker said. Well, I said fuck him. Though he opted for a four-letter word that shattered the crowd's attentive silence into a roar of defiant approval. This anti-establishment rebel, who has professed his love for things like streetwear, anti-imperialist politics, and marathon streaming sessions, is now at the center of white-hot debate among some in the Democratic Party during his professional turn on the stump. In recent months, Mr. Piker's stream has featured a number of prominent Democratic politicians, including Mayor Zohran Mamdani of New York, Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat of California, and Shrikant Chakrabarti, progressive candidate running to fill Representative Nancy Pelosi's seat. With the approaching midterm primary elections, Democrats seem to want what Piker has, a devoted audience of young voters, mostly male, yet will not embrace the 34-year-old commentator. Despite the party's well-documented struggles with winning over highly online young voters, some Democrats representing the party's establishment, pro-Israeli flank, are making a coordinated push to drive Mr. Piker out of the coalition. CNN and Fox News have made Mr. Piker the subject of roundtables. Politico surveyed Democratic politicians about the so-called Piker pickle. And now Mr. Piker's primary antagonist, Third Way, has begun to circulate a letter demanding that Dr. El-Sayed disavow Mr. Piker over his past comments. The website Jewish Insider has imitated his tactic to pressure Democrats who have received even a whiff of support from Mr. Piker, as in the case of Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, to publicly condemn the streamer. Mr. Ossoff's Senate re-election campaign has so far ignored the group's inquiry. Ahead of the rally, Mr. Piker's planned appearance has also drawn attacks from Dr. El-Sayed's primary rivals. It's a debate that many of the students at the Michigan State rally found laughable. I just don't think Hassan's anti-Semitic at all, said Colin Smith, 20, who was taking a selfie with the stage in view as Mr. Piker was introduced. Mr. Smith, a student at nearby Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, like many at the event, first came to watch Mr. Piker stream as a teenager during the pandemic years. He's also a supporter of Dr. El-Sayed, whom he discovered through Senator Bernie Sanders during a Fighting Oligarchy event in the state. Mr. Smith felt that much of the criticism was motivated by religious bias, given Mr. Piker's Muslim identity. He's done so much for the Jewish community, constantly pushing back against actual anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes, Mr. Smith said, referring to the 27-year-old white nationalist streamer. Mr. Piker likes to describe himself as a megaphone for his ability to call out the failures of the Democratic establishment and, in turn, lure back disaffected young men, some of whom have drifted to the right or dropped out of the political process entirely. Nick Serafinoff, a 29-year-old project manager who had traveled from Detroit to attend the rally, described himself as one of those disillusioned young men. After Mr. Sanders' exit from the presidential primary in 2016, he stopped voting, a decision he now regrets. He credits Mr. Piker for bringing him back into the fold after learning about Dr. El-Sayed on the nightly stream. Like many of the young voters who listen to Mr. Piker, Mr. Serafinoff is frustrated by the Democratic Party's refusal to condemn the war in Gaza. There has to be a willingness to meet people where they are, he said. Earlier that day, Mr. Piker, in an interview with the New York Times, described the criticism of him as boomer desperation. During the conversation, Mr. Piker said his opponents in the Democratic Party had little understanding of the new media landscape. He then began the day's live stream commenting on the President Trump's threat to destroy Iran's entire civilization. For the next 9 hours, Mr. Piker's every move could be followed on Twitch as he traversed green rooms and campaign vans, press gaggles, and auditorium stages, accompanied all the while by a shaggy-haired cameraman named Mauricio Miranda. Oh, shit. Mauricio mention. Hey, yo. The stream, which held steady at about 35,000 viewers throughout the day, seemed to exist as a parallel universe. The chat furiously commented on Mr. Piker's surroundings in a thread that moved too fast to follow. Students thronged around Mr. Piker, asking the streamer for selfies. At Michigan State, one student asked Mr. Piker to autograph a copy of the Labor Manifesto's Secrets of Successful Organizing. Obviously, he's tapped the nerve for a lot of folks who do not trust traditional media to sift through our politics, Dr. El-Sayed said in an interview. Dr. El-Sayed, who lost his bid to be the Michigan governor in 2018, appeared alongside Mr. Piker last summer as the two men traveled to Dearborn, home to one of the largest Muslim communities in the country. They met locals and indulged in manosphere-style recreation, working out, and eating kebabs. Dr. El-Sayed, a former health director in Wayne County, has stood by Mr. Piker during a fraught moment, refusing calls to disavow the streamer's past comments. He told reporters on Tuesday at Michigan State that these efforts amount to cancel culture. While speaking with the Times, Dr. El-Sayed, who was a practicing Muslim, stopped short of describing himself as anti-Zionist as Mr. Piker does. Do I believe that Palestinians deserve equal rights to things like dignity, self-determination, and peace? He said, yes, I do. And if that makes me anti-something, I don't know. I guess I'm just more pro-something. For Muslim Americans like Dr. El-Sayed, the memories of the 2024 presidential election are still painful, he said, partly because of what he sees as the Democratic Party's refusal to engage with pro-Palestinian activists. At the time, Dr. El-Sayed supported the Uncommitted Movement, an Arab American-led push for Democratic candidates to back a ceasefire in Gaza. The Cloverfield, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Ali Alam, 21, a senior at the University of Michigan and a chair of the Muslim Coalition on campus, pointed out that in 2024, Kamala Harris had campaigned alongside the Republican former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, a political figure he considered to be far more contentious than Mr. Piker. She literally helped architect mass murder overseas, said Mr. Alam, referring to Ms. Cheney's support for the Iraq War. But we didn't hear any of the backlash we're seeing now for a Twitch streamer. In a brightly lit classroom, Mr. Piker and Dr. El-Sayed wrapped up the final interviews of the day as weary campaign staff members collapsed onto chairs. It's different, Mr. Piker said, of his experience on the campaign trail. His live stream after 9 consecutive hours had finally come to an end. You're thinking about how the things you might say might negatively impact the candidate. It's hard to dial it back for me, but I think I did it. Nathan Taylor Pemberton is a reporter covering politics and culture for The Times. Who was the journalist at the second location that Abdul told he wouldn't answer a question that couldn't be defined? And what did that person ask? I couldn't hear it at the time. It was my favorite stalker from the Free Press, Olivia Reingold, who recently wrote an article about how she's an October 8 Jew. There's also another good Guardian article from Bhaskar Sunkara, which is, why do elite Democrats fear Hassan Piker? I don't even know this photo existed, by the way. The party establishment rushed to condemn the Twitch streamer after news of his alliance with the Michigan State candidate. Gas has topped $4 a gallon for the first time since 22. The president's approval rating fell below 40%. The war in Iran is entering a 6th week with thousands dead and no end in sight. The Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, food prices are climbing, and U.S. households are staring down hundreds of dollars in added living expenses. So naturally, the Democratic Party has found something truly urgent to focus on: a Twitch streamer. The latest intra-party panic was triggered by Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive running in Michigan's competitive Democratic Senate primary, who announced that Hassan Piker would appear at 2 campaign rallies alongside him. The response from the party establishment was swift. Representative Brad Schneider branded Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. Michigan's own Senator Elise Slotkin, a former Pentagon official, weighed in with her condemnation, as did Representative Haley Stevens, one of Syed's primary rivals. Another opponent, Mallory McMorrow, who is enthusiastically went as far as to liken Piker to Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who has enthusiastically praised Adolf Hitler on camera. When Politico came calling, both Cory Booker and Ruben Gallego rushed to declare they would refuse an invitation to appear on Piker's stream. It was quite the pile-on. But who is Hassan Piker, and why have some Democratic Party elites branded him enemy number one? Piker is one of the most watched political streamers in the country. His audience skews young and male, exactly the demographic that deserted Democrats in historic numbers in 2024. He's a socialist who talks about class politics, foreign policy, and the failures of the American system with a directness that clearly resonates with millions. Last month, he joined a solidarity convoy bringing humanitarian aid to Cuba. He's also the guy who turned down $500,000 to play poker on stream and who walked away from $1 million offer from Polymarket for his 2024 election night coverage. At a time when surveys show nearly 40% of young men admit to betting more than they can afford, that consistency is worth something. It also puts Piker on a higher plane than some establishment figures. Stephanie Cutter, Obama's former deputy campaign manager, announced just days ago that she's excited to be advising Kalshi, one of Polymarket's prediction market competitors. Guess who else is also getting paid by Kalshi? CNN. Just, so you guys understand where I'm at with my consistency as a singular force that could be considered a media entity versus fucking CNN and Fox News. One of Polymarket's prediction market competitors, the establishment's moral compass, is conveniently selective. Has Piker said things that are offensive? Of course. He's a streamer who broadcasts for hours a day. The medium almost guarantees it. But the specific charges being recycled against him are years old. A 2019 remark that America deserved 9/11, which he has since walked back as hyperbolic critique of U.S. foreign policy, forceful criticism of Israel and its crimes in Gaza, and the time he called ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred. Inbred is an unfortunate but standard piece of American insult vernacular. This is a British paper, so they're explaining it. Piker himself uses it freely against white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and anyone else he dislikes. He has said he regrets applying it to Jewish people specifically and will not do so again. None of this is new, and none of it makes Mick Morrow's comparison of Piker to Nick Fuentes, an actual Holocaust denier, anything but ludicrous. None of it was a problem for establishment Democrats until the day El-Sayed announced his rally. The framing of Piker as a threat to all that is decent is nothing but a campaign tactic designed to kneecap a progressive challenger in a primary race. It's worth reflecting on the power of the respective sides of this controversy. Cory Booker, for example, is a United States senator. Sam Piker is a guy with a laptop and an audience. Booker supports a bill that would unconstitutionally ban boycotts of Israel and has repeatedly voted to arm a country that's killed tens of thousands and leveled the Gaza Strip. But a streamer who says strident things about it from his living room is somehow beyond the pale. The double standard tells you everything about what the establishment considers dangerous, not the exercise of actual state power, but the existence of a popular voice they can't control. On Pod Save America, Booker said he had never even heard of Piker before this past week. This is revealing in a way Booker probably didn't intend. A senator who aspires to lead the party can't be bothered to know who commands the attention of millions of the young voters he claims to want back, but he can be mobilized overnight to condemn the guy. His priority clearly isn't engaging with the audience, though he does find time to text message back and forth like teenagers with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. God damn. After 2024, Democrats conducted an anguished post-mortem about why young men were abandoning the party. Pundits filled columns wondering where the party's Joe Rogan was, someone with actual cultural reach who could talk to disaffected young men on their own terms. As Ryan Zickgraf pointed out, they got one, and the party's first instinct was to try to cancel him. What this episode makes painfully clear is that for too many leading Democrats, the priority is defeating progressives within their own ranks and triangulating their way back to power behind a well-heeled professional base. Palestine has become a populist issue among young Americans in a way that the Democratic mainstream still refuses to comprehend, not just in Brooklyn and Ann Arbor, but in rural and working class communities where people are angry and where anger at the human cost of U.S. foreign policy doesn't break neatly along the lines the party expects. We are living through an era of extremes, a war in Iran that almost no one asked for, an economy that's squeezing ordinary people, and a president whose approval is cratering. The old playbook of moderating and scolding isn't just uninspiring, it's a proven loser. Abdul al-Sayed understands that you can't meet this moment by hiding from the people who are actually reaching the voters you lost. The Democratic establishment's problem isn't Hassan Piker. It's that they've run out of ideas and they'd rather police who progressives talk to than offer the country something worth voting for. Bashar Sunkar is the president of the nation, the founding editor of the Jacobin, and the author of the Socialist Manifesto, the case for radical politics in an era of extreme inequalities. I want to see the comments. W article, by the way. It's not that complicated. Twitch and its attention-based ecosystem rewards outrage and edgy commentary to the establishment who represents the milquetoast moderate center, where you still find 80% of the electorate are afraid that the moderates will be offended by the edgy stuff. Again, 44 articles read, confirmed article head, true. This is the same commentator who said 9/11 was a good thing, right? America deserved it, apparently. And the Guardian article wonders why Democrats are desperate to distance themselves from him. I find it distressing that the article does not bring up Piker's seemingly equivocal stance on the Armenian genocide. Wait, what? And on Ilham Aliyev's brutal conquest and ethnic cleansing of Artsakh, issues that resonate with the crucial constituency in Michigan, and that also ought to engage the conscience of every principled Democrat, minuscule D intended. Why should uniting the left include picking and choosing among which genocides to condemn? What the fuck is this guy saying? Wait, is he, when he says seemingly equivocal stance on the Armenian genocide, he means like, I actually equivocally condemn the Armenian genocide as well, right? As I condemn the... Y'all are so brainwashed by a rich motherfucker trying to act like he cares about anyone but himself. Lamau. There's a CBS one. Oh, yeah. Okay. We read, how would you feel about the next U.S. president pulling on support from Israel? Oh, baby. These are all good answers, but I feel like we need to stop and take inventory of the fact that CBS News, of Murrow and Cronkite fame, now is a full-time staffer whose job is to stalk a Twitch streamer and ask rambling, unlettered gotcha questions to whoever he's standing next to. Oh, yeah, this was the Olivia Reingold situation.
Follow up on the answer you just gave there. How is that not an equivocation? Because the logic, if you extend the logic there, that would be like if after October 7th, someone went to a mosque and was upset, did something awful there. How is that logic? How does that not translate?
Well, after October 7th, there was a whole genocide against Palestinians.
They blew up a lot of mosques in Gaza. I don't know if Free Press reported on that. Sorry.
So no, I just look at the end of the day, we can play this rhetorical game where we pretend that all actions stand on their own without a context, or we can try and have an adult conversation about context that exists in the world. Because at the end of the day, we all live in the same confined world. The things that happen one place in the world can affect what happens somewhere else in the world. And if we're serious about preventing bad things from happening in the world, we also have to be serious about the context in which they're created. And I'm trying to be serious about that context. So I can both say that the attack on Temple Israel was anti-Semitic and wrong. And I can also say that the circumstances that created that, it didn't happen in a vacuum. And that those circumstances that created that are important to stand up against as well.
She's so embarrassingly stupid every time she shows up. She just ends up getting made fun of for a couple of days. I know.
So the notion that somehow...
Isn't it weird? I feel... is it weird that I feel a little bit bad? Is that fucked up? I don't know what it is. Like, it's just... I mean, she's not a good person. Like, her output is like really fucking devastating, really awful. But in some ways, I'm just like, I don't know. I feel kind of bad about it.
I cannot condemn a war that killed a little boy and a little girl in Lebanon because of an attack on Temple Israel. Seems to me inconsistent with the way the world actually works. And I'd like to live in a world where we stand up against...
I drew this of Olivia stalking you the night of the Zoran victory party.
Understanding that wars that we should not be fighting.
Yeah, I think it's secondhand embarrassment. Yeah. No, Chatter is right. This is funny. I saw this. This is so stupid. Look at this. They're clapping for him, ma'am. Another rare Tim Miller W. Yeah, Tim Miller's been impressive lately.
Understanding that there really is a connection between the two of them, however much the rhetorical games that people try to play tell us that there somehow is not.
We're going to take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia. As a Jewish state. Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to take the question. I'd love to take the question. Actually, what do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
if you can't define the question, I'm not going to answer your question.
Damn.
We're going to move on to the next.
He just fucking snapped back. That was great. That was great. Yeah, I think the Free Press knows it's going to happen. They just send her anyway. This is funny. Is this a lady who writes about not having friends all the time? Girl, put down the Zionism and join a kickball league. Tim Miller genuinely wants the Dems to win. It seems like, yeah. Breaking, Trump administration considering plan to punish members of NATO who were unhelpful to the U.S. and Israel during Iran war and possibly moving U.S. troops out of those countries and stationing them in countries that were more supportive. Move every single U.S. troop in the world to Israel. Oh, that's so... Oh my God. Fuck it, dude. Oh, amazing. I mean, it literally is helpful for everybody. Imagine taking the Marines out of Okinawa and South Korea, where they're wreaking havoc on the fucking streets, getting drunk driving, killing families, you know, and instead just slamming them into Israel, the size of New Jersey. What? Israel is a small nation. Yeah, put them all in there, dude. Drunk driving rate in Haifa will rise by 3,000%. Yeah. Well, yeah, where are they going to put all the troops? Hungary and Israel. Yeah, where's the Tim Miller quote? Where is it? We got it. Oh, here it is. This is crazy. This is an 8-minute convo between Josh Buttheimer, one of my least favorite, alongside Moskowitz. Buttheimer and Moskowitz are like the two worst Democrats on Israel. Straight up. Like there's the actual, the Palestine tracker shows it. I think it's like Henry Cuellar, Gottheimer, and Moskowitz, I think. Anyway, he was questioned about this, right? He was questioned about his lack of opposition to the war in Iran.
Why not just oppose this? I don't understand why there would be...
I mean, Buttheimer is bad on everything. It's not just Israel. He's like one of the more conservative, which is crazy.
Any interest from a Democratic member in a war when we don't know what the objectives are, can't trust the people running it.
Knowing what kind of threat Iran poses, I believe the importance of stopping that threat is critical. But there's different ways to stop a threat. Right?
Sure.
And especially, I don't believe regime change right now, for instance, is something that you could do unless you're going to put troops on the ground, and I don't support that. That doesn't mean that I don't still believe it's a threat.
So I guess I'm just confused. So do you want him to keep going? Like, what do you want to happen? Would you like him to say, we're pulling out of this, we're going to try to do a face-saving deal, or do you want them to keep pressing forward?
What I'd like is to find out we get a deal, which is going to reopen the straits, is going to make sure that we can get gas prices down, some commitments on their nuclear program and their drone and ballistic missile program, understand what we're going to do financially to contain their terror proxy program.
So that where we were 6 weeks ago? And the strait was open 6 weeks ago. They had bombed the nuclear facilities last year.
If we massively...
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's so indefensible. It's so fucking stupid. It's exceptionally stupid when you're doing it as a Democrat, okay? It's spectacularly stupid when you're doing it as a Democrat. Like, you're defending the least popular guy's least popular actions.
Diminish those programs, that would be a good thing.
I mean, I guess if the regime is still in charge, though, and
right.
the IRGC is still in charge, and they've demonstrated that they have control over the strait, I mean, sure, they've lost some ships and missiles. That could be replenished. We caused all this harm. We caused all this international harm. We've pissed off our allies. People at home have higher gas prices. For what end? We got rid of a couple of their missiles and ships. Who cares?
Don't say who cares on that, because what if we told you, hey, by the way, we've set back their missile, drone, and...
I guess the one thing I will give credit to Buttheimer on is that he's a little bit more honest about most of these other... he's a little bit more honest about this issue than the rest of the Democrats that are also kind of on the same boat, but they just don't want to say the quiet part out loud. Because, like, other Democrats are like, oh, Trump, this was a fucking big L. This was a big failure. Like, we opposed the war on procedural grounds, right? At least he's like, I don't oppose the war. It's good. I'm glad it's happening. Because Democrats also say that they like the goals. They just don't like the process that Trump took, which is so fucking stupid. Like, they're like, oh, we agree with the goals. We just don't like the process. Okay, well, at least Gottheimer's more honest, you know? He's like, yeah, I Don't care about the process. I agree with the goals. I'm in favor of the war.
Nuclear program several years. Would you consider that a win or a loss?
I mean, they said that last year, and now we're in a war with them again. And I think that China and Russia could replenish them. Russia's replenishing them now. Obviously, that's how they shut down our plane. Now they know they can control the strait, so we've given them more power and leverage. We've alienated.
Tim Miller not giving credit to the indigenous weapons manufacturing industry of Iran. Okay, that's fine.
Our European allies and our Asian allies, and people in America who had no idea what the purpose was of this war, who did not feel at all threatened by their ballistic missile capabilities, are going to suffer major economic consequences. We pushed it back their capabilities 2 years to screw over our own people. That feels like a terrible deal.
Do you think them having a nuclear weapon would be a disaster?
Sure, but they've been on the cusp of having a nuclear weapon for a long time. We had a deal with them under the Obama administration that Trump had taken us out of. There were other potential options.
We did nothing to diminish their terror program.
It seems to me.
Yes, no, that's not true. The JCPOA was good. That is actually, in my opinion, the lack of mention of Obama's legacy on this issue is what gives the game away for me. Because I am a critic of Obama, right? I'm a critic of Joe Biden, but I defend Joe Biden's decision to courageously pull out of Afghanistan, right? And I'm a critic of I was gonna say Biden. I'm a critic of Obama, but I have always defended JCPOA because it was good. I call balls and strikes, okay? And the fact that like every Democrat is not constantly yelling about the fact that Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, which is supposed to be one of the signature accomplishments of the most popular former Democratic president, one of the most popular alive Democrats, kind of gives the game away. It gives the game away. Democrats didn't like it either. Many of them didn't like it either. Maybe some of them are still operating with the, you don't want to be in opposition of the Afghanistan war mentality, right? Where they're like, we'll look weak. It'll be, they'll pepper us with like attack ads and shit like that. But it's bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit. The fact that people are not constantly yelling about how there was a successful initiative. If denuclearization was the goal, there was a successful initiative. And Trump got us out in the first term and Biden didn't bring it back. And since then, things have fallen apart. I guess to be fair to Donald Trump, JD Pondon, he did actually achieve a much better deal for Iran than Barack Obama, if we're thinking about it from the perspective of like letting Iran exist as a sovereign nation. It just came at an incalculable cost, a death toll in Iran over 4,000, and also almost $100 billion of American assets that were destroyed in the process. And also the global energy markets falling apart. Having said that, in the aftermath of all of that, the art of the deal is real. Now Iran gets to enrich uranium as they see fit, according to their expectations from the 10-point plan that Donald Trump said yes to. And they also get to control the Strait of Hormuz and toll it, generating a fuck ton of revenue for the Iranian government, for the Iranian people, that you can basically take as reparations for what we've done to Iran, So I guess Trump was actually a lot nicer. I mean, that's sanctions relief that's coming up too, right? Iran had to fight like hell to achieve it, but it turns out it was achievable. Donald Trump did the damn thing. He was like, Obama's JCPOA didn't go far enough. We want to defend the dignity and sovereignty of Iran. The spirit of the Iranian revolution lives on in my heart, he said. He is a Taqiyya doing secret Shia, I think. Not only is he a Maoist, but also he is actually practicing Taqiyya. Turns out Donald Trump is actually the real Dr. Jihad. I mean, he did post praise be to Allah. So you never know. Policy Tensor says, what do we have learned so far? Here's 5 most important. Everyone keeps posting this. 1, the most important discovery is that Iran is a great power. There's a real discovery that was not known to Iranians themselves. Specifically, they could not be sure in advance that a strategic victory over the U.S. was achievable. It is a fundamental discovery about the polarity of the system. There are now 4 great powers in the world, and this structure will have very important consequences going forward. I don't think Iran is a great power. It emerges as a great power out of this, but maybe I'm wrong. The idea that you can secure strategic objectives with the air weapon due to the precision strike revolution has been debunked. The combined arms orthodoxy has been vindicated, and proponents of strategic air war have again been proven wrong. We have learned that Warden's decapitation idea does not work against highly institutionalized states. This was always the position of serious scholars, but recent Israeli successes had sown some doubt about the thesis. The doubts have now vanished. We have learned that a mature precision strike regime is defense dominant. Specifically, we have learned that a great power can deny global maritime power access to its near abroad, curtailing the latter's ability to project power. As a corollary of the above, the U.S. command of the global commons is gone. The U.S. is no longer a maritime hegemon that can guarantee access to even the most important choke point in the system. This is a development of great significance in the history of capitalism. Okay, that's that. The last couple of that's fair. That's absolutely fair. It's true. It's real. It is absolutely correct. I think that that is the most consequential aspect of this, because like the great bargain of allowing America to be the world police, the imperial hegemon, the superpower that dominates the world, is that America will always allow free commerce to take place on the seas. Okay. That's the reason why we have 13 fucking aircraft carriers, right? We can be anywhere all at once. We're in all the seas, and we can deploy naval assets and our troops in a matter of weeks to dominate any country that we choose to dominate. Okay, that's huge. That also plays a major role in the dollar being the global reserve currency. It's beyond force projection. It's like the most consequential aspect of like people leaning into the American economy, because America is the great stabilizing force. I know why you say it. It seems not compatible on how many areas Iran doesn't have great power, but I think it's now proven efficient military production capacity and oil price dominance kind of prove that they are a superpower as long as the world runs on oil. Bombing isn't enough. Decapitation doesn't work, and America sucks. Got it. I mean, it's true though. The first two we knew already, right? The first two we knew already. There's never been an instance where an aerial bombing campaign alone has effectively led to regime change. You need popular forces on the ground. The only time you can point to that, the only instance where you point to that is Japan. And even then, it technically, I guess it wasn't really a regime change. And on top of that, there was the threat of a ground invasion that played a big role in this by the USSR anyway, right? And it was also a once in a lifetime. It was a nuke. It was a world-changing incident. And that's it. Venezuela, buddy, what part of Venezuela was just an aerial bombing campaign? Venezuela was a very efficient and very swift military strike. We objectively put boots on the ground of Venezuela to extract the president. What do you think? They fucking teleported Maduro? They just like flew over with a spaceship and were like, whoop, and then they sucked him up into the air? No, they went in. Also, the regime didn't change in Venezuela. Actually, I was thinking about this. Donald Trump keeps doing this, bro. His Afghan plan was swapping out the Taliban with the Taliban, and that was at the tail end of a 20-plus year project. At least now he's more swift. With Venezuela, he took a Chavista out and kept a Chavista in, and that was like a couple week long process with like posturing around the Venezuelan coastline for a little bit, and then just like a one nighttime mission. And this time it's even more efficient than Afghanistan. He literally went in, bombed the living shit out of Iran, replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Khamenei Jr., and he did it in such an efficient way. He did it in a spectacularly efficient way. And it didn't take 20 years, right? Obviously, the Taliban also hardened its position over Afghanistan in the process of the last 20 plus years. And the same thing happened with both the IRGC and the government of Iran. Like, he actually was capable of breathing life back in to the Islamic Republic. A couple of years prior to this, the Islamic Republic is at its weakest point, okay? So weak that it can't even fucking fight back with all of its axis of resistance forces that has been funneling money to for decades when October 7 happened. Look at Iran now. You have opposition figures, dissidents, people who have been jailed in the past in the Iranian government, by the Iranian government, going out and sitting outside of fucking power plants to be like, our people are strong. We're going to defend this country. There was a total rallying around the flag effect. Donald Trump, the great nation builder, not just for China, but for everybody else, it seems. Just not for America, you know? J.D. Pondon, baby. Turns out, accelerating all of our worst tendencies and leaning into our excesses was going to inevitably lead to failure after failure, also in an accelerated manner. Yeah, he's destroying a civilization. It's just ours. And I feel a sense of shame calling what we have a civilization. Let's be real. We're a very young country overall. Agreed. I'm skeptical that Iran can impose a permanent peacetime tolling system on the Strait of Hormuz. This will ultimately have to find a stable modus vivendi with its neighbors. The Strait is not like the Suez Canal, which Egypt can charge a toll upon, since it is acting as a service provider for a constructed waterway. However, inasmuch as Iran has shown it has the ability to permanently shut the Strait of Hormuz, it could trade this new leverage for sanctions relief and reintegration into the global economy. That in itself would be a significant improvement of its position, as prior to the war, its efforts to remove sanctions had seemingly reached a final dead end. Aaron Bastani says, agreed. The development of a threshold nuclear technology was also about leverage and having a chip to end decades of sanctions. Ability to choose Hormuz with conventional, close Hormuz with conventional weapons is probably better in that regard. I still think they need to have nukes, though. As long as a nuclear Israel, or any Israel really, exists in the region, Iran has to get nukes. Okay? Because as long as Israel exists, they're gonna fuck with Iran. They're gonna keep doing this. I mean, it's obvious. Japanese TV explaining what taco means. Oh, I saw this.
Trump always chickens out.
Trump. Yeah, Moshtaba is also pro nukes, is what people were saying. Turkey charges for Bosphorus transit. Who cares that it is a natural waterway? True. Ben Rhodes says, best case scenario, Trump struck a deal to reopen a strait that was open before the pointless war he started, with the IRGC demonstrating its control over the strait and potentially extracting fees plus sanctions relief. Thousands of innocents, including hundreds of children, dead in Lebanon and Iran for no reason. U.S. troops killed and wounded. U.S. embassies based in the Middle East badly damaged. U.S. standing in the world obliterated. Okay, everyone's saying bless you. It's science you. It's science you. U.S. munitions badly depleted. Hundreds of billions spent. Prices up everywhere. More global economic fallout to come. Putin strengthened and enriched. Just a catastrophic situation, even in the best of circumstances. A profoundly shameful episode in American history, no matter what happens next. Oh, a Georgia voter was asked about Donald Trump's insane statement that morning, and it's a very awesome video. We got to watch this.
It's giving war crime. You can't do that. We don't just annihilate people because we can and, you know, make a grab for the money and the oil. And that's what we've done in Venezuela, and that's what we're doing in Iran.
It's giving war crime. I love that. This is what happens when you don't sell the war, okay? Not to give any advice to war criminals of the future, but there was a point to why even the most rabid neocons felt the need to talk about how we were going to liberalize Iraq, about how we're going to bring democracy to Iraq. We're going to liberate Iraq from the barbaric Saddam Hussein. Okay? There's a reason for it. Americans want to feel like while we're doing maximum violence, there's a good purpose for it. And for years and years, America obviously fucking kept it together. Okay? Hard to overstate how much centrist goodwill Israel has burned. A silver lining to this insane war. I saw those and they all seem sus, especially since they were all posted within 24 hours of each other. Yeah. Well, Jon Favreau is not. I wouldn't even say he's got a centrist approach to this. But Josh Barro, because Jon Favreau's been there for a minute. Okay? He's been there for a minute. Josh Barro, on the other hand, that's surprising. The Israelis should be punished for this, and there's no reason for a Democratic presidential candidate to suggest we will lift one fucking finger for them after the shit they have pulled, boosting the Republicans and then inducing our idiot president into launching their war. Could we please differentiate the government from the people? Josh Barr says, no, the people elect this government over and over. Yo. These are the guys that were literally talking about like everything that I was saying after, October 8th, being like, oh, your cause is dead. Oh, the left is dead. The left is dead. They're fucking barbaric, Islamist monsters. Yeah, you done fucked up now. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God. Look at this. Noah Smith. Eat a dick, Noah. Fuck you, Noah. Oh my God. One of the worst, one of the most annoying versions of ultra-Zionism and unlimited defense of Israel came from Noah Smith. I put him in the same column as Brianna Wu. Okay? Guy who didn't fucking know shit about Israel, but after October 7 became like a mouthpiece, like a Hasbara guy out of nowhere. And just like with Brianna Wu, he had some of the funniest responses. Like he would work. He first of all invented boycott, divestment, and sanctions from first principles after reading one Isaac Chodiner article from a settler. Okay. He just straight up was like, oh my God, these people are monsters. Like, we should probably boycott them, right? That was funny. Who could forget one of his first ever articles that he wrote, which was a 2-state solution. How about a 5-state solution? Okay. Americans as a whole realize that Israel is not a good ally. 60% is a solid majority, and it's only going to grow. A breakup of some kind is coming. Matt Iglesias, obviously, this war has been like a precision strike to take out pro-Israel Democrats, and if it drags on longer, it will eliminate the pro-Israel Republicans too. Oh, yeah. Incredible. It's getting to a point. Listen. These guys they're assholes. Okay, they're assholes. They don't have any fucking reliable, consistent positions. They don't have any backbone. Oh my God, this guy too. These numbers are abysmal and isn't just sustainable for Israel in the long term. This guy's like straight up paid, I thought. I mean, these are some of the biggest grifters, dude. These are some of the biggest fucking grifters. Oh my God. It's getting to a point where the only people that will defend Israel are just like some of the most rabid ultra-Zionists around. Okay? Oh my God. These are people who've spent the last 2.5 years making my life fucking miserable, coming after me nonstop. Holy moly. Incredible. Other pro-Israel accounts is the main reason. I give Palestine activists a lot of shit, but pro-Israel guys are some of the pissiest, most arrogant people on this website. They think they can bully everyone into being pro-Israel, and it just backfires again and again. Oh my Lord. Even our biggest haters are admitting defeat on this issue. I mean, you got to carry that. You got to carry that moment of vindication and the success that we were able to achieve on this issue into all of these other positions that we have moral clarity on. That's it. If we could genuinely push back and successfully defeat the massively well-funded, multi-decade long Israel lobby and its influence on American politics, its influence on organs of propaganda. I mean, sky's the fucking limit, dude. Seriously. Like, that's why I think like Cuba is small fry in comparison. The Cuban lobby is tailored off of AIPAC for sure, but it's nowhere near as powerful as like Israel's pervasive influences over American politics. I believe we can achieve anything, honestly. Yeah, Elisa Katz, editor-in-chief of JD Forward, sat down with Mahmoud Khalil and had an extended interview because he wanted to talk to Jews, including those who see his Free Palestine movement as an existential threat. His message, take it or leave it, I want to liberate everyone. And people lost their fucking minds. My question is, when is he leaving? Jonah Platt, I think this was his actual question. Do you oppose any 2-state solution that seeks to preserve a Jewish majority in Israel? Does that sound like Jewish liberation to you? Buddy, you're a fascist. You're advocating for fascism. Who the fuck cares about preserving a Jewish majority in Israel? That's a fascist, okay? That's fascist ideology. And we know it's fascist because when Americans say we have to preserve a white majority in the United States of America, everybody understands that's a fucking fascist talking, okay? People are people. There is no special category for Jews versus non-Jews. Only fucking fascists feel that way. God damn. These guys are so funny too, because they're like in progressive adjacent circles for years and years, and they just like fucking cry about this shit where they're like, why can't Jews have an ethno-state? Why can't Jews have an ethno-state built on top of someone else's fucking land? Like, people were living there. Jews were living there too, but you know, a lot of non-Jews were living there, and we just have to kill them. Sorry, we have to push them aside. Like, that's a ridiculous argument. Oh, God. Anyway, U.S. VP JD warns Iran not to lie or cheat as fragile truce holds. I love that JD thinks he has a say in this process just because, like, Iran was like, we want to talk to JD Vance, you know? Summer Lee says she condemns all forms of hate while defending controversial decision to appear with Hassan Piker. Michigan Senate candidate El Sayed declines to disavow Hassan Piker's past comments. McMorrow is so crazy.
Thinking should be led by the people. You know the solution.
Love to write policy specifically tailored towards that massive demographic we can all aspire to be in. Black women bank CEOs. Wait, what? Oh, is she? Dude, I don't get it. Like, Mallory McMorrow is such a classic case of like faux progressive, like phony. It's like she is basically like 25% more progressive Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I should be just the one who carries it forward.
Yeah. One of the things I just want to say before we go to you, Rachel, is when I met Mallory and she was telling me she was running for U.S. Senate, I said, why? True story. I said, why would you want to do that? And I said, there's all of these things going wrong.
Yeah, a lot of people think that like Graham Plattner is John Fetterman, but like this is Central Committee is right. This is the most obvious Feder woman of all time, is so right. God, leftists, man. Leftists drop the ball so fucking much. Like they literally, like they have reasonable scrutiny over certain candidates. That's fine. But what they fail to comprehend is like there's Fettermans all around, okay? Or perhaps a better analog here would literally be Marie Concentration Camp Perez, okay? I think Mallory McMorrow is going to be in that rank. Maybe not as aggressive as Marie Concentration Camp Perez. Like, I don't think she's going to have whatever position on genociding the local population of animals that she's annoyed by in the same way that Concentration Camp Perez has. But it's like pretty obvious. Like, she is super vanilla and is like trying to tailor her message to be somewhat progressive, but also at the same time, not too scary, right? There's nothing there. People like this are just mere vessels for corporate interests and whatever the fuck the Democratic Party is going to want to do. Okay? You have a real opportunity to vote for someone to change the direction of the party.
Why? You know, and she said, because what else happens if we don't? And I said, well, why is the people that are there not doing anything? And she said to me, because they're afraid. That was her. And I don't even know if you remember that. And I said, why are you not afraid? And she said, I kind of am. But then what, right? Like, and that's just it. Unless we are just going to let this be and maintain this status quo, we have to do something, right? And it can be these conversations. When you have policymakers and legislatures, and I go to DC and I'm advocating for CDFIs all the time. This is rare. I'm gonna be honest.
Her husband is literally a lobbyist for nuclear energy. I mean, I don't give a shit about that. That's irrelevant.
For time and attention. And even when you
if he was a lobbyist for the oil and gas industry, then I would care about it.
In there, they're not listening, right? They're really not listening. This is just a check mark. This is, I have to do this. This was very different, right? And so with that, we have to find our allies. I don't know how else to say it, right? We have to find our allies, people that will champion our voices and move.
She only has juice from the low info MSNBC slot packs. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that the Democrats are not always dropping the ball. Like, there are obviously races that they care about, and immediately we're able to prop up like a reliable spoiler against Abdul. Because if this was, let's be real, if this race was Abdul versus Stevens, oh my God, it would be a Graham Plattner style blowout right now. If this race was even Abdul versus McMorrow, there would still be a decent a quite significant difference between Abdul and McMorrow. Mallory promised to use alternative energy to power data centers. Goofy. What? I don't care. I don't think that's that. I don't think that's as big as a deal breaker as you're claiming it is. I mean, the fact that she wants like data centers is annoying. It's a bigger deal breaker than alternative energy sources or whatever. And you're implying like nuclear energy, right? That's your argument. Like, and yeah, I'm gonna get to the last part. The reason why I'm talking about McMorrow right now is for a good reason.
And then use that, to our equal advantage, right? But we do have to find our allies, and it's important that we are involved in these conversations.
Anyway, I mean, it's just like basic Democrat posture, right? I mean, it's not like offensive, but it's purposely inoffensive, as Taylor made to be as inoffensive as possible. And I think a lot of like, as long as you say some key words now, like that you're a fighter, that you will fight for affordability, right? If you get a little bit of that Zoran shine into your rhetoric, these boomers see a young person and they go, "Oh, that's great. That's the relatively inoffensive person that will fight for me," right? We shouldn't be going for the minimum, like the bare minimum change candidate, okay? That's the problem at the heart of the Democratic Party. We should be going for bold, radical change candidates, because that change is seemingly radical now, but it's actually just, moving America towards a sense of normalcy, moving us into a status where we're close with our, everyday existence to other OECD nations, right?
This is not just a moment about D versus R or red versus blue. This is a moment that is about our country. This is a moment for people to just stand up and to decide who they are actually for. Are they for the Constitution? Are they for our citizens? Are they for Americans? Are they for Michiganders? Or are they for Donald Trump?
This just lays flat for me, because it is flat, because you can tell when someone is just saying shit because they gave her talking points to repeat. Okay, it's low energy Dem slop. It's low energy lib slop, which is straight up just like, oh, we got to fight against Trump. We got to put people first against Donald Trump. Like, where are some of the key issues? Like, where do you stand on some of the key issues? What will you do for the people? Okay.
That's it. This is the moment to ask the question of every single person who's currently serving in office. I know a lot of the Democrats serving in the federal government right now are headed back to Washington now to talk about the war resolution, to talk about the 25th Amendment, to talk about impeachment, to talk about everything that should be on the table. Because Donald Trump should not be president. He should not be. Period. This is not...
Brave. Can she say that? Can she say that? Anyway, it's just, so her whole thing is to say Trump bad, but passionately. Summerlee said the same thing yesterday, but it wasn't the focal point. It was a footnote in an answer to the press. This is just objectively less substance than what I expected. And also, there's this side of the story, which is time. Schumer has quietly signaled that he would be okay with state Senator Mallory McMorrow in the U.S. Senate over establishment's favorite, Haley Stevens. And this is because they're pulling the fucking ripcord on Stevens. They realize that she is a charisma suck. They realize that she has no redeeming qualities. Let's be real. And now the manageable candidate that would have been a reliable vote for AIPAC and a reliable vote for Israel is in contention. She is most likely not going to win this race. I mean, I could see that from a mile away, right? Very obvious, very clear that Stevens was not going to make it through, even with the, millions of dollars that AIPAC was going to dump. That is why these past couple of weeks, your boy's been eating it nonstop. Because McMorrow, I think, was smart enough to recognize that Stevens was not going to win. So she had already given a private position paper to AIPAC and demanded AIPAC stay out of this race, right? So she is trying to show by going to Jewish Insider and doing a sit-down interview with them and attacking me and attacking Abdul El-Sayed on, our advocacy against Israel, to say she's their guy. to quietly funnel money into her campaign. Okay? It's very clear. She is smart enough to recognize that Stevens is most likely not going to win, and she will be that reliable spokesperson, that reliable vote for Israel when necessary. Okay? McMorrow is one of the several Democrats running across the country that want new Senate Dem leadership. Now, that's what's funny about it is that McMorrow knows how to read the room, right? And therefore, because she knows how to read the room, she has spoken out against Chuck Schumer's leadership. But what's even funnier about this process is that Schumer can't publicly endorse McMorrow because, unlike me, Chuck Schumer actually is a reviled figure in Democratic Party politics. Isn't that fucking hilarious? For the past 3 weeks now, they've been in my ass, crawling inside of my asshole, okay? Constantly chirping at me. Oh my God, is it appropriate to fucking stand next to this guy? How dare you? Blah, 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 all this shit, okay? He's a dangerous anti-Semite, all these fucking smears. Meanwhile, Chuck Schumer is so unpopular, he can't even publicly support his second choice candidate. It's awesome. There's something to be said for someone who's aware of their own political toxicity enough to keep some distance between themselves and their preferred candidates. I like that Stacey K is still the most loyal fedayeen for this cause. Okay? She's trying to say, I'm the one who fucking was like, Abdul, you have to have me on the campaign trail. Not realizing that he has me. Again, it's crazy. It's crazy that these people are just so fucking stupid about all this shit. Austin Show, I condemn your comments on 9/11. Stacey kind of low IQ, Lemafayal. I think, yeah. But yeah, it's an interesting predicament, right? DSA in Texas confused the shit out of Stacey. Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, she's a classic liberal where she thinks like people in Texas are just fucking stupid and don't have access to the internet, or there's no fucking DSA in Texas. There's DSA everywhere in America. Yeah. If Hassan is bad for Democrats, why not just let him hurt Democrats without saying anything? Exactly. Wow. Credit where credit is due, Dana Bash. Again, these people are bipartisan. Okay. They are Israel first. What is the connective tissue between Laura fucking Loomer, an absolute psychopath of the highest order that loves Donald Trump, and Dana Bash, who's supposed to hate Donald Trump? I mean, these people are absolutely enemies, right? They're supposed to be enemies. What is the connective tissue there? They both love Israel. That's it. It's right in front of you. What the fuck more do you need to see? Laura Loomer giving credit where credit is due to fucking Dana Bash. Great job calling this out. It need to be done by someone in mainstream media. The FBI should be monitoring Sam Piker. He should be arrested for encouraging people to murder Senator Rick Scott. They both drop party loyalty or whatever partisan opinions that they might have, okay, when it comes to shitting on Muslims and defending the state of Israel, the beautiful state of Israel, the only state that matters. That's it. Because they're both Muslim. When are our elected officials going to wake up and realize the common denominator to all of our problems is Islam? Iran, Muslims. Abdullah Sayed, Muslim. Hassan Piker, Muslim. Ilhan Omar, Muslim. Qatar, Muslims. Gaza, Muslims. It's a death cult. Well, Hassan Abi, you're so obsessed with Israel. Yeah, no, definitely. I like reading this screed from Donald Trump's most loyal servant defending another CNN anchor's piece, shitting on me, calling me a fucking anti-Semite for my anti-Zionism, right? And these guys are in line with one another. They're defending one another now, and that's, pointing out and wondering what the connective tissue is there is totally conspiratorial. It's totally ridiculous. Yeah, Dr. Jihad versus Jigsaw. I think the bigger thing is people just don't need to see a lot to jump to some conclusion about who someone is. My question is, if we're a death cult, why do you keep invading us and trying to take our resources and causing migration crisis? Wouldn't the smart thing to do is to leave the death cult alone so they don't come to your country? Even that logic makes no sense. Yes. Scruffy Rick Clues, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Caleb shouted you out. Yeah, I saw this.
Maybe you should get on Twitch.
That's Hassan's domain.
Leave it to Hassan. Leave it to Hassan to be on Twitch, to be talking about politics too much. Leave it to Hassan to be talking about gay guys too much. I said this when I went on a show. He was talking so freely about gay men. I said, Hassan, you better fuck a man or hush it up.
This is what I would agree, and I would say absolutely first in line for that.
You want to fuck Hassan?
Oh, deeply.
Oh my goodness.
And can I say, I think all these people like coming for Hassan want to fuck him too.
Oh sure, he's
Totally.
handsome. I like him.
Yeah.
I like Hassan. I don't need to. No offense, brother. I don't need to fuck him. But I think if he wants
I don't need to fuck him. I would just be first in line if there was an option. Like if there's going to be a sweepstakes.
I think if he wants to keep talking to the Austin, the little gay guy on his podcast,
Yes. Yeah.
if he wants to keep talking to Austin crazy about gay stuff, he needs to.
The little gay guy. He referred to Austin as the little gay guy. Oh my God.
Fuck somebody.
Has he been talking crazy about gay stuff?
No, just like he'll be like when I went on his show, he was like Austin's a selfish top, and I was like, let's take a pause.
So what do you think that means?
Let's take a pause on that.
Let's take a pause on selfish
Really quick, let's take a pause.
Oh man. I'm only ever calling Austin a little gay guy. It's so funny. Oh, you know we're talking about this on the pod. Oh my God. And Austin showed the little gay guy on his podcast. Yeah. Stay in your lane, Hassan. I mean, this is my lane. Yeah, DSA being at plus 33 and AIPAC being at minus 33 among Democrats in Texas is downright poetic. How the fuck do that many Texans know what DSA is? I said they got access to the internet, Stacy. Remember when they were saying you were a threat to Tim Miller because he's gay? Yeah. Yeah, that was not, I mean, that's not even a they. That wasn't it Podhoretz that said that? That's like, that was one of my favorite criticisms I've received. John Podhoretz being like, Hassan wants to throw you off of a roof because you're gay. Like, what is it? Am I too woke or am I anti-woke now? I love living in this duality, this dual state, you know? One day they're like, oh, this radical guy wants to fucking abolish the police because he loves black people too much. Constantly talking about critical race theory. And then the next day they're like, he's a racist. He hates black people. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald said I was more gay than most gays he knows. Yeah, that was peak. John Podhoretz. Hassan Piker would likely support Tim Miller's murder on the grounds that he is a gay man with children, and then support the murder of his children as he supports the murder of mine for being Jews. Nice going, Tim. You've sold your soul. Enjoy the cash. Oh, this is so fucking good. Yeah, it's funny because you lived in West Hollywood for a decade. The epicenter of gay and Jewish culture in Los Angeles is true. That's also, yes. Yeah, it's because you know how like Yahya Sinwar was in Israeli prison and he learned Hebrew and he studied everything about Israel. It's kind of like that, you know. I'm just studying. I'm just studying the gays and the Jews here, you know. I'm learning. So fucking stupid. Oh, I can't wait for that to be clipped. To be like, look at him. He meant this sincerely. It's obviously my enemy is incapable of crafting a joke. Yeah. Did you see this from John Marco?
Americans.
Bold choice to go with an audio-based medium. Oh no.
Our children are sick, our chronic diseases exploding, and the answer is that we've been.
I mean, even on the visual medium, it's still kind of nasty. You know what I mean? He's just like constantly shaking. He just looks so sick. It's crazy. He just looks so fucking diseased. All right. Anyway, that's all I got for today, folks. I'm fucking tired. Love you guys. And I think that was a good day. We got a lot out of our system, and I'm happy. Even if it's like one day where I'm not capable of doing situation monitoring and like regular desktop streams, I feel it itch, right? I feel it in my bones. So I'm happy that I was able to come back home, even though I'm supposed to be going to New York again quite soon, as a matter of fact. So, but you know, got some stuff that I need to do out there as always. I've been going to New York quite a bit. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topic's just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin Chatterlogs, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on